Because in 2019, well, I'm just thinking about this. Your boy was spicy. 2019 was spicy. Yeah, but in some city, right? But you're wearing high heels and skinny jeans. So, buddy, those are cowboy boots. Right. In 2019, in some cities. 2019, in some city, right here. Are they heels? Are you ready to go to the club? Now, it's kind of clubby. So, yeah, you need to cut. Yeah. Okay. So now we take a poll. This is some cowboy. Just be honest. Some cowboy cold beer. I don't know. He's legitimately insane.
Just chilling, my man. I'll be right back. So sluts. Coffee and Kabbalah and coffee. Coffee and Kabbalah and coffee. It's 8th BR 5786, Saturday, April 25th. Fuck, I gotta do that thing. This shit is the worst. I just on this deck, like, oh, this motherfucker was like, motherfucker, and people love that shit. So they're gonna fucking queef when they see a rabbi doing it. West Side. Really? Dog, this is the. Oh, this is. Sucks. 120 days of this shit. No one really knows for sure Elubei, Elu Divrei, Elohim, Chaim, but this is the Missouri we live by. Rogat Adonai, Lehina Makalam, Shirkat Shana, but Mitzvah Fitzi Banu, Al Sefrat HaOmer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 25 days, which is 3 weeks and 4 days from the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit Hamikdash and to its place, speedily in our days and our celebration. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit Hamikdash to its place, speedily in our days. Amen. Salah. Oh, I gotta do this bullshit. Alright, so what's that mean? Means today's shit's gonna be longer than normal. Why? Because it sucks. No, Rabbi, you should be cuss loud. Go fuck yourself. J started watching you. Worse. Chabad timeline of Jewish history. Sick. Oh, are you fucking serious? Oh, this is the worst. This sucks. This is the worst shit ever. Stupid fucking bullshit. Stupid ass fucking shit. Bullshit. Alright, here's this bullshit. You really? It's the worst. West Side. West Side Pride. What is this bullshit? Dude, remind me that no one fucking cares, dog. This is the worst.
With our being taken into exile yet again.
Yo, dude, the
Jewish history spans nearly 6,000 years, beginning with the creation, approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era. It continues through the eras of the patriarchs, the Egyptian bondage, the judges, the First Temple era, when the kings of Judah and Israel ruled, the Babylonian exile, and the Second Temple era, which concluded with our being taken into exile yet again by the Romans. Throughout Torah study and
So what? 3761 creation of the world, Adam and Eve. 3761 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631 130 Seth, son of Adam, was born. 3526 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 3436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. 3366 Malachi, no, Mahalalel, son of Kenan, was born. Bet that guy sucked. Bet he was the worst. You think you're related to him? I bet we're all fucking related to that douche. Really? I'm not related to everybody. Why? Why not? Why the fuck not? Don't suck. Alright, Mahalalel, son of Kenan, was born. No one cares.
our faith in GD and his promise of redemption were our constant companions, providing the Jewish people with a divine compass through every challenge and change. Which era would you like to jump to?
All of them.
Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve. The forefathers. Living in Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Judges and early prophets. Kings and the first holy temple. Exile in Babylon. Building of the second holy temple. Greek cultural domination. Kingdom of Judea, dynasty of the Shashmonaim. Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty. The Talmudic era, the Mishnah. The Talmudic era, the Gemara. The Rabbinate. The Janine. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Later Rishonim, persecutions and expulsions. The great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Early Acharonim and East European massacres. Acharonim and early Hasidim. Later Acharonim and the changing society. The Holocaust. The modern state of Israel. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1313 2448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1313 2448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. Minus 1313 2448 Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1312 2449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1312 2449 the tabernacle was erected. Minus 1312 2449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1274 2487 Aharon and Miriam died. Minus 1273 2488 Moses died. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423 3339 Gilead ben Akikam was killed. Minus 421 3340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dream. Minus 410 3352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future by Hamadash. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Minus 371 3,390 Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373,391 building of second Beit Hamikdash commenced, then halted. Minus 366 3,395 Akashverosh II made his great banquet. Minus 362 3,399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357 3,404 Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355 3,406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353 3,408 building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. Minus 349 3,412 the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Greek cultural domination. Timeline of Jewish history. Jewish history spans nearly 6,000 years, beginning with the creation.
I always knew like this.
Approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era. Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam, and Eve. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 3,761 creation of the world. Birth of Adam and Eve, Shabbat. Minus 3,631 130 Seth, son of Adam, was born. Minus 3,526 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Minus 3,436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. Minus 3,366 395 Mehalel, son of Kenan, was born. Minus 3,301 460 son of Mehalel, was born. Minus 3,139 622 Chanuk, son of Ur, was born. Minus 3,074 687 Metushalach, son of Chanuk, was born. Minus 2,887 874 Lamech II, son of Metushalach, was born. Minus 2,831 930 Adam died. Minus 2,705 1,056 Noah, son of Lamech II, was born. Minus 2,225 1,536 Noah began the construction of the ark. Minus 2,205 1,556 Japheth, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,204 1,557 Cham, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,203 1,558 Shem, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,105 1,656 Metushalach died. Minus 2,105 1,656 the great flood covered the earth. Minus 2,103 1,658 Arpachshad, son of Shem, was born. Minus 2068 1,693 Shalach, son of Arpachshad, born. Minus 2038 1,723 Eber, son of Shalach, was born. Minus 2004 1,757 Peleg, son of Eber, was born. Minus 1974 1,787 Reu, son of Peleg, was born. Minus 1942 1,819 Sirach, son of Reu, was born. Minus 1912 1,849 Nacharai, son of Sirach, was born. Minus 1,883 1,878 Terah, son of Nacharai, was born. The forefathers. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,813 1948 Abraham, son of Terah, was born. Minus 1,803 1958 Sarah, daughter of Haran, was born. Minus 1,788 1973 Abraham married Sarah. Minus 1,765 1996 dispersion from Babel after building the tower. Minus 1,761 2000 Terah left Ur Kasdim with his family. Minus 1,755 2006 Noah died. Minus 1,743 2018 the covenant, Brit Bain Habitarum, with Abraham. Minus 1,738 2023 Abraham settled in Canaan. Minus 1,727 2034 Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,713 2048 Abraham circumcised himself and Ishmael. Minus 1,713 2048 Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. Minus 1,713 2048 Isaac, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,677 2084 the Acta, where Isaac was brought on the altar by Abraham. Minus 1,677 2084 Sarah died. Minus 1,653 2,108 Jacob and Esau were born. Minus 1,638 2,123 Abraham died. Minus 1,603 2,158 Shem, son of Noah, died. Minus 1,590 2,171 Isaac blessed Jacob instead of Esau. Minus 1,576 2,185 Jacob went to Haran. Minus 1,574 2,187 Eber, great grandson of Shem, died. Minus 1,569 2,192 Jacob married Leah and Rachel. Minus 1,566 2,195 Levi, son of Jacob and Leah, was born. Minus 1,562 2,199 Joseph, son of Jacob and Rachel, was born. Minus 1,556 2,205 Jacob left Haran. Minus 1,553 2,208 Benjamin was born. Minus 1,545 2,216 Joseph was sold. Minus 1,533 2,228 Isaac died. Minus 1,532 2,229 Joseph became viceroy of Egypt. Minus 1,526 2,235 Kahat, son of Levi, was born. Minus 1,523 2,238 Jacob, and his family, went to Egypt. Living in Egypt. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,506 2,255 Jacob died. Minus 1,429 2,332 after Levi died. The enslavement in Egypt began. Minus 1,393 2,368 Moses was born. Minus 1,355 2,406 Joshua was born. Minus 1,314 2,447 Moses encountered the burning bush. Minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation left Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1,313 2,448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. Minus 1,313 2,448 Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 the tabernacle was erected. Minus 1,312 2,449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1,274 2,487 Agaron and Miriam died. Minus 1,273 2,488 Moses died. Judges and early prophets. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,273 2,488 the Jews crossed the Jordan into Canaan. Minus 1,258 2,503 the appointment of the land of Israel was completed. Minus 1,245 2,516 Joshua died. Minus 1,228 2,533 the rule of judges began with Othniel ben Kenaz. Minus 1,188 2,573 Ehud ben Gera became leader. Minus 1,107 2,654 Shamgar ben Anath died. Minus 1,107 2,654 Deborah became leader. Minus 1,067 2,694 Gideon became leader. Minus 1,027 2,734 Abimelech, son of Gideon, became leader. Minus 1,024 2,737 Tola, son of Pua, became leader. Minus 1,003 2,758 Jahir, the Jalidite, became leader. Minus 982 2,779 Jephthah, Hagiladi, became leader. Minus 969 2,792 Elon, Hazabilonai, became leader. Minus 959 2,802 Abdon ben Hillel became leader. Minus 951 2,810 Samson became leader. Minus 931 2,830 Eli the Cohen became leader. Minus 907 2,854 David was born. Minus 890 2,871 Samuel became leader. Kings and the First Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 879 2,882 Saul was appointed king. Minus 877 2,884 David became king of Judah in Hebron. Minus 869 2,892 David became king of Israel in Jerusalem. Minus 837 2,924 Solomon became king. Minus 833 2,928 the building of the first Beit Hamikdash commenced. Minus 827 2,935 the first Beit Hamikdash was completed. Minus 797 2,964 Solomon died and his kingdom was divided. Minus 797 2,964 Rehoboam, son of Solomon, became king of Judah. Minus 797 2,964 Jeroboam ben Nebat became king over Israel. Minus 718 3,043 Elijah went up in a chariot of fire. Minus 677 3,084 Joash renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 619 3,142 Isaiah began his prophecies. Minus 574 3,187 the first two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 566 3,195 another two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 562 3,199 Hezekiah became king of Judah. Minus 556 3,205 the last of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 548 3,213 Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. Minus 533 3,228 Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, became king of Judah. Minus 463 3,298 Jeremiah began his prophecies. Minus 458 3,303 Josiah renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 442 3,319 Jerusalem was conquered and Jehoiakim, was exiled. Minus 443,321 Joachim burned the Book of Lamentations composed by Jeremiah. Minus 434 3,327 Jerusalem was conquered again and Jehoiakim was exiled. Minus 433,331 Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. Minus 429 3,332 Ezekiel prophesied in exile. Minus 425 3,336 the final Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. Minus 423 3,338 the walls of Jerusalem were penetrated. Minus 423 3,338 the sacrifices ceased in the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 423 3,338 the first Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423 3,339 Gedaliah ben Achikam was killed. Minus 421 3,340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dream. Minus 410 3,352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit Hamikdash. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Minus 371 3,390 Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373 391 building of second Beit Hamikdash commenced. Then halted. Minus 366 3,395 Akashverosh II made his great banquet. Minus 362 3,399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357 3,404 Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355 3,406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353 3,408 building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. Minus 349 3,412 the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 348 3,413 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. Minus 335 3,426 Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. Minus 313 3,448 Ezra died. Minus 313 3,448 Simon the Zodiac met Alexander the Great. Minus 313 3,449 the Minyan Shtaro began. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 273 3,488 Simon the Zodiac died. Minus 246 3,515 72 elders translated the Torah into Greek, Septuagint. Minus 143,621 the revolt of Mattatyahu the Shashmanai. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Shashmanai. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 139 3,622 Judah the Maccabee ruled. Minus 139 3,622 the second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Minus 138 3,623 Hanukkah was declared a festival. Minus 133 3,628 Judah the Maccabee was killed in battle. Minus 133 3,628 Yonatan, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 127 3,634 Shimon, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 119 3,642 Yohanan Harkanos, son of Shimon, ruled. Minus 93 3,668 Judah Aristobulus, son of Yochanan Harkanos, ruled. Minus 91 3,670 Alexander Yanai, son of Yochanan Harkanos, ruled. Minus 73 3,688 Queen Shalom Salome Alexandra, wife of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 65 3,696 Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled /TD. Minus 61 3,700 the Romans gained control of Judea. Minus 61 3,700 Harkinos II, son of Alexander Yanne, ruled. Minus 43,721 Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 36 3,725 Herod I ruled. Killing all the Shashmanaim. Minus 33 3,728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19 3,742 Herod I began rebuilding the second Beit Hamikdash. Minus 11 3,750 renovation of the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. 1 3,761 Archelaus, son of Herod I, ruled. 8 3,768 Hillel died. 10 3,770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman Emperor. 21 3,781 Agrippa, grandson of Herod I, ruled. 28 3,788 The Sanhedrin moved from the second Beit Hamikdash. 44 3,804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa I, ruled. 53,810 Rabban Gamliel I, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 66 3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69 3,829 The second Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74 3,834 Ar Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86 3,846 The Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under Ar Gamliel II. 133 3,893 Bader fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134 3,894 Judaism was banned, and Ar Akiva was imprisoned. 189 3,949 Ar Judah Hanasi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219 3,979 Rab left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247 4007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254 4014 Ar Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294,050 Ar Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298 4058 Ar Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304,060 Ar Kista was the leading Talmudic authority. 309 4069 Rabba was the leading Talmudic authority. 321 4081 Ar Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325 4085 Abedi was the leading Talmudic authority. 338 4098 Rabba was the leading Talmudic authority. 359 4119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 392 4152 Ar Ashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427 4187 Ar Ashi died after the compilation of the Gemara. 475 4235 The Talmud was complete when Ravina II died. The Ravina. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 551 4311 Mar Zutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylonia. The Janine. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589 4349 The Talmudic Academy of Pumbedita was reconstituted. 609 4369 The Talmudic Academy of Sura was reconstituted. 614 4374 The Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614 4374 The Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629 4389 The Byzantine Empire reconquered the land of Israel. 636 4396 Ar Yitzhak was the last Jayon of Neharde, Virushuver. 637 4397 The Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645 4405 One of the Takana Hajanim was enacted at this time. 755 4515 Arakeh Jayon left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759 4519 Ar Yehuda became Jayon of Surah. 759 4519 The Halachat B.A. Hag, was written at this time. 788 4548 Another of the Takanat Hajanim was enacted at this time. 858 4618 Aramrum, who wrote the Siddur, became Jayon of Surah. 928 4688 Rabbi Anusayadiah was appointed Jayon of Surah. 955 4715 Four captives were ransomed at around this time. 968 4728 Ar Sherer became Jayon of Pumbedita. 997 4757 Ar Hai became, the last, Jayon of Pumbedita. 1038 4798 Ar Hai died. And the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1044,800 Rabbi Anujersamir Hagola died. 1088 4848 The rib arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1096 4856 The Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1099 4859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1103 4863 The Rip died. 1105 4865 Rashi died. And the era of the Tosafot began. 1135 4895 The Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1144 4904 The first, recorded, blood libel took place. 1147 4907 The Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1147 4907 Rabbi Anutam was captured by the Crusaders. 1148 4908 The Rambams and the Radak's families left Cordoba. 1165 4925 The Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1171 4931 Rabbi Anutam died. 1175 4935 The Rashbam died. 1184 4944 The young son of the Ari was killed. 1187 4948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1189 4949 Ar Yaakov d'Orleans was killed in London. 1190 4950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1191 4951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radak, wrote his commentary. 1194 4954 The Ramban, Nachmanides, was born. 1198 4959 The Aryabid died. 1204 4965 The Rambam died. 1236 4996 Rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 1242 5002 A massive burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1244 5004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1252 5012 The Inquisition began to use torture. 1267 5027 The Ramban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1275 5030 The Ramban died. 1286 5046 The Maher Amir Rothenberg was imprisoned. 1295 5050 New works advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1295 5050 The era of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1295 50 All Jews were expelled from England. 1293 5053 The Maher Amir Rothenberg died in prison. 1298 5058 The Rheinfleisch massacres began. 1298 5058 The author of the Mordecai and Haggadah Maimoniyot were killed. 1305 5065 The Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1305 5065 The Rosh and his son, the Tur, arrived in Spain. 1306 5066 All Jews were expelled from France. 1310 5070 The Rashba died. 1325 5080 Jews were massacred by the Posteros Crusaders. 1327 5088 The Rosh died. 1336 5096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the armed letter bands. 1338 5098 The Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1349 5109 The Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1367 5127 Iran, Ribish, and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1391 5151 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1391 5151 The Ribish and Rashbats left Spain. 1394 5155 The final expulsion of Jews from France. 1413 5173 Ar Yosef Albo was in a forced debate with Christians. 1421 5181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Gezerra. 1475 5235 The invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1481 5241 The Inquisition was established in Spain. 1488 5248 Ar Obadiah de Bertinora settled in Jerusalem. 1491 5251 Columbus consulted Ar Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 1492 5252 All Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shul Chan Arak and Torah consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1493 5253 Ar Dadid's Hakabarbanel arrived in Naples from Spain. 1496 5257 All Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1516 5276. The Ein Yaakov was printed. 1516 5276. The Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Yisrael. 1525 5285. R. Yosef Yasselman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1553 5314. A mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1563 5323. The Shulchan Aruch was completed by R. Yosef Karo. 1575 5330. The Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1572 5332. The Arizal died in Kspat. 1573 5333. The Maharal came to Prague. 1573 5334. The Maharshal died. 1575 5335. R. Yosef Karo died in Safed. 1599 5359. The Maharal returned to Prague again. 1614 5374. The Maharsha became rabbi in Lublin. 1616 5377. The Tosafot Yom Tov commentary was concluded. 1621 5382. The Shallow arrived in the land of Israel. 1629 5389. R. Yom Tov Lippmann Heller was imprisoned in Prague. 1640 5400. R. Yoel Sirks. The Bach died. 1646 5406. The Shach and Taz, on Shulchan Aruch, were printed. 1648 5408. Jews were massacred by Shmuel forces. Early Akaronim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1654 5414. The first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1655 5415. Many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1656 5416. Jews were permitted to live in England. 1656 5416. Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. 1673 5433. The Magen Avraham, on Shulchan Aruch, was completed. 1676 5437. Shabtai Tzvi died as a Muslim. 1689 5449. The Shmuel, on the Shulchan Aruch, was printed. 1698 5458. The Baal Shem Tov was born. 1702 5463. The Nehemiah Yahushua's family was killed in an explosion. 1712 5472. The Sittei Chachamin was arrested. 1724 5484. Ardad Yaakov Kulai, Miam Loizi, arrived in Constantinople. 1727 5487. The Mishnah Elimelech died. 1734 5494. Jews were massacred by the Haidamach bands. Akaronim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1741 5501. Igor Hashayim arrived in the land of Israel. 1747 5507. Ar Moshe Chaim Luzito, Runkle, died in Akko, Acre. 1755 5510. Ar Jonathan A. Beskutz became rabbi in Hamburg. 1754 5515. Ar Yechezkel Landau, known as the Noda by Yehuda, became rabbi in Prague. 1757 5518. The Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 1759 5519. Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1765 5520. The Baal Shem Tov died. 1764 5524. The Council of Four Lands, known as the Bayat Arba Herzog, was discontinued. 1768 5528. Despite resistance, the Haidamachs massacred thousands. 1772 5532. The Maggid of Mazuritsk died. 1782 5542. R. N. Adler and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda by Yehuda. 1786 5546. R. Elimelech of Lizinsk died. 1791 5551. The Pale of Settlement was established in Russia. 1793 5553. Jews suffered in Reign of Terror of French Revolution. 1797 5558. The Vilna Gaon died. 1798 5559. The Baal Hadanya was released from first imprisonment. 1799 5559. Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1806 5566. The Judah, Arham Yosef David Echelon, died. 1806 5566. The Chatham Sofer became rabbi in Presby. 1809 5570 are Levi Yitzhak of Berdijев died. 1810 5571 are Nachman of Breslov died. 1814 5574 are Akiva Eger became rabbi in Posen. 1814 5575 Koznitzer Maggid and Yehudi of Peshiska. Both died. 1815 5575 Joseph Lublin and Armendel of Rimano both died. 1819 5579 anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1827 5587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1840 5600 Ardat Yisrael of Ruzin was released from imprisonment. Later a Karanim and a changing society. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1843 5603 Tzemach Tzedek of Lubavitch was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1846 5606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 1848 5609 R. Yisrael Salander left Vilna. 1851 5611 R. Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became rabbi in Frankfurt am Main. 1859 5619 R. Menachem Mendel of Kotsk died. 1864 5624 The Malbim was imprisoned, and then expelled from Romania. 1866 5626 Judashe Harem, Tiferet Shlomo. And Tzemach Tzedek died. 1873 5633 The Chafetz Haim was published. 1874 5634 The Minchat Chinook died. 1878 5638 Petah agricultural settlement was established. 1881 5641 Many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 1886 5646 R. Shlomo Gans Pride, author of Keatzer Shulchan Aruch, died. 1892 5652 R. Haim, Brisker, became rabbi in Brisk. 1905 5665 The Sfat Emet died. 1905 5665 Many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911 5671 Chazanish was published. 1914 5674 Over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918 5678 Over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923 5684 The Daf Hayomi study cycle commenced. 1927 5687 The 6th Lubavitcher Rebbe was released from Soviet prison. 1938 5699 Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1939 5699 Germany started World War II. And mass killing of Jews. 1941 5701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941 5701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Pottery. 1942 5702 400,000 Jews of Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943 5703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943 5703 The remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943 5703 Jewish uprisings at Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok. 1943 5703 The Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944 5704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944 5705 Uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945 5705 Nazi Germany was conquered. And World War II ended. 1945 5705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947 5707 Publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947 5708 The United Nations divided Israel. 1947 5708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948 5708 The State of Israel was established. 1948 5708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949 5709 The War of Independence in Israel ended. 1955 5710 All Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1955 5710 Almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951 5711 The Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956 5717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967 5727 The Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Tefillin campaign. 1967 5727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973 5,734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974 5,734 The Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle Campaign. 1982 5,742 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987 5,746 The first international conference of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993 5,753 A secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994 5,754 The Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008 5,767 Deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad house in Mumbai, India, kill 6. 2020 5,780 Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel until the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, everybody. I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 session. We are now on session 14 of this, what was supposed to be a 9-series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, 14 sessions is still too few. I can basically keep teaching this class one day a week for the rest of my life and still not exhaust all the things there are to say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll be also very honest, this last session is going to in some ways be a Guinness because this is where my expertise really runs out. And I'll be very frank about that. It's just honestly the case that my expertise, I hit a wall, and my wall really is really with Hasidism. I don't know nearly as much about Hasidism as I probably should. Still learning about Hasidism, and everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. Everyone has gaps in their knowledge. I think it's important to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, not to pretend we know things we don't. And it's definitely from Hasidism forward that that's the real gap in my knowledge. Not that I don't know anything, but there are certainly people out there who know a lot more than I do. In fact, I've just invited a good friend of mine to do some talks, maybe at least a talk at Congregation Lucia about Hasidism, because I really do feel like I gave it short shrift and it deserves a lot more attention, a lot more deep attention than I gave it. And so I reached out to a good friend of mine who knows a lot about Hasidism to maybe do a lunch and learn. So we'll see if that works out. But at any rate, welcome to I would say welcome to the end, but it's not the end. It's welcome to the ellipsis, the dot, dot, dot. Because, of course, Kabbalah is not going to go away anytime soon. Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah is doing actually a lot better now in the early part of the 21st century than it was doing in the middle of the 20th century. In the middle of the 20th century, I would say that Kabbalah, in some ways, was at death's door, and it's doing much better now. So, in a substantial way, we're not saying goodbye to Chassidut or goodbye to Kabbalah. Rather, we're saying dot, dot, dot. It's going to continue to grow and change. And I've heard really cool and exciting things about developments in the Haredi world, where we're in sort of new and dynamic Kabbalistic thought. And if we do end up moving to Israel-Palestine, at least for a few months next year, I'm looking forward to kind of getting into that and seeing what's going on in the Kabbalistic world there in Jerusalem. Well, as we marked last time, the sort of post-Shabbatai world is, I would say that it's actually more sophisticated in many ways than the Shabbatai world. The Shabbatai world is marked by a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really. And that's part of why Shabbatai Tzvi was so successful, is that people really didn't understand what was going on. They weren't really versed in Kabbalah. And when you read something of a very technical nature, you can be overwhelmed by it and very convinced by things that simply aren't really true or deep. They can sound deep, but in fact they're not. And I think that's true of a lot of things that went on in the Shabbat movement. They sounded Kabbalistic and had a Kabbalistic veneer, but if you scratch the surface even a bit, you realize that the kind of reasoning that justified the stuff that went on with Shabbat and Frank was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that once people actually scratch the surface of it and realize, oh, this is just, gold gilding, they abandoned it pretty quickly. So the years after Shabbatai Tzvi's apostasy and after the whole business, what you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah, and that shouldn't be surprising. This whole Shabbatai business is a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is it's kind of a closing of the ranks. That is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what people end up doing is returning to the Kabbalah much like it was in the period before Shabbatai, where things were a bit more closed off, a bit more guarded, a bit more silent, which I think is probably not always for the worst. And so the developments within Kabbalah, in fact, the developments in Kabbalah since then have been relatively conservative, which is to say, we don't see major developments outside of Lurianic Kabbalah. There's never really been a significant post-Lurianic Kabbalah. It's at some point become commentary and footnotes to Isaac Luria. And so that relatively conservative moment, that relatively conservative movement marks Kabbalah from about the mid-17th century all the way until now. And as we talked about last time, two major Kabbalistic schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by the Mizrahi Rabbi Rabbi, and another in Brody in Poland. And those two will become the central schools, so to speak, of Kabbalah, the big schools in the period after that. But of course, it's worth pointing out that Kabbalah also developed very highly technical Kabbalah in Baghdad, in Kurdistan, in Morocco, and Marrakesh was a huge Kabbalistic center. So Kabbalah continued to develop in the aftermath of the Shabbat Tzvi business, especially in the Sephardic world, without really a hitch. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardi world was much more stable than the Ashkenazi world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. But again, I think I mentioned this several times ago that a lot of the people that were really seduced by the Shabbatine movement were people who had only recently really come back to Judaism. And so they don't really anchored in Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the communities in Marrakesh, the communities in Baghdad, they've been there for 1,000 years, easily 1,000 years. And so when they looked at the whole Shabbat thing, you were like, no. So because they had a much deeper education. So the Sephardi world was a bit less affected by the whole thing. And so it's not surprising that in Jerusalem, who never accepted the whole Shabbatine business to begin with, they excommunicated him as soon as they could, that one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of all of it will develop. And as I mentioned last time, the two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school of Beidel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration or kavanah during prayer. And that school, again, will last basically until 1969 when the last adherent of that school dies, which is amazing how long. The school lasted for hundreds of years, although very tightly guarded, very disciple-student oriented. And of course, the other is a Klois in Poland, and that is going to be largely influenced by Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah and Jewry. And Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah is going to be mostly remarked by its intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that world is going to flow a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Lurianic Kabbalah, especially vis-a-vis the older Quarter-Baron system, which I prefer. This period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, no, it's not probably, it's the most important movement in Judaism probably in the past 300 years. And Hasidism went on to spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, a new system of social relations, a new system of customs, a new system of dress. All kinds of things have come out of the Hasidic world. A whole new style of song, the Nigunim that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with, come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world where we have a focus on extreme piety, but also piety that's meant to find the divine in the everyday. It's a piety in which God is lurking all about you, but you can't see God. The divine is everywhere. I think of the line from the Quran, which I can easily imagine a Hasidic Rabbi having written, where the Quran says that Allah is closer to you than your jugular vein. That image in the Quran has always struck me as incredibly evocative. And I can easily imagine someone like Nachman Breslau having written something just like that. So the idea that the divine is that close to you. The obstacle is just you. You and your ego, or fundamentally you and your lusts and your desires. It's your desire to get rich or to have fame or to be loved by someone or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of your relationship with the divine, because the divine for the Hasidic movement is right there. You just have to do the work of bitul, of erasing the barriers between you and the divine, and it's in the erasure of those barriers that one can experience the divine in the everyday, including even in the movements of one's physical body, the sound of a bird. Some of the Rebbe's were even alleged to be able to understand the language of the birds. They would listen to birds sing, and they said they're singing, they're having theological debates that the Rebbe's could understand the Fegelsprache, and that the Fegelsprache allowed them to hear the debates among the rabbis and the birds, which I always found a beautiful idea of sitting in the forest, listening to the birds, rather than just hearing like the rest of us, normie people that all hear the birds. The Rebbe's, they don't hear birds, they hear the debates among the birds about God. And so I always found that to be a very beautiful example of Hasidism, where it's not just, you're not just hearing bird sounds, you're hearing theological debates among the animal world. So again, according to the Hasidic idea, it's the deep desire to experience the divine in every aspect of life, and to cleave to God, the Vekas. The Vekas is the clinging to God, and you cling to God, and the way that you do this, at some level, by cultivating a relationship with a kind of shamanic character in the Hasidic world. This is the Rebbe, or sometimes they're tzaddikim, tzedukim. They're these righteous people who have a unique relationship with God. They are intensely holy. And of course, these rabbis go on to set up various courts, and those courts really operate a bit like royalty. They still do operate a bit like royalty even to this day. And so you have a loyalty to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe, and the chassid encounters the divine primarily through the Rebbe, and it's in that Rebbe chassid relationship that Hasidism really grows up into the sort of court-like spirituality that it is today. We'll talk a little bit about how that's gotten a little stranger, especially with the Chabad Lubavitch movement, which I forgot to mention much in the later slides. I'll maybe talk about that in a little bit as well, but we'll see how that develops. So, as we stopped last time, the sort of cliffhanger from last time was that what I think that no one really realized in the aftermath of the whole Shabbatai Tzvi thing, that as much as the Shabbatai Tzvi business was a disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was a bigger deal. The same year that Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam and apostatized in 1666, and I'm sure as many folks in the room know, 1666 is a dynamite year in the history of science. It's the year that Isaac Newton discovered or invented calculus, which he discovered and invented at the same time as Leibniz. There's a bitter debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered the fundamental nature of light and also basically figured out Newtonian physics as we know them now. And he published all that in 1666. This is called the Year of Miracles. So at the same time that Newton is figuring all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabbatai Tzvi converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, and for me too, when I think about Shabbatai's conversion, I think of it as a medieval thing. It's something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think of somehow Newton not having happened a long, long time ago. Newton feels very modern to me. It feels like I could just sort of, we could play chess or something together, like Star Trek. And they happen at the same time. They happen the exact same year. And so what's coming down the pike, and what I think the Jewish world did not see in the aftermath of this entire Shabbatai Tzvi business, was the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was happening all around the Jewish world, in France and in North America and in England and Holland and Germany. The Enlightenment was developing a huge, completely new worldview that was dynamically breaking from what had come before, with its emphasis on rationality, its emphasis on experimental science, its emphasis on extreme logic. And so we're beginning to get philosophers like Descartes, like Spinoza. Spinoza's philosophy rejects there's a God separate from nature. It's just nature, and nature is God, and God is nature. It's the same thing. We're getting the mechanistic philosophers, the philosophers that believe that all of nature is like a giant machine. If you study it carefully, you can understand how it works. And if you understand how it works, you can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things for you. This incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful, and in many ways I think quite bad. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. It just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, what I really mean is Napoleon showed up. What Hegel called the world spirit on horseback. Napoleon shows up in Central Europe and even Eastern Europe. Remember, he marched all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, recall, he brought with him these Enlightenment ideas. His army was a sort of enlightened army, as much as armies are ever enlightened. And Napoleon brought with him the metric system. He brought with him French revolutionary ideas. He brought with him the idea that if you're a citizen of a country, then you should have equal protection under the law. There should never be second-class citizens. Either you're a citoyen or you're not. And if you are citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the rational law. Now, of course, I'm not saying Napoleon was perfect or anything like that, but he was a big enough deal that Hegel thought at some level he represented the very movement of Geist, the very movement of God in the realization of Godness in the world. And of course, Hegel got disappointed with it later, but it made a big impression on the young Hegel. And so this is at the same time that the Hasidic movement is taking off. And so when these two movements come into conflict with each other, come into contact with each other, there's going to be a break-off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to Enlightenment values, and they're going to incorporate those Enlightenment values into the Jewish world. And that is called the Haskalah, the Enlightenment. And I think for almost everyone here in this class, and almost probably everyone hearing my voice, all of us are pretty enticed at some level by Enlightenment ideas. The idea of equal protection under the law, that you can't be just killed because of what you believe in, that we have a rational system of weights and measures, not that we do in this country, but most countries in the world, that the scientific, the very fact that I'm talking to you through this machine is proof of the success of the Enlightenment. So for many Jews, the Enlightenment was a solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness of the Jewish world, what they thought to be a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers who divine the will of God, and who knows how they figure these things out. And they believed in werewolves and vampires, and they believed in all this stuff and Kabbalah. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that, and wanted to rush into the world of the Enlightenment, and they did. They did. In fact, for the Jewish folks here, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks in this class, you are the children of the great-great-great-grandchildren of the Maskilim, of the Enlightenment folks, because the Enlightenment was very, very successful, for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of rational Judaism, integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism, became, well, incredibly polarizing. We also, speaking again for the Jewish folks in the room, we live in an incredibly easy world compared to our ancestors, because in many ways we can adapt both worlds. We can be religious, and we can be in the Enlightenment somehow. Well, there was no middle ground in the 18th century. Either you jumped ship and you joined the Enlightenment camp, or you stayed behind in the shtetl and you stayed in the world of the pre-Enlightenment, or the traditional world, I suppose one could say. And so, in the traditional world, they realized how much of a threat this was. They were terrified of this, and they doubled down on the traditional aspects of the world. And so, in many ways, both Enlightenment Judaism and Haredi Judaism, that is to say, the flag hat, ultra-Orthodox Judaism that we recognize now, are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know that sometimes Haredi folks like to pretend as if they're the legitimate continuers, inheritors of a discrete, continuous line of Judaism reaching all the way back to Moses. And if you ask them, Moses wore a black hat and spoke Yiddish. But I guarantee you he didn't. The reality of the modern Judaism is at some level, all of it is a response to the Haskalah. It's all a response. Either you double down on tradition and you retreated into the world of the dynastic world, of the Hasidic world, or the Lippish world, or you drifted off into the secular world and you tried to make a go at either becoming assimilated, or you tried to balance out both. Assimilation was the largest, the earliest movement. So what we have here, basically, is a choice between, at some level, assimilation, right? As much as those countries would allow you to assimilate, whether it's the French or the Germans, and as you know from the terrifying history of how this will go, it will fail. Assimilation ultimately was a failed strategy. It did not protect Jews in the end. And neither did God, by the way. It wasn't like the Haredi people were protected when the first panzers rolled in. And so what we have is a dualistic, a polarized world by the 1700s, in which there are Haskalah Jews, and then there are traditional Jews. And the world becomes polarized, becomes increasingly polarized. Now, that's not to say that Kabbalah stops. If all the kinds of things that have not stopped the Kabbalah hadn't stopped them, whether it was the Crusades or the Shabbat Tzvi event or whatever pogroms would have stopped Kabbalah, well, this whole Enlightenment thing didn't stop it either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism in the medieval or in the early modern world, they continued to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on. For them, they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there is a huge outpouring of literature. This is a time period where the folks in the Chabad movement, who I'm sure many folks that I've had contact with, they began very rigorously developing their movement. Also, it's worth pointing out that the Chabad movement becomes sort of the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in the world of the mind and the world of the intellect, as opposed to just the world of the emotions. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of Hasidic philosophy, as opposed to just singing songs and being happy or whatever. So So this is a period of people like Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, which I imagine most folks have heard of. Nachman of Breslov, probably one of the most famous Rebbe's of this time period. He's of course known for his deep spiritual reflections and his existential tormenting experiences. He was a person of great highs and great lows. I guess most historical people who we end up remembering are kind of manic depressive in this way, and so Rabbi Nachman is known for this extreme joy, extreme sorrow he was capable of feeling. And ultimately, he's going to give rise to the neo-Hasidic movement, which we'll talk about in a minute, but also the Nanach movement, which I imagine if you've ever spent time in Israel, you will at some point encounter some Nanach guys, which tend to smell as pious as they are. They wear the knit caps with Nanach written on it, and they listen to techno music and dance around, and they're generally pious to a fault, something. So those guys are out there, and they're a big deal in the neo-Hasidic world. Of course, also at this time period, probably one of the most important modern Jewish philosophers and mystics is also writing. This is a Ramchal, Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, who's probably the greatest traditional Jewish mind of the early modern period. And Luzzatto wrote a mountain of stuff. It's really, I was looking over some of it today, and I was like, my God, this guy wrote 50 books. I've probably read one or two of them. He wrote 50-something books. Enormously huge output. But the Ramchal is known as a young man for having had a spiritual experience where he had a magi, or a spiritual teacher, begin to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Shabbatai Tzvi business, no one wanted to hear about anyone talking to spirits anymore. And so he kind of got kicked out of Italy a little bit. He kind of got expelled from Italy, and this led him on a journey through Europe. And in his journey through Europe, he ended up writing, like I said, a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are Derech Hashem, The Way of the Lord. Derech Hashem is probably the most systematic, collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Kabbalah into one system. Derech Hashem is a really, really great book. You can get it in Hebrew and English if you want to study it. It's a fantastic text that really does the work of combining the sort of philosophy of the day. Although the philosophy of that point is a little updated, but it's still a very amazing book. His other major book is a book on ethics, Masilah Yesharim, which is also just really, really great to read, and also you can get it in English too. And both of these books have gone to become basically classics in the Orthodox world. There's even study sessions. They study these books over and over and over again all through the year. So Derech Hashem and Masilah Yesharim are classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism, and again, they incorporate Kabbalistic and non-Kabbalistic philosophical elements into one text. Again, Chaim Luzzatto is probably say he's the most important rabbi in this period. He's probably the most important rabbi in this period, and so very, very important guy. Also, over in Eastern Europe, they're also continuing to do classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening at this point in Kabbalistic texts is a lot of systematization texts, which are trying again to systematize the Lurianic system. But also there are a lot of encyclopedic texts where they're just going through and trying to list things, describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy. There are a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy, even than English. And Hebrew is a sort of clumsy language when it comes to doing philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. And a lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. And one of the more famous encyclopedias that gets written at this time is one of the books I would love to see translated. I have it downstairs, but I can read it. They are translating it. It's beyond me. But it's the Sefer Karnaim. Sefer Karnaim is an encyclopedia of the Klipot. The Klipot, as you may remember, are the shards left over in the process of creating the world, and those shards that are left over are actually demonic. Those are the demons that sort of haunt the Lurianic world. and it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. And so we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here in the 18th, 19th centuries in the Sacred Nine, which is a fabulously interesting text. You can read it online if you want to read it for free. Of course, you guys read it in Hebrew. There's no English translation of that. Now, as you probably also know, in all of this, through the 19th century, the amount of anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. Anti-Semitism has always been there in Europe. There's always been European anti-Semitism. Well, the anti-Semitism gets a new added dimension. As you might imagine, as Jews become more and more part of secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges at the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. Of course, the most famous and infamous example of this is the Dreyfus affair in the 19th century in France. And so, with this uptick in anti-Semitism and the ongoing reality of anti-Semitism, there's sort of three distinct ideas basically about what to do about it. One idea is the traditional idea: double down on being pious and God will protect you. It's been a going theory for many thousands of years, but that theory no one's given up on yet. So one is double down on being pious and God will protect you. The other theory is that at some level you just need to get out of Europe. Europe is just a death trap. We've been living in Europe now for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years it's just been a nightmare. It's just been pogrom after crusade, after blood libel, after witch hunt, after whatever. It's just that the Europeans are never going to accept us, and at some level, eventually they're going to try to kill us all. It's just a matter of time. Turns out they were right. So what do? You leave. You leave Europe. You pack your bags and you leave Europe. And in the mid-19th century, that idea takes the form of secular Zionism. This is where Haskalah Jews, enlightened Jews, decide as a group that the situation in Europe is basically untenable and we need to leave. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very nascent Zionism. Now, it's two things that are worth noting here about really early Zionism is that it was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it didn't really get to have much religious backing until the mid-20th century, frankly. And so Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of it was socialist, not all of it was socialist in the way we recognize it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messianic themes, and it was sort of apocalyptic in its narrative, in the way it talked about the world, it wasn't really informed by Kabbalah. But I think that it was informed. If you read a lot of the language of early Zionists, you will see a lot of the exile redemption language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly through social osmosis, right? So let me make that more clear, put a finer point on it. The Zionist movement early on was never influenced by Kabbalah directly, although I think that there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that have reached into Zionism, mostly because of sort of social osmosis, because of Jews, and they've been raised on a diet of Kabbalah and Torah. So that's one part of it. The other part of it with the Zionist movement is that, from a religious perspective, it was completely remote. It was completely an Avera. The religious world rejected Zionism very early on. And when I say the religious world rejected Zionism, most of the religious world still rejects Zionism. It still says Zionism is a toxic ideology that is harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early, and even the Reform movement very early on, even the Reform movement in Germany, at the very beginning of the Reform movement, they rejected Zionism in two major conferences. So even at the very far progressive end of the Jewish world, Zionism was very unpopular, at least to start. And it remains unpopular now, at least in the Haredi world. If folks have been watching the very wonderful show Shtisel, the soap opera, basically, you'll know, and Shtisel, right, every time that they bring the Zionist up, Shulam's brother always says he refers to the Zionism. He refers to Zionism as Shulam, the evil people. He always calls them Shulam, the evil people. And so this is a thing that develops early on in the response to Zionism. So it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until Rob Cook, who we'll talk about in a minute, and it certainly wasn't until I think after the Indian War that, in a big way, you get religious Zionism or you recognize it now. I think it's a relatively minority movement. The Kabbalah, of course, continues to develop. Right? It's not like the Kabbalah stops. Slide. Oh yes, this is a mistaken slide, but there's an extra thing down here I want to talk about. This is I must have bumped this slide up. But anyway, last thing I wanted to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happened in the non-Jewish world is there's sometimes what is referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival was a re-interest in occult sciences, alchemy, and sort of a romantic interest in this stuff. And what you get are people like Ebenezer Sibley and Barrett, who are people who published the Magus. You have a bunch of people really interested in the occult again, and this sort of occult revival that occurred primarily in the 19th century also incorporates some older elements of Christian Kabbalah, and they ultimately develop a new form of Kabbalah out of Christian Kabbalah that gets referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, occult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry being combined with elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that develops what we now refer to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's, of course, Jewish Kabbalah with a K, there is Christian Kabbalah with a C, and now this develops eventually in the early in the 19th century, 20th century into Hermetic Kabbalah with a Q. And these forms of Kabbalah continue into occult practice all the way to this day. So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation, although not a Jewish mutation, but primarily in the non-Jewish world, primarily in England, actually, where this occult revival will take place. And so the Hermetic Kabbalah is out there, and it's very popular. There's a whole big world of people who spirituality is wrapped up with the very sophisticated, very complicated system of correspondences, typically referred to as the Kabbalah. So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy, double down, being traditional. The other strategy is leave, go to Palestine or wherever. The other strategy that I mentioned a minute ago, too, is assimilation. Assimilation was a very daring strategy, and perhaps I think one of the more difficult. I think that many of the people who did the job of assimilating, I think, get written off as traitors or something. I think it's really unfortunate the way we talk about that generation of folks. But assimilation was a really difficult task of trying to maintain two things at once. It was trying to maintain being Jewish and also trying to maintain your identity in a world that rejected you. Trying to be German and be Jewish, whatever German Jew meant. And the problem was that the Orthodox world hated you because they thought that you was a sellout, and the Germans never really accepted you either. And you could do anything, almost, right? I think of people like Husserl. Husserl was the great German philosopher whose son fought in World War I and still got fired when the Nazis took over. They never could become Jewish enough. In fact, even for the anti-Semites, for the Nazis, the more that the Jews assimilated, the more dangerous they were. They were almost hiding among them. And so there was something about this that the strategy of assimilation was always going to be at some level a losing game. But what ends up happening, at least in the academic world, is that, or at least in the religious world, rather, I should say, is that Judaism early on had to basically come to look like Lutheranism. They had to make a Judaism that looked as much like the Lutheranism of the 19th and 20th century as possible. And that movement became the Reform movement, right? Ethical monotheism. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early Reform movement, it is amazing how similar they are. Even the choir, it's just like the organs and stuff, right? If you've ever been to a classical Reform synagogue, the organs, the choir, and they even moved Shabbat to Sunday mornings and all kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, at one level, one way of looking at that is they're trying to sell out. But again, I think that the more that you accuse them of that, you walk a mile in their shoes and understand how devastating the reality of anti-Semitism was at that time and how awful it would get. And at the same time, I admire them. I admire the courage it takes to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish, being French and Jewish in a world that you basically rejected by both sides. No matter what you do. I think it's very heroic and a very difficult path to to march. On the academic front, part of what had to happen to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify it to the world of the theologians. And that's the theologians largely of Lutheran theology in the mid and late 19th century, which, as you probably imagine, as you may know even, German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to the Bible. This is a time period where critical source theory was being developed. This is a time where the Bible is being systematically studied, scientifically studied for the first time. This is where Hebrew is really getting into the manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say the German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than has been produced 30 years of what we do. It's amazing. These guys, they just knew 15 languages. They just did. That's just how they worked. They didn't have the whole Bible. They just had chunks of the Bible memorized. So the scholarship was very driven by Lutheran, pietist, very careful scholarship. And so what's emerging at the same time is the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism was largely spearheaded by a group of Jewish Haskalah scholars. This movement became known as the Wissenschaftlich movement. And Raza, I'm going to beg your forgiveness if I mispronounce my German stuff as I go. So the Wissenschaftlich movement, the scientific study of Jewish books, was a movement in the academic Jewish world to study Jewish literature using all the modern tools at that time of German scholarship and study religious literature. And they had to make a decision about what they studied, because what they studied and what they published basically represented Judaism to the outside academic world. So, what did they study? What did they publish? Well, Talmud. They focused their energy on the Talmud. Why? Because the Talmud, for one, is a highly systematic, highly argumentative book based on logic. They can argue that Judaism is irrational because the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a book of arguments driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's a paragon of logic. Well, guess what isn't fairly logical? Kabbalah. So, what did the Wissenschaftlich movement do? They ignored it. Basically pretended that it wasn't there. Why? Because it was embarrassing. It was superstition. It was occultism. It was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. For them, for the Wissenschaftlich movement, Kabbalah was an embarrassment and put back into the darkness of the Middle Ages because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying over the past 14 weeks, thinking to yourself, God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting that to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars being like, yes, Judaism. We believe that God masturbated reality into existence. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the Jews. The Jews are irrational. They're driven by superstition. They believe in nonsense. The Wissenschaftlich movement had to make a decision, and the decision was not Kabbalah, Talmud. And so early on, Kabbalistic literature was largely put on the back burner, to put it politely. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, this is also the same time that all of the movements in Judaism are beginning to form. The Reform movement, the Conservative movement, the Masorti movement, the Reconstructionist movement begins in the early 20th century. All of the movements, even modern Orthodox Judaism, all of the movements in movement Judaism in the non-traditional Jewish world, all of them look at some level to the Wissenschaftlich movement, and they base their Judaism at some level on the Judaism being pumped out by places like JTS, by places like German Scholarship, by places like Cincinnati, the Reform Seminary. And guess what? None of those places are doing. None of them are doing Kabbalah. Why? Because it's embarrassing. They do not want to look like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5, 3 generations by scholars. Completely sidelined. And it's sidelined at a decisive moment in Jewish history. What is that decisive moment? The emergence of the movement. So if you grew up in a movement, the Reform movement, conservative movement, if you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars were simply not being trained on Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained on it, they couldn't teach it. And because they could teach it, it was abandoned in the movements. This is the reason why, for folks who grew up, especially for folks who are a bit older than me, if you grew up in the movement Judaism world, you never heard about Kabbalah. There's a reason why. Because the rabbis you had never learned about it. And that's because the generation before them never learned about it. The generation before them made a decision not to learn about it. And that's what happened. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Jewish movement. Modern Judaism basically decanonizes it. So the Zohar, Sacred Yetzirah, all the literature we've talked about basically goes back on the shelf. And what comes back is Talmud, if you're lucky, but mostly Tanakh. And that's the reason why you will never really see in the movements until recently studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. I mean, for folks who grew up in the movement world, how often did you all study Talmud? How often was Talmud something that you would be encouraged to study or heard about much? Yeah, see heads shaking. No, yeah, even Talmud, right? Even Talmud was sidelined. You can imagine Talmud sidelined, then surely Zohar would be sidelined. So that's one part of the story. A huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. They still did Kabbalah, studied Kabbalah in the traditional world. It's in the progressive world that it was there. It was decanonized in our world. It's only now limping back into canonization. And I think it needs to be recanonized more quickly than that. Of course, the other thing that happens, and this is time, is in the mid-20th century, and there's no way to avoid the elephant in the room. It's of course the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, European Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is the Hasidic Jews live basically in these very tight-knit social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They have payas. They dress like Jews. Targeting them was the easiest thing in the world. They all live in the same shtetls and ghettos. So liquidating them, killing them, putting them on these cattle cars was very, very easy for the Nazis. So the Hasidic world was incredibly destroyed in the Holocaust. I think proportionately, and Roz would be obviously the better expert of this than I would be, that the Hasidic world suffered apocalyptic levels of devastation in the Holocaust just because of they were basically sitting ducks. And also their theology prevented them from leaving. So many of them, because they rejected Zionism, did not try to flee to Palestine. They thought it was religiously verboten to flee to Palestine because they were also tied to their Rebbe. They also didn't want to individually leave, right? They were tied to this person. And so if the Rebbe didn't leave, they didn't leave. And, lastly, right, they looked the part. When the Einstein movement moves in, they're there. They're living in that. They're living in that shtetl. And they're there with that Rebbe. And, it doesn't take but an afternoon of a really blackout drunk group of Einstein to do the deed to basically eliminate an entire Hasidic dynasty. And Chas v'Shalom, that happened. It happened over and over and over again in Eastern Europe, especially Hungary was especially badly hit. I think 1 in 4 Satmar people were killed or something like that in the Holocaust. It's just a devastating apocalyptic story. And as you know, the only people keeping the light on at this time, in many ways, for Kabbalah are Hasidic people. It's the people in Eastern Europe. It's the traditional people. They're the ones keeping the lights on. And with their execution by the beasts that were the Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. It was a devastating blow to Kabbalah. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Morocco. They were still doing Kabbalah over in Baghdad. Still doing Kabbalah in Northern Africa. So it wasn't like that the devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews meant the end of Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and European Jewry was a very important center of the development in Kabbalah, and the Holocaust uniquely and profoundly destroyed some elements of that continuity. Luckily, they did survive. Many of them survived, and they would regroup. Some of them in America, and in fact, the two largest groups, Samar would eventually, Samar Rebbe, Teitelbaum eventually made his way out even before the war, in the middle of the war, and the Lubavitch Rebbe also made it out as well, and they refounded their Hasidic dynasties in Brooklyn, Holy Land, real Holy Land, which is Brooklyn. So Borough Park and Crown Heights, respectively. Go visit the Holy Land. It's just right over there in Brooklyn. You folks know this, right? In Israel, it's the borough of Brooklyn. So the real Holy Land is over there. It's around Coney Island. So the rebound, folks. The rebound. How does this all rebound? We have the Holocaust. We have the Haskalah. We have the Wissenschaftler movement. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound, in many ways, began with a young maverick philologist. People forget that Gerhard Scholem, also people forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershomized later when he made Aliyah, but Gerhard Scholem was a young maverick philologist. He studied language. That's the reason why his scholarship is so top-notch. He can read everything in the original language. And Scholem made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserved to be academically studied. It just deserves academic. It's part of Jewish history. We need to study it. And so in the 1920s, Gerhard would do all the heavy lifting of reading basically every single Kabbalist book he could get his hands on in the archives. Every single one. And being the good German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschaftler movement that rejected the importance of Kabbalah, Gershom Scholem, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism without Kabbalah. You couldn't imagine Judaism without it. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important in the history of Judaism as Talmud, as anything else. So Scholem argued over the time that Kabbalah had to be reintegrated both academically and historically into the history and thinking about what Judaism was. And this was by no means easy, folks. When Scholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, was invited to speak at JTS, give a lecture at JTS at the Jewish Theological Seminary there in New York, when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, look, the Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is Narishkeit. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right, Narishkeit is Narishkeit. Aber the Geschichte des Narishkeit, das ist Wissenschaft. Right? Nonsense is nonsense. But the history of nonsense is science. So Kabbalah is nonsense. But the history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information, but God forbid anyone be a Kabbalist. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous progressive Talmud scholar in 20th century history, Saul Lieberman. Probably one of the most important Talmud scholars of the early 20th century, the Talmud professor at JTS. Basically invented modern sort of some quasi-secular Talmud education, Saul Lieberman. That's how Scholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced at the JTS by basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense, but because you study it as history, as something we used to do, it's legitimate. But God forbid anyone actually be a Kabbalist. That's completely crazy. So Scholem really had to walk an uphill battle. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so mainstream. But Scholem had to fight that battle in many ways on his own. Luckily, he was a very capable scholar, and he was able to do it. Scholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students, folks like Moshe Yedel and Joseph Don, other folks who have gone on to become themselves leading scholars in the world of Kabbalah. His students were also perfectly willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe Yedel really showed how important Scholem was, and also how incomplete Scholem was. And we have a whole new generation of scholars, usually leaves and Zahi Weiss and all kinds of stuff, Brody Morose is a huge group of scholars that blow my mind with every book that they write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is landed. It is now totally legit if you want to study Kabbalah and Kabbalah. You can take an academic level Kabbalah class, and no one's going to bat an eye. Sure, part of Jewish history, etc. At the same time, there is an emerging, relatively small movement of religious Zionism led by, of course, by Rabbi, and he would eventually give rise to religious Zionism as we know it. Although Rabbi wasn't terribly influenced by, wasn't a huge Kabbalist, but certainly a lot of the Lurianic themes of exile and redemption will play a part in the rise of Zionism. The most important, I think, Kabbalist to come really in the early to mid 20th century would be Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, the Baal HaSulam, the master of the ladder. And the Baal HaSulam would make Aliyah into Israel, and he would compose two incredibly influential works. The most important, I think, is his commentary on the Zohar, a text that he took, I think, 10 years to write, called HaSulam, the ladder. And this is a both introduction to the Zohar, but also a commentary on the Zohar. And he translated Zohar out of the crazy Aramaic that it's in into a very modern Hebrew to make it accessible to a whole generation of people who otherwise would not be able to read it in the original Aramaic. He published it in basically modern Hebrew, modern Lashon Kodesh Hebrew, and so it's much more accessible in the modern Hebrew. So many people who read Zohar now in the Orthodox world, and also many people who study Isaac Luria are going to study many of his ideas in some level through the lens of Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, who also developed his own sort of like interesting communist theory. There's in fact I think a kibbutz that's based on some of his ideals in northern Israel, Taoism. So Yehuda Ashlag becomes a very important, I think probably the most important character in all this. Another character that I don't mention in this that I can't believe I left out, of course, is Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, blessed memory. Schneerson, of course, was the head of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, and what's important to know about him is that he became one of the most important founders of the Kiruv movement, that is to say, the outreach movement among Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews. So if you've ever been to a Chabad house, that's because Rabbi sent someone to make one, basically, at least most of them. And Menachem Mendel Schneerson founded this enormous Kiruv network of the Chabad movement, and he was just a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things that he did. But one of the things that's worth mentioning here that's important, and that will be important going into 21st century Judaism, is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe he was the Messiah. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world, not a super big movement, I don't think it's as big as it was in the late 90s, and it seems to be mostly localized to Brooklyn and Israel, especially in Kfar Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I have a so I have, so at any rate, the Menachem Mendel Schneerson was believed to be the Messiah, and I studied briefly at a Chabad yeshiva, and I definitely met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had been taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon, and that it really his return would be heralded by Jews adopting more Torah, and that basically he was kind of occluded, and his occultation would come to an end, and the Rebbe would reappear as the King Messiah. Of course, you can still go to Crown Heights, you can still go to Brooklyn, and you can still see crowns, images of the Rebbe's flag, which has an image of the yellow with a crown, and it says Mashiach, not Messiah. So there's this huge messianic movement, which again can be a whole class unto itself, inside of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah, which is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement, because it is such a movement based on outreach. Although in my experience and what I've been told by folks who have grown up in the movement, is that largely the kind of people that the messianic stuff appeals to are typically people like Baal Shuvas, who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people. Most of the more established Chabad world doesn't really get down to this Messiah stuff. Although I think they do still control 770 Civic world there in Brooklyn, Parkway. So the Chabad has this messianic thing going on, which is super weird and interesting. Uh, for the folks who are in Michigan who are hanging out with me in this class, you probably have never heard about this or heard about it only briefly because the Shemto family, which is the larger Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were sent here as shluchim, emissaries by the Rebbe way back in the 70s or 80s, something like that. But they were the leading force in many ways of the anti-Messianism movement. They really thought the Messianism was dangerous. And the Shemto family, which is very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on the Messianic camp. And I don't think the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold in the Metro Detroit area when it comes to that stuff. That's different in other places, but I don't think that the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold here. But go to Brooklyn, go to 770, certainly do that. All right, the last two things I guess I'll mention before we really wrap up is the rise of the Neo-Hasidic movement. As folks know, the Neo-Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Buber, who came out of the Hasidic world but maintained a lot of, nostalgia is not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Hasidic movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim and a lot of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world and then imported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially, and the Reconstructionist world most recently in the sort of the Chavurah movement of the 1970s. This is a period of Karlbach and stuff like that, folks who grew up with Karlbach and not. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called what is called the Neo-Hasidic movement. And this movement has proven to be extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world. And there are great luminaries in the Neo-Hasidic world. Folks who recently passed away, like Rabbi Shlomi and Art Green, who was one of Alana's teachers, actually, in Hebrew college. He's probably one of probably the premier Neo-Hasidic leader in the world right now. It's really funny at the forum that he and I got to have a few drinks together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. I feel like I had great honor to be able to hang out with one of the Gaons of the Neo-Hasidic movement. And so I got to spend some time with Art Green when I was up in Boston with Alana. So the Neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well and not as popular as ever. I would say that it's actually growing in popularity. And with folks like Joe Weisenberg and other kinds of folks who are really channeling sort of Hasidic ideas into music, that stuff is going to continue to be popular. So the last thing I'll mention, and this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. The Kabbalah Center, led by Rabbi Berg, which has received a lot of criticism, but whatever, I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else is, at least from an academic perspective. The Kabbalah Center is they have outfits all over the world. It's sort of franchises kind of, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities, basically. Now there are non-celebrities that get into it. It's a form of sort of kind of new age meets traditional Kabbalah, but this is made famous by folks like Madonna, and I think Britney Spears was into it for a while, which I think either Britney Spears has a Hebrew tattoo on the back of her neck, some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo. I don't know whatever sense Kabbalistic tattoos make, but you go, Britney. Mississippi, so I think we're home state people, so good me and Britney go back. So people like Britney Spears and Madonna have also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty profound way, and apparently I think Madonna quit doing concerts on Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic beliefs. Well, I think that the material girl's from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the material girl's from here. So you have Rebbe Madonna, who has gone on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah at some level in her spirituality. Although I don't think she's ever converted to Judaism. And there are many other people who've been influenced by the Kabbalah Center. Now, the Kabbalah Center is very polarizing. It's very controversial, and they've gotten some trouble with money stuff, unsurprisingly. A religious organization getting involved with celebrities and getting in trouble with money stuff. Can you believe that? Could you believe that? So the Kabbalah, in many ways, in the 1990s and 2000s, really went pop culture, with a lot of pop culture folks, musicians, and other folks becoming really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas, and those ideas becoming very mainstream, right? Very mainstream. Folks, Kabbalah Chai. He's gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. The Kabbalah had gone through a couple thousand years or 1,000 years now of turns and twists and messiahs and dead messiahs and apostate messiahs, a mountain of books and commentaries. It's really gone through, I think, almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through this much. Platonism or communism or whatever. Kabbalah has gone through so much, and it's had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, is that I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now, because we're now living in, at some level, the golden age of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available to me than anyone else in history when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education is available. A class like this is a completely secular academic class on Kabbalah. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers of Kabbalah to become a Kabbalist. And Kabbalah is accessible to people it was never accessible before. Women, LGBTQ folks, it's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah Chai, Kabbalah lives, and Kabbalah will live, because we are living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. You have to learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, you might have to move to Israel, Brooklyn. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting if you really, really, really want to get into Kabbalah. But you can. It's there. So much of it's on the internet. Right? So much of it you can get via interlibrary alone. You can go buy books right there on Amazon and learn secrets of the Kabbalah that would have been utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population most of history. And there they are, immediately available. Even English translations of things like the Zohar, or the Pritzker edition of the Zohar, massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that, not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes of the Zohar, and new things are coming out every day. So we're living in a golden age for the study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. And I have to say that I'm really happy, and I feel really blessed, and I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah, because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and the honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know, and to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together, and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful and strange and science fiction-y, just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's dropped in for a class or stayed for all 14 or whatever.
What if you watched it while being recording for yourself at least 3 times straight? Really? Yeah, why not? If you know everything about it, yeah, I'm a fucking Kabbalist on the thing.
More about Kabbalah in preparation of this class. So that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Doc. No big deal. Yeah, it's my pleasure.
And I look forward to learning with all of you soon, whether it's Kabbalah or not. I'd love to do a Zohar class. It's like my secret desire to do a Zohar class. Both study Zohar and also study about Zohar. Have imagine kind of a class that would be structured like a science class where you have a lecture in the lab. Lecture would be like this, but then we have the lab. The lab would be like studying the Zohar, studying it. So I imagine that's my dream gig is a lecture lab class, the Zohar lab. Which I have to say it's a little more exciting to me than organic chemistry lab. So anyway, folks, that's big up to the community and to y'all. But I guess again, I'll just end with saying thank you, and so happy that folks have come along with me on this journey. And it doesn't end here. I will definitely say that. Like I said, we're not ending with the end of Kabbalah. We're ending with ... because
We're never getting
Kabbalah
on
is
the
an
phone
outlet
about
of thought
serious.
and
Yo, from Rothschild and I feel this fact.
welcome
Technical
back,
discuss
and
how here
thank
and
you
there in
for
the
joining
room.
me as I
Bill fucking
explore the garden that is Jewishness
where it was
and Kabbalah.
center of
Again,
the
please
University of
support
the
my work,
Hamas and the
providing
Sun and Multiple.
accessible, free, and
I'm
scholarly
Shabbat.
content on topics of Kabbalah, alchemy, and the cult of magic primitive philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Are you fucking serious?
Mondays feel like Fridays. How you guys doing? There's a lot of audience around here. Of course, you're here again. So, almost 90 something. Totally. Wait. Hi, everybody. How are you? Happy Monday.
No, what's that too? What do you even say?
Hey, this
this is Rabbi coming to you live from the Road Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
What? Holy shit, everybody. Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday evening for you. A rare Tuesday edition of Kill Tony. Happy to be preceding the great other comedy store show known as Roast Battle. Happy Tuesday to you all. Welcome, everybody. How are you guys? It's like a real live show in here. Speaking of live show, you guys that are live here in the audience are part of episode 91, which is basically the first live streaming Kill Tony ever.
And HD.
You guys are double live. There are people around the world that can hear your laughs and your reactions. So thank you for being here. This is very exciting. We've always wanted it this way, a new sound system, a new streaming live show at an old historical club like the Comedy Store. And as of right now, it's bumping. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, and just to note that there's going to be two versions of Kill Tony, at least for a while. What you're watching online is the live streaming one. That's just so you guys get a taste. You get, the future episode the day it comes out. But then we also are going to be releasing a 4K version of Kill Tony with better sound, better video, about a week to 2 weeks out. So it's going to be a whole different new thing.
Higher quality for all you listeners. I got to meet another group this week in Vegas.
Yeah, we have 110 people watching right now.
Wow! We are over capacity of the fire hazard of the belly room. And I just tweeted it, so maybe 4 people will be joining us. So let's do it. It's fun. We have it again. We have one sponsor only. Her name's Elise Lane. She cooks us a meal every week. She's at the Girl with a Pan on Facebook and Instagram. She's Elise Lane on Twitter. Tonight she made us grilled chicken with Tracy sandwiches. I had some weird tofu thing. It's good.
It's great.
Well, pretend like that's anything different from your usual creepy self. Guys, it's a live show, and anything could happen. Like, normally we would have cut that beginning part of banter out completely, but no, you saw it. It just happened. We talked about Brian's greasy hands for a second too long. Guys, every week lately we've had a musical guest, and some of you guys that are here in the actual room got to hear him earlier because he plays while the audience gets sad. He puts on his own little cool concert here because why not? While people are seated, have a live show already going on. He's one of my favorite artists that I came across in 2014. One of my favorite new musical guests. Put your hands together for the great Pat Reagan, everybody. With a brand new song every week. Kill Tony exclusive, the musical work of Pat Reagan.
Hey guys. The audience, I don't think is very happy to see me, Tony. I think they're like, you already did your part on the show. Because as Tony was saying, I warmed it up. Here's a song, though. You guys want to hear a fucked up song? All right, here's a fucked up song. It goes like this. The mic's a little hot. Uh-oh.
Jock. Fuck yeah, super live.
Super live. All right.
Super duper live show.
Oh my gosh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Please to God. Here's my song. Sorry. Walking down the street, it all seems beautiful to me. I stand up straight and seem to walk a little faster. Going to the shop and making talk with Mrs. Locke. You know, she's got the happy face of a disaster. Yes, and everyone smiles and waves at me. And I wave and smile back. But there's one thing that they don't know. I've got a gun in my backpack. 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 If they only knew, they'd probably shit their pants. Oh, make a stinky the steps. I've got a gun in my backpack. Fucking gun in my backpack. I stole it from a dead man, and now it's in my red backpack. Nobody knows I got a gun in my backpack. Nobody sees I got a gun in my backpack. I'm walking down the sidewalk with a smile and a gun in my backpack. A loaded gun in my backpack. An ounce of weed in my backpack. A bag of jizz in my backpack. Reagan with another brand new song that we've never heard before. Super live, streaming. He's on Twitter at Patty Reagan. Buy his album. Pat Reagan is a piece of shit. Pat Reagan Smells Like Shit. That's available on iTunes and Spotify for free.
Check out him and Jeremiah Watkins. You might know from Thunder Pussy. He did a great video for Funny or Die or something like that.
Yeah.
Really great.
Yeah.
Drug video.
Yeah. They're hilarious, and we're very excited about Pat Reagan's new book. Guys, every single week on this show, we have a head of security. Normally, it's a young rising comic coming through the ranks who is the head of security for us, keeps us safe, and asks questions, tries to learn from the rest of us. This week, we have our most credited patriot of all time. He's actually a Kill Tony super regular guest, a Death Squad powerhouse, one of the most credited comedians we know and get to work with, one of my very best and funniest friends. Put your hands together for the great Stephen Brody Stevens, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, our best patriot ever. Chelsea lately, Hangover 2, due date. Enjoy it on Comedy Central, his own Comedy Central half-hour special.
You got it.
Push. And believe, and then present. Yes! Live in the flesh. You've seen him on everything. Comedy Central, HBO, HBO Go. Here, check 2. There he is, live in the flesh. He's our patriot.
Excited to be a part of the first online show. You know, Tony, I have HD also. I finally got HD.
You did?
Yeah.
You did it again. Brody's already on fire. Have a seat.
It's great to be playing the role of Iron Patriot when I work with Iron Man. Due date, you got it. Robert Downey Jr. opening scene.
Oh yeah, you were in that.
Yeah. Thanks for not applauding. I don't want me to say.
What about after the opening scene? What happened after that?
I went home. After that?
Yeah. Did you come back or anything?
No, I was one and done.
Oh, okay.
I do one scene and I get out.
I love it.
You know, that's how I do it. I'm excited here. Hello, Internet. Hello, High Definition. I'm excited. Welcome to Us Stream. You can probably just turn on your little microphone thing. You don't really need to wear it. You're screaming. So I'm getting yelled at for screaming after I did 2 hours of professional audience warm-up today in front of 150 people.
That's right.
So I come in here and I am up maybe 2 percentage points than I normally am, and I get beat down. You don't do that to me.
Brody's got a little bit of a soft side for rugged patriot.
Yeah.
Brody, I'm really excited to have you on. You're talking about your 2 hours of crowd warm-up that you did on At Midnight today.
Yeah, I've been fired up recently. You know, people don't see the dark underbelly of show business and what it takes to make an Emmy-nominated television show. You got it at midnight. Nothing. Great.
I love it. Well, Brody.
I'm excited to see the fresh crop of talent.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to work with your two guests.
Me too.
It's always an honor to be here with Tony Hinchcliffe and Red Band. Let's
That's
do it.
right. Here we go. Every week we have two. Every week we have two new guests come on. And yes. Yeah.
You know, I'm here being positive. You know, I'm being a good sport. But let's keep, you know, the headpiece in. I'm doing this. Let's be nice to me.
No. But the headpiece goes to a speaker that's on your kneecap.
Right.
So they can't hear it.
Well, why am I doing that? What?
So it's just what it is, man. Right. You know, you just funny around bits. Look at you.
Huh? Is the couch that you're sleeping on?
Why am I doing that? What?
So it's just what it is, man. Right. You know, you just funny around bits. Look at you.
Huh? Is the couch that you're sleeping on?
I didn't hear him.
Is the couch that you're sleeping on in the kitchen of the place that you're sleeping? Like, why are you losing so much sleep over the thought of food? What is it? Like, do you really fucking sweat when you think of, like, eggs and shit?
Why do you keep on adjusting the microphone?
Jesus Christ.
For the last 10 minutes.
I
Well,
never
the microphone doesn't go as tall as me, but no. When it comes down, do you think I'm going to get laid?
Jesus, this guy's like a giant 7-year-old. A giant 7-year-old lesbian. That's what you are. It's unbelievable.
It's Fortune's brother.
Yeah. It's less fortunate Beamster, right?
When you know you're not going to get laid by anybody who's worth laying, you just go fucking eat everything you can. Look, man, you gotta change the attitude.
Yeah.
This women out here fuck everybody. Yeah, for Roll Shakalaka get pussy. I know you.
Go get it, Michael. That's Michael Perkinson going to get some pussy now.
Michael.
Is this your real Twitter handle? Is this your Twitter handle now, Michael? This thing you wrote here? Okay,
I
follow
think
him
I
on
just
Twitter.
got Michael Parkinson's disease.
Whoa, look at that. He went for
Classic
it.
bit. Tweeted.
Follow Michael Perkinson on Twitter at Gerber Baby Grown Up. So funny. Yeah. I've called him a lesbian all 3 times that he's been on. Works every time because he really does. He looks like a giant
He's
lesbian.
happy. He's a happy.
Looks like that one that if you played softball and she was on the mound, you'd be like, oh fuck. This is that one that fucking throws the thunder. Like a 103
overhand. Yeah. Bertha's just throwing fastballs.
Got a sidearm, underarm.
Oh shit. Alright, here's another new name that sounds like they haven't been on before. Put your hands together for Peter Barrera.
Oh shit.
I don't see Peter Barrera, and so that means he just got blacklisted. Brody, make some funny noises.
How dare you? With this Peter guy, he got nervous. He thought I was going to go after him. And that's what makes you a tougher comedian.
There you go.
Michael, thank you very much. Who picked you up? Access Paratransit?
Oh, there you go.
You got it. The new Uber.
Nailed it. Fuck yeah. So
Yeah, let's do it.
your next comedian goes by the name of Eric Carter. We know this guy. Hillbilly. This guy is a real hillbilly from the South. He just fell down the stairs and immediately picked himself up. He's from the South. Eric Carter, everybody.
Oh man, it's great to be out here, but I nearly fucked up earlier. I wanted to feel like I'm living in a big city, so I didn't drive. I took the metro, and I went to Highland. Instead of going west, I went east, and I noticed like the Hall of Fame, Walk of Fame dropped off, and then I looked up, and that's a Little Armenia. I'm like, shit, this ain't Beverly Hills. But I just walked in here, pumping and puffing, and thank you, but New Year's Eve, moved from the South. It's fun being a Southerner, but people give you a lot of hell. People always assume that I'm a racist based on my accent. That ain't true. I have a friend that's black. He got called to fire 2 years ago, and he's still pretty burned up. But for the past few months, I've been working on oil rigs. And if you think I'm a piece of shit, you should see my operator out there. This guy had too many felons to be a Marine. He proudly bragged.
Jesus Christ, Eric, what'd you do?
Dude, I literally just walked in. I mean, like, I'm still.
Why did we have to know about that? That took 30 seconds off your time just doing that. 30 seconds.
And then you did a joke about, are you saying that your only black friend is a white guy who got in a fire a couple years ago? Is that what you said?
He's 1 out of 3.
Wow, you went for it, huh?
Yeah.
He's 1 out of 3. Were the other 2 white burn victims as well?
The other one has frostbite of the entire body, and the other one...
No, they're legit black guys.
They use oil. They're legit black guys.
They use our oil.
Oh, okay.
So are your black friends, or could one say that your black friends are some riggers?
Yeah.
That's good. That is, whoa, how did you think of that?
Yeah.
You should have wrote that down while they fire with that.
So Eric, you're from the South, you're flustered. Where'd you walk from? Why
I got off at Highland, and I walked the opposite direction for 5 blocks. And then I noticed, I saw the 101, I said, shit. And it was like 7:40, and I walked basically 4 fucking miles, up and up.
Why'd you keep walking? Why didn't you take a bus or something?
I don't like buses.
Kind of lift. That would have been $3. Why didn't you jump off that bridge?
The 101, baby. Even if you survive the landing, a car's gonna hit you any second.
But it would have been way funnier than what you did.
Yeah.
I was excited for your material initially because it was a great bit. Like, oh shit, I walked the wrong way on Highland. I got to Little Armenia, and little Mark Ellis, who likes a happy ending, is like, oh shit, here comes the punchline. And then you just went into your first joke, and I'm like, wait, that wasn't. It was like half your set. It was just the setup to why you're on stage. And there was no joke.
As a Southern, I like the accent. I like it.
Is it real?
Yeah.
What part of the South are you from?
Mississippi.
Yeah, that checks out.
That part.
When did you see your first black person?
3 years ago.
Really? Holy shit.
So y'all ain't got no TVs now?
Black and white.
They still show him as black. Like,
But they still don't show them with black and white TV.
On those black and white ones, they're still
Ain't no
white.
black programming on black and white TV.
Oh my God, Eric.
I think the Simpsons missing.
So you were on an oil rig for a few months. What's that like?
It's hell, especially up in North Dakota, 6 inches of snow, below 20 degrees.
So like, what do you do? How many hours a day are you working out there?
12 to 18.
Right, and then what do you do after work? Just go to sleep and do it again. That's all there is to do. So what would you do for fun while on the oil rig? You were out here for a while, you got a taste of the Hollywood life, and then all of a sudden you're on an oil rig in North Dakota, deep in snow. What would you do to entertain yourself?
Well, they set us up in nice cabins, so if I was off, I
A
just
nice cabin to you, what's that, like an outhouse, a job day John, one of those fucking, like, what do you consider a nice cabin?
It was a double wide trailer.
Right, yeah. Exactly double the size of a trailer that you're normally used to.
So, did you have any prostitutes out there?
It was like the Wild West. There were a bunch of them, but I stayed away from them. STD's really hot in that area, higher than Hollywood.
have you ever gotten an STD?
Google Blue Waffle.
I saw that.
What's a blue
I put
waffle?
the image in my head. Blue waffle disease.
Oh shit.
What the hell is it?
Blue waffle disease.
My tour pusher told me to Google it, and it's really hot in North Dakota.
That's not a real.
Yes, it is.
No, blue waffle is not a real disease. That just
Yes, it is.
like a blue waffle.
I hear Megasha Jackson saying yes it is, and by the look of her lips, she knows about blue waffles. If there's blue waffles happening, Megasha Jackson knows about it. Eric, have you ever been with a black woman before?
Yes, I have.
What was that like?
Ooh, he look kind of intense.
Right, exactly.
I've had 3 of them.
Did she do
What?
it with you?
Yeah. Sisters love me.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
3
yeah.
sisters?
No, they do, yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Soon as we
Sisters.
found out.
I thought he was saying that all 3 black women that he hooked up with were sisters. I forgot that they called themselves sisters. I thought people were actually
You
buying
just went from
them.
room to room to room in a house. Like, can I get your grandma too?
Eric, tell us about being with a black woman. What was that like?
How was it to see that hair for the first time? That hair to like pubic hair.
Well, I was fortunate enough these shaved.
These shaved.
These shaved. These.
Not they shaved. You said these shaved.
Yeah.
As in they're like, they're not even human beings. That's what you're saying. These shaved. That's like saying this fucking shaved. Like, it's like you can't believe that they would do that themselves.
I missed this shit.
Right, exactly. It's just so natural. He doesn't even know what's wrong. Look at him. He doesn't even see what could possibly be wrong.
It's like you're describing the ordering experience on Amazon. Like, you're just like, nah, I'll go not shaved. I don't want to deal with that shit.
No, they had pretty asses. They were shaved.
Wow. Dude, there's a black guy right behind you who's going crazy right now.
Hey, Leon, you ain't never listened to me.
One of them I did. I didn't eat the other 2.
What about the first one? Yeah, tried.
Well, the other 2, they were so damn worn out after I thrusted it to them.
Wow, yeah.
I think I done Jimmy bought that pussy. Jimmy do that pussy.
What was your favorite thing about being with a black woman that you don't get when you're normally with white men?
It's going to sound kind of crazy, but I like that coconut smell. Like, black girls have good scent.
Oil.
It all comes back to the oils. You can see vacation sales just went up again.
This oil totally drowns out the smell of
Western Camp, motherfucker, Western.
No, it doesn't do that. Doesn't do that. No, not that strong.
Smell of coconuts that you like.
Yeah, I get it sometimes.
What's the longest relationship you ever been in? Have you ever been serious about a young lady?
Just a year. I travel a lot, so I'm never in one place for too long.
You're a walking Allman Brothers song. You just keep moving from oil rig to oil rig. And now you're here. How long are you going to be here before you go back to rigging?
I guess whenever I run out of money.
Do you have a date yet? Like, do you have a prognostication as to when that's going to be?
No, I just got to serve a job over at City Walk at a Mexican restaurant.
Oh my God.
Hey, Mexican women love
What, you want some kind of burrito or something? I like the tacos Bel Grande.
These cooks speak English back then. These cooks speak English.
Try the blue nachos.
Yeah. What can you tell us the restaurant? Can you give us a little pitch? Like, what if you came up to us as a table? Like, what would be your
I
opening
haven't
line?
started yet. I just filled up my W-2s, but
Is it Camacho's?
yes.
I've been to City Walk.
You just
10 or 20
You
times.
just guessed the restaurant? Holy
Yeah,
shit.
Camacho's, it's right there. It's next to they got an
I
IMAX
worked
there.
at Mexican restaurants before.
I bet you have.
One in Dana Point, one in Waco, Texas.
Busted the place.
So, like, give us your opening line. What's it gonna be? Talking to the mic.
How are y'all doing today? Y'all welcome to Camacho's.
Let's go to another restaurant. Let's get out of here. Eric Carter, there he goes, everybody. He's on Twitter at Call Me Easy. Anything else for Eric?
Oh, man. I'm not saying where he was serving. He skipped me. He said he went over me.
He didn't look at you at all.
He knows where his tip's coming from. Come on, Byron.
We got a different water fountain for your friend.
You know, guys, I was saying we're talking about oil, and Mark's a big football fan. There's a football player who's really into oil. The Redskins, Ron Riggins.
Diesel. Yeah.
Guys, I knew you wouldn't get that joke, but as soon when I say something and then I'm done, then you laugh. That's called a joke, and that's why I hang out with Major League Baseball players and whoever I want to. It's a positive energy, and I look for the funny.
Hey, Brody, there was a pitcher that was really into oil, too. You remember him?
Oil and Boyd. Right? Thank you. I got it. Why did I get that? Ask me something not about sports.
Eric Carter's on Twitter and call me EC. That was Eric Carter, everybody.
Eric Carter, everybody.
What do you think?
Yes.
What do you think
Good
of Eric,
Twitter handle.
Brody? What's the Brody report on a Southern boy like that?
I worked at Red Robin. I understand what he's going through. I like how he put down his coasters. That's his table. He'll check back after 2 bites or 2 minutes. Those are the rules. Always keep the water. Always filling up water. You're gonna do good there. And Camacho. Is it Hector Camacho's? Is that who owns it? Hector Macho Man Camacho.
Macho.
Do you guys read newspapers or anything at all? Because I'm throwing out basic stuff and I'm getting zero.
I pulled another name out of the bucket.
Go ahead. I'm going to start getting sexual, all right? That's where we're going next. That's what you sickos respond to.
Jesus,
Start
bro.
masturbating.
All right, you know it's a good live show when Brody starts threatening to masturbate. I pulled another name out of the bucket. We know this young man. He just had his head shaved on this show a couple weeks ago. So you know he's going to be hilarious. Put your hands together for Kenny Lyon, everybody. There he is.
I got straight A's in school, straight absences. Going to Sunday school, they're teaching me how to scoop ice cream from the Holy Book of Banana Splits. I'll give time back.
What?
He's offering to give time back to the show.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see what you're doing there. Say the banana splits one again.
I'm attending Sunday school. They're teaching me how to scoop ice cream from the Holy Book of Banana Splits.
Michael Perkinson's just clapping because you said banana splits. I love it. So you come in with all the confidence in the world. You on a show where you only have to perform.
I love Kill Tony. Thank you. That's why I love it.
Kenny. Just stick with me. Over here, buddy.
This guy got a sponsor.
Just relax, Kenny. Just take it all in, okay? You did 13 seconds now.
Let's wait.
Now, did you come out here with the intention of just doing 13 seconds? Like, if you get picked, you're like, I'm going to do the one thing about the A's and the absences, and then that joke about banana splits that makes no sense whatsoever. But I'm going to sell the dog shit out of it and just go, I'm giving my time back. Like, you thought, like, was that the plan the whole time?
That and now this.
Well, yeah, I know this is the part of the show where we do that, but I'm talking about during your set. You just felt that in the moment?
Yeah, I did those two. I opened with those two jokes all of yesterday. Before mics, I did basketball store.
Now, at the other mics, did you do more time than the 13 seconds? Or at also on those mics, did you just drop the mic afterwards and walk out? Like, I'm going to give the rest of you y'all like that. Whatever that beautiful line was that you said. Now, how do you feel now with the new shaved head? You had a big pair of dreadlocks.
Better. I love it. My job loves it. Actually, my job, my boss is Jay Thomas. He was Sam Kinnison's old manager.
This thing is more shout-outs than like 106 Jams. It's unbelievable. Like next one goes out to Vacation Jackson. Sweet love.
If you didn't know, he had his long hair, but last week he had a knot where which is dead hair. And it looked like he had a bump.
Yeah, what you need to know about Kenny Lyon is that he smokes pot constantly. Like, he's a really big freeloader of pot, and he just stands around anywhere around the Comedy Store where he thinks people are smoking pot, and he'll just join you if you start smoking pot. That's just exactly what he does. And so he's trying to clean up his life a bit, so he got rid of this disgusting, matted, wormy-looking dreadlock that he had. He shaved his head on this show for an astounding 3 minutes of complete silence. It was a total failure. I never should have looked at it that way. And so now, Kenny, this is what's happening. What's the job that you work at?
I'm an usher at the Dolby Theater.
You're an usher at a theater.
They do the Academy Awards there.
Wow.
Did they recognize you when you came back to work after you shaved your head?
No. They thought that they were doing a...
They're like, that guy, he kind of looks like that guy we fired last week.
Hey-oh.
Kenny, did you get to work the Academy Awards?
Yeah.
What was that like?
Yeah, man. It's the best, man. It's the best.
3 years in a row you've been working there?
I try to hook up with chicks, the whole thing, man.
How does that work out for you?
Yeah, I kind of got close because, I'm right there guarding the doors. So
Wow.
You know, that's it.
Yeah, when you see at the Academy Awards,
It's all old popcorn.
did any hot starlets try to have sex with you? Was anybody like, oh shit, Manny,
No,
I want to fuck Manny Pacquiao with leukemia?
Hey-oh.
You can't just hi-oh really great jokes. That's
You can't hire two jokes that went more than your entire set. That's kind of illegal.
So, Kenny, during the Academy Awards, did you ever get mistaken for Maddox, Angela Jolie's child? Now that's a joke.
There you go.
That felt good. Thank you, Kenny, for being a part of that movement.
I love it, bro. You guys gotta watch Brody when he closes the
Kenny, they know. You and the shout-outs, Jesus Christ. Non-stop. Now, you live with your mom, and you said that she was going to be really happy if you cut your hair. This is like the update on that. How's mom feel about the new haircut?
She's still mad that I don't have a full-time job.
Right.
She laughing.
Wait, but you got the theater gig, so how many, did you just work the Oscars?
Pretty much.
And then you're off the rest of the year?
Yeah.
I'm clocking out, bitches. See you in 2016.
You see people in a theater one day a year?
Wow. How can you...
I don't know what your mom thinks as an immigrant. Where we from in America? Taking your face.
Yeah, living a dream. Yeah, you made it, Nick. You made it.
Whoa, Brody,
I almost
getting
said it.
excited over there.
I almost said, I'm sorry, guys.
Be careful. The guy from Breaking Bad sitting right next to you, the black guy. Oh, shit, there he is. I saw him eating potato chips out of a backpack earlier. It was the highlight of my night. I know there's just one little bag of potato chips in the backpack, but I was picturing like if the whole backpack was just potato chips when he was eating it. It was like the most adorable thing, but I didn't want to draw attention to it.
It's like a kid's book. It's a magical backpack that keeps creating potato chips. That's never ending.
There he is, everybody. All right. Kenny, thank you so much. You're wacky.
Solid.
Once a year? I just want to say it's an honor sitting over here with former Major League Baseball player Tony Gwynn.
There he is.
May you rest in peace.
Yeah.
You get that.
Yeah. Brody's team. On
John Riggins.
So you're through athletes that are still alive, so now we're just going to reference dead athletes.
A question that I always ask my guests when they're on for the first time is, was there anything you said or did when you very first started stand-up comedy that you can't believe you did? You know, like how probably at some point, like Megasha's going to look back on tonight's set and wish that she said other things. You know what I mean? Like probably.
There were a lot of Hawaiian shirts in my past.
Whoa!
There's a lot of Hawaiian shirts in my past.
That's a classic youthful boy.
When I landed at the Comedy Store 10 years ago, I had a lot of Hawaiian shirts when I do the open mic. It was like, that was my funny show. Like, how would everybody know I was funny unless I had the Hawaiian shirt? And on really big Saturday nights, I had the Hawaiian shirt with a Van Halen shirt underneath the Hawaiian shirt just to double up how much I fucking love the party.
Shit. I get the feeling Byron's not going to have the same answer as that. Hawaiian shirts and Van Halen t-shirts underneath them for you, Byron?
No, I say it's pretty much from the I call it like.
Ooh, wow.
Whoa!
Wow, was she Asian?
Yes. Was she Asian? That's like the Asian N-word. Yeah, she was a Vietnamese woman. She was talking on the show. Vietnamese talking on the show. I was like, hey, shut up, Cook.
Yeah.
And she was like, "You shut up, nigga," and the whole place got shut up. Everybody else was white, and it was like a standoff. And I was like, you know what? I deserve that. I apologize.
Always let the Vietnamese win. That's just the American way.
Yeah, I fucked up.
I guarantee you, right after that set, they set up a white kid in a Hawaiian shirt to clean up the room, just to put everything back together.
Oh,
You know how many people it takes to kick out an Asian woman? Oh.
here's a mistake. Them doing the Gong show in Atlanta was a mistake because they moved. They like to move, and I was on stage and the Gong just flew in my feet. Instead of them hitting it, they said they was like, "Nigga, you know what this is." As in Gong myself, you know what I mean?
Did you do it? That's so
No, I
funny.
kicked the Gong into the audience, and a nigga just threw himself at the Gong. It was horrible.
Wow, that's amazing. I hear horror stories out of it later.
Are we gonna bleep out the N-word on this podcast? Because I'm an audition. I'm an audition.
All right, Brody.
This is like a no-win situation for me.
You're
You guys know
killing.
that, right?
You're killing. People are gonna rave
You're
about
doing well.
Yeah, you're crushing.
Yeah, you're crushing.
We have a great synergy, Brody. We work
I
together.
don't know. I'm on the chat room. It's not looking good. Oh, we're about that. You know what? I'm loving the show. Let's keep pushing.
Here we are. We're at the part of our show where every week we have two regulars that go up and do a brand new minute every single week. It's insanity. All of our fans have gotten to watch them grow. Like over the last year and a half, a brand new 60 seconds each week. They do it as well. So put your hands together for your first comedian going up tonight. You know her as the college dropout. Dropped out of her senior year at the University of Florida. Once she started stand-up comedy here at the Comedy Store on this show. Brand new minute. The very funny Kimberly Compton, everybody. Here she is.
What's up, everybody? 50 Shades of Grey is coming out pretty soon. And a lot of girls were really into that book. That was a really big thing a few years ago. A lot of chicks masturbated to 50 Shades of Grey. Not me, I couldn't. Too many paper cuts. I'm just kidding. I really don't know how people do that. Like, I don't know how people masturbate to books. Like, what are they like? Ooh, words. I like that noun. Like, I don't get it, you know? I'm starting to realize that I have a type of guy, and that type is unavailable. And I don't know if I like unavailable men because my father was unavailable, or mean guys just get me wet. The other day, a guy messaged me on Facebook, and he said he would give me $25,000 if I gave him a blowjob. And I'm not a prostitute, but I feel like $25,000 buys a lot of Listerine.
Kimberly Compton. A brand new minute. That's fun. You did it again.
Thank you.
Anything for Kimberly, guys. What do you think? Brand new minute each week. How would that affect you? How would you guys handle that?
Have you used the previous minutes in other sets, or was it just like now it's just a challenge to do this show, and then it's like fuck that minute, it's not that good?
Wait, I don't understand the question.
Like, do these minutes translate to other shows you do?
Oh yeah, I use them in some of them.
Yeah, the good ones. The good ones go to the overall.
I go back and I look at them and I like. Now they're all starting to connect. We talk about a lot of the same things.
I saw it before. I definitely think it's good. I think what they're doing is a good exercise. Like I was doing that when I started.
You are a pig
You're not a paid regular? You've been a paid regular like 6 months.
Yeah. Like in 2 years. Yeah, there you go. Even Brody's defending.
I pay attention. Basically, what I'm saying, I think this is a good training ground.
Absolutely.
So they weren't booing the shit. Ain't nobody booing. You know what I mean? This is great. I would love to go to this environment.
Have you ever read 50 Shades of Grey?
I tried to. That's why I made the joke because I just don't get like how.
You tried to read the actual paper version of it, or?
Yeah, and then it was just like really sexual on paper, and I was like, just watch it.
Right.
Do you think you've gone so far down the porn path that now a mere book can't get you off anymore?
I'm pretty deep in the porn path. So, probably.
Well, this is interesting.
I don't know, books, I found a book in this drawer. I scrolled out the comments. And,
They do?
really nice, yeah.
Yes.
Women condom drawers, they condoms don't match. You gotta be in a box. All the condoms got the same wrapper. Female condoms, they don't match. You just be like, which size? My size. You know?
Right.
Like going to the
Yeah, all the
Foot Locker or
options.
some shit.
Yeah.
Weird, man. 2 vibrators, 1 broke. And a book.
Is this true? Are all the drawers the same? Do you have a drawer like that?
I don't have a broken
Oh.
or a broken vibrator, but I do have different condoms.
They
And a
collect
vibrator.
condoms, man.
We do.
So if you get a guy back to your place and you like him enough, are you just like, go to the drawer?
Yeah. Or send it to the drawer.
Send him to the drawer. He's like, there's no fucking books in here? You're like, sorry. It's...
Kimberly,
Yeah.
it's a
Hey.
personal question.
Yeah.
Did you happen to lose your virginity at Barnes & Noble?
There you go, Brody.
That's
You're
a
nailing
great.
it. Yeah.
That's going on my demo reel.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Fuck yeah, Kim. You did it again. Another new minute.
You're looking more comfortable on stage.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it.
I mean, it don't matter. As long as you look, you'll never really feel that way. You might, but yeah.
Confidence. I was going to say that, but I'm trying to keep my words from it.
Yeah.
Very
Thanks,
confident.
Brody. Thanks, Brody.
It's always going to be hard, you know. You never really get that much more comfortable on stage because once you keep doing good, then your expectations just go high with whatever you're doing. You know what I mean? So you're
And that Listerine joke was the best joke we've heard all night. It goes like Listerine joke and then like Megacia's advertisement for a website.
right.
The oils.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how you did a joke? That joke you did, and then you hit like you wanted to, you just like, you kept going?
Yeah.
That's how you know you come on stage. Like, okay, fuck it, let's go.
There you go, Kim.
And by the way, there's a great open mic out in the valley. It's in my apartment. And
Whoa, Brody.
too. I'm on fire.
Going for it.
Closing strong, Brody.
There she goes, everybody. The great Kimberly Congdon.
Yeah.
She goes. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Congdon. She was on the Joe Rogan Experience with me, Brian, and your next comedian, the final other regular who does another new minute each week, normally talks about something goofy and breaks it down bigger and expands a inanimate object into something wackier than that. Very funny. Put your hands together for Sarah Weinstein.
I don't understand people who have spice racks. I just don't feel like it's necessary. I feel like they want to be taken seriously in the culinary world. There is no need to have 16 spices. There just isn't. What the fuck is coriander? Why do you have that? It is not the late Middle Ages. We're not going to be trading spices for furs and silks, guys. Thyme, but with a TH. When you sound that shit out, it's like thyme. Like you have a lisp. It makes no sense. Saffron? What do you use saffron for? Cumin? Spelled like cumin? C-U-M-I-N? Alright.
Crush Fest, all on one thing, stayed in the pocket, spice rack all the way. That's great.
Yeah.
That's probably right. I mean, at first I was like, wait, now you're going to talk about spice? I love that thing. You know, then you're right. There is so many fucking spices that suck. What do you even use?
You did a great job of picking out the obscure spices that people still heard of.
Right.
Like, nobody knows what the fuck coriander is or what it's doing in your food, but we've all seen it there before.
Right. A lot of people think that cinnamon and saffron are just Megacia Jackson's sisters. Not the truth. The truth is, there's spices as well.
I like that one. What do you think? It's really not easy to have like a kitchen set. You do like a 50-minute
we've heard a lot of this kitchen stuff, and that's why it's really exciting for me to see Spice Rack and see that it's like already sort of ready to go. Like, that's what's crazy about what they do is writing a new minute each week is 52 writing minutes a year. So if only half of that sticks, that's amazing.
There's your half hour.
You can wire it together.
If the stand-up doesn't work out, do you have a background in culinary arts?
I mean, I can fuck around in the kitchen. I can like make it taste decent, you know?
Michael Perkins. Hold on, Michael Perkinson just came in his pants. When you say the word,
the roof too.
You literally raised your hands like you were on Space Mountain. When you just heard about a girl that might be able to cook you halfway decent shit.
yeah. Anytime a girl says the word kitchen twice, Michael freaks out. Look at that doofball. What is he? You're gonna make it, man.
I can't believe you brought down the security at Jurassic Park by yourself. Like, that was so crazy.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Damn you, Newman.
Wait, we got a show. I think that you and Michael should go on the road together. You just say, what the fuck is coriander? Then he tells everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
That actually goes well with waffles. You guys just united.
You guys would be a great team. Nothing better. Nothing better. Who's gonna call him a pig again? Forget it. Seasonings.
You're not that fat, by the way. Like there's a lot of.
But your face is, so don't clap that hard. Guys, I love it. That's Sarah Weinshank crushing for a
Nicely
minute.
done.
Her and Kimberly Condon. We're watching monsters grow here week after week with those two. She's Sarah Weinshank. Princess Shank on Twitter.
Like to see her Spice Rack.
Whoa, Brody, going for it again. Somebody let Brody jerk off on them, please. He's getting a little horny over there. Brody, you're on Twitter at what? All Things Brody? Brody is me friend? What is it now?
Brody is me friend on Twitter. Thank you very much. And once I settled in here, I thought we all connected.
Totally, great synergy. Thank you, Brody. You're one of our best patriots ever, especially on this first ever live streaming episode. Big shout out to @Josh Martin Comic. Josh Martin sitting right over there in the ugliest t-shirt in the world. He has been hustling around all day, setting everything up. Panicked at one point. We've done 91 episodes. He's never panicked to me before. Was panicking before this one. Told me that I should give him the information about the Patriot not dressing up earlier than 10 minutes before the start of the show.
Is that me?
Josh, I think you might be taking things a little too seriously. It's okay. Yeah, he was upset that you were only wearing gloves.
You're mad at me, Josh?
No, it wasn't that.
He called it unprofessional.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
but thank you guys.
maybe it was.
And to our amazing guests, 5150 Ellis on Twitter, Byron Bowers on Twitter, Schmoes No. Go get that on iTunes. Subscribe on YouTube.
Yes.
Schmoes No is unbelievable. That's where I check into for all my fun movie reviews. Because I love fucking movies. How great is Birdman? With me?
Well, Birdman think it should win Best Picture.
I totally agree.
Nightcrawler.
Hopefully when Kenny Lyon's seating people at the Kodak Theater, he can slip that in the envelope. Byron, anything else you want to promote? We are live.
Geico every Wednesday at 11:30.
That's a popular show.
Wow.
And the Eric Andre show. Well, that's his name. So tune in. I'm gonna do something else this year. ByronBowersLive.com and Facebook and Twitter and all that shit.
Lovely. Thank you guys so much. I am doing the 311 cruise at the end of February.
What is that, Tony?
311 performs on a cruise ship with like 4,000 of their biggest fans. There's a bunch of other shows that go on. I'm opening for 311.
Wow.
A band that I love. No big deal.
Congratulations.
Just getting paid to perform with a band that in high school I would save my money to go see, which is pretty fucking surreal. So I'm excited about that.
420 Vancouver, guys. That's what 420.
Tweet at Comedy Central that you want to see Tony Hinchcliffe on the hashtag Bieber roast. Annoy the dog shit out of them until they simply can't take it anymore. Do whatever it takes to try to get me on that thing so that other people that don't watch podcasts know how amazingly hilarious I am. 2 million total views tonight on our live stream. 2 million. I'm pretty sure we went over the fire capacity of the belly room. Thank you so much, live audience. Red Band, anything else?
ladies, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony!
Yo! Fuck yeah, everybody. Here we are. Happy Monday to all of you. How exciting. I'm glad that so many people were able to make it out. Welcome to Kill Tony, everybody! Here with the one and the only Brian Redband. Brian,
Hi.
how you doing, buddy?
Horrible week this week.
Oh,
I got roofied. A male roofied me. It sucked.
that's insane.
I know.
All right. In other news, fucking crazy shit always. I'm doing, you know what, I'm going to save that. Let's do something that we've been doing every week. First of all, our one and only sponsor is sitting right over there, ladies and gentlemen. It's Elise Lane.
Yes.
She's a gourmet chef. She cooks food every week for me and the guests, and we give her a shout out on the podcast, and she gets to meet comedians. Comedians like, for example, Russell Peters, one of the richest comedians in the world, who now hired Elise Lane as his private chef, everybody. That's right. She gets to laugh in a Malibu compound while cooking food. Tonight she made us another great meal. Tonight it's herb and garlic crusted pork tenderloin with caramelized stone fruit caponata over grilled sourdough. She's on Twitter at Elise Lane and Instagram and Facebook. She's the girl with the pan. Elise Lane, everybody, our one and only sponsor.
So great.
Making you hungry when you expected to just enjoy a good comedy podcast. We like fucking with you. Every single week lately, we've had a musical guest who comes on and does a brand new song each week just to get us warmed up and started a bit. Now, the last few weeks, he's actually been playing while the audience gets sat in this room. And he's been shaky about his confidence. He talks about it outgoingly before the song, awkwardly. It's a beautiful thing. He talks about how he thinks it won't work, how maybe it doesn't help. But here we are again. Even though you saw him while you got seated, the podcast listeners, it's Pat Reagan, everybody. Here he is, doing a brand new song. The Kill Tony Musical Challenge, a brand new song every week.
Well, you know, Tony, the audience just can't get enough. So we gotta give them what they. I'm just gonna play a short little song, guys. This is a blues song. Blues fans out there. This song is called the Hard-Boiled Egg Blues. It goes like this. Hard-boiled egg. I'm just gonna play. Let me help you out.
Josh Martin dropping the ball. There's a runaround producer, Josh Martin, coming 45 seconds too late, everybody. That's what that looks like. I think he's got it.
Whoa!
Wow.
Josh, what are you trying to do over here,
Hi,
man?
Josh. You just come in, turn everything up, and then run away?
Run away? David, tell me what happened.
Christ, this guy's out of control.
Fuckers.
It's like he's against the show.
Yeah.
I mean, he talks about it all week. He lives for it. Then it's go time. He's nowhere to be found. Comes in, turns everything off.
The comic stylings of Josh Martin, everyone.
Yeah, there he goes. There he goes, walking the wrong direction. Ladies and gentlemen, our musical guest tonight. We've done something fun the last few weeks. So we're going to edit all that out. No, I'm kidding. We actually don't edit it. Pat Reagan, everybody. Here he is.
The Hard-Boiled Egg Blues, ladies and gentlemen. Hard-boiled egg. I spread my legs and I want it. I'm shoving hard-boiled eggs up my ass on a Tuesday morning. Well, these hard-boiled eggs crazy. I feel like such a dirty little whore. One egg feels good, but two's amazing.
A new article that makes the argument that spam is no different than advertising, except one is controlled by the institution and the other is not. And we should not see spam as necessarily negative, because at the end of the day, it's really hard to define. In many ways, spam is art. Please give a historic breakdown about spam, how it was about rations after World War II, its definition, its etymology, all that.
One more time for Pat Reagan, everybody. Every single week we have a new head of security who keeps us safe. This week will be no different. This guy is hilarious. Normally, it used to be a guy in an Iron Patriot suit. It's evolved so much that this guy's just wearing a set of gloves tonight. Funny guy, one of my good pals. Put your hands together for George Perez, everybody. Fuck yeah. The Mexican. You're Mexican, you're a roaster. George Perez is an insult guru. We once roasted each other for like half an hour straight one time. George, you've been on the show a couple times. You're hilarious.
Thank you.
How's it going?
It's going good.
How would you make fun of Josh Martin if you had to make fun of him? Josh, get over here.
He looks like he has an ingrown hair on hair.
He has an ingrown head, I'm pretty sure he's trying to say. That chicken, I just can't. There's a weird smell going on, Brian. Like you have to eat before the show. From now on, you can't just eat and breathe in my face. Like this is out of control. This whole thing's backfiring. I'm like, we'll have a food sponsor. It's gonna be great. I didn't actually expect you to start like eating dinner right in front of you.
I think it helps.
And the way that you eat, it's just unbelievably disgusting.
Have you not realized I do it on? This is the first time you.
No, it's not like a funny. Oh, I do it on purpose. It's a joke. Like I don't know what it is. It's terrible. It's food.
I know,
Brian.
But since you're vegan, I thought it would be funny. But
it has nothing to do with the fact that I eat healthy and I'm in good shape. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the smell of pork being blasted on my face. I'm facing this way. I'm trying to talk to George over here. Guys, back to the show. I guess it's that caramelized stone fruit campanetta that I'm smelling. Oh, shit. George, are you excited about tonight's show?
I'm excited, bro. I never had gloves that lit up.
Fuck yeah.
I feel like I can pull people over. Like, pull over. Feels weird.
I love it. This train is rolling along at 1,000 miles an hour, everybody. So let's just get the show started. Tonight's guests, two of the funniest people that I know. Doug's been on the show a bunch of times. It's Andy's first time. We're so excited to have him. Get good luck for our guests. It's Doug Benson and Andy Haynes, everybody. Here we are. Fuck yes. All right. I don't drink Coke. Let's do this.
That's my Coke. Okay.
Switching it up. Doug, you want a drink? Doug, you want a drink?
I like it. I don't want it soda, please.
Is that the drink?
Brian read my mind.
Fuck yeah. Somebody roofied Brian this week, he said.
Make the argument, though, that spam and advertising are exactly the same thing, except one happens with control and the other does not. And the reason why spam is seen as dangerous is because the system cannot control it. In many ways, spam is like art.
Bill, stop it.
Right.
So, well, I'm sorry, Brian. I didn't even know that was a two-way street. I'm going to watch what I drink now because I always thought I could just have drinks and no one would try to drug me.
Yeah. Now, George is one of my toughest friends. George, you've been in prison, right?
Yes.
What do you know about roofie? You ever been roofied? You ever roofie anybody? What's the deal?
I roofied somebody once. But like I had a bad conscience, so I gave her a Pac pill too.
Wow, following it up.
Somebody came with some material tonight.
Yeah. I love that.
Take
That was
notes.
natural.
There's no way that's a true story.
I already have 3 babies' moms.
What?
I already have 3 babies' moms, so I didn't want 4.
You have 3 babies and 3 moms?
Yes.
Well, you really are a patriot. Holy shit. He is really adding to this country.
Fuck yeah.
Are those like those as seen on TV glue light things on your hands?
Yeah.
Thanks for the cocktail.
That's the patriot part. We have them in a very when I have extremely funny patriots, I don't make them put on the costume.
Oh, wow. So any patriot that comes in and you make him put on the costume, he doesn't think I'm funny. I gotta work this whole fucking dog and pony show on my face.
Yeah.
The funny guys get to come on and just have the wrist things that are really cool and just go pew 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 pew.
Yeah.
Like this is amazing. Yeah, I'm fucking scared of you.
It's perfect.
You should have
Shoot
another one
those
on your
things at me.
chest.
I wasn't in the budget.
Right.
I feel like I'm in an episode of Locked Up, and my cellmate has weapons. That's what I feel like right now.
Well,
The audience isn't feeling it, so let's move on.
Yeah.
Everyone's scared of you. That's my point.
George, what's your every week the Patriot asks the guest a question. What do you got for tonight's guest?
Mr. Benson.
Shit.
That's you.
Nobody says Mr. Benson unless they're going to rape you.
Yeah.
He's going to attack me in the parking lot.
Enjoy your drink, Doug.
What's up?
I know you smoke a lot of weed. I don't know if you do coke or anything else.
No, sir.
But do you ever watch animal porn?
Isn't that just
I
wild?
thought he would ask me something challenging, but it's true and also just the right thing to say. No. I'm sorry, I meant. Yeah, see, I'm going to judge the other comedy that comes up on stage because I am a pro that said nay. I got some groans from the audience. That's no matter how long. This is my lesson for everyone here tonight. No matter how long you've been doing it, you're not above getting a fucking groan from a bullshit crowd that got into a free show.
No doubt about it. George, what's your question for Andy Haynes?
You done a lot of late night?
Wait a second. I get anime porn, and he gets a question about his career? Unfair. Because also you said you smoke a lot of pot and then went to animal porn. What's the connection there? Do you think pot smokers are into disgusting things?
Yeah.
You're wrong. Yeah, you got booed by a lady.
It's okay.
How does that feel? Not so iron. Feels soft and sad.
God, there's a lot of sexual tension between Doug and George.
Because he kind of reminds me of, I don't want to get into it, but
Whoa. Somebody wants to steal your wallet or something?
I came in here with a beef with the whole Patriot premise.
When I say make it publishable, don't say anything. Just give me the publishable version, please.
Die, right? And you guys think of something new,
Right.
instead of making him want to kill himself because he quit a successful podcast like 2 seconds before it became successful, and now has to watch it all the time while other guys pretend to be him. And one of the people that pretends to be him doesn't even have to wear the outfit.
Right.
Just gets to do his job.
Right.
That fucking guy came here on a bus every week.
Yeah.
Where he had to just stand on the bus because he couldn't sit down in the outfit.
Yeah.
This guy gets to wander in, throw on a couple of gloves, and pretend it's winter while it's 80 degrees out fucking side because we're in Southern California. How weird is this weather?
But Doug,
It is.
the Patriot can now watch it live streaming.
Yeah.
So
It's like he's
That's
here
what I'm
with
saying.
us.
It's even worse. You're just rubbing it in like fuck you guy who used to do this job that we just didn't get along with. It wasn't like you did anything horrible.
No, we got along with him.
You did anything horrible. You just didn't vibe with him.
We did vibe with him, but
you came on my podcast and it was a train wreck
because then we were done. That was it.
That was the moment you were finished.
You killed the Patriot. Now you have a guilty conscience. We never
have a guilty conscience, but I won't put him on my show.
You realize we never talked to him again after your show. Like, that was it.
I've only talked to him in sad tweets I didn't respond
he basically quit Kill Tony live on Getting Dug with High.
It was not a smart move on his part to do that.
Yeah.
Agreed.
He's trying to impress you, I think.
Should have hung in there. Well, he just didn't understand how the business works and thought that one appearance on my show that nobody enjoyed.
Right.
Would turn into a
especially us. Yeah.
He thought he was in after that.
Oh,
and that went very poorly.
Yeah, that's the worst thing. Like, if anybody ever says, like, if I'm on the road and they're like, hey, Tony, man, I saw you on Getting Dug with High, like, my heart just melts immediately. Because it's by far the worst thing that I've ever done in my entire life. I mean, that episode of that show, and I was so excited to do it, too. I'm like, I smoke pot all the time.
I dare say part of the problem, other than him, Iron Patriot being annoying, was another big problem was you got more quiet than I've ever seen you in your life.
Right. Yeah.
Brian was not only up and into it and happy, he was blowing hits into Iron Patriot every single time he took a hit. He would blow it at him. And like it was his girlfriend and they were trying to save money.
I was so...
I swear he must have gotten so fucking high inside that suit, and that's not the best place. High is not the best place to be when you're not professional. Even a professional comic, I probably shouldn't do it.
Right.
But he definitely shouldn't have been.
I got too high from the very beginning. I treated it like a regular appearance on the show, so I got there all coffeeed up, and then I got high as fuck immediately, and then the Patriots started getting out of control. So the reason why I'm not talking during it, most of it, isn't because of how high I actually
You were just distancing yourself from the whole experience.
I was so furious that if I would have started talking about it, I knew that I was gonna.
But dude, during the first break, hey, you know what, Brian, Doug, do you agree that Patriot's not working out? We should walk him off the set now. That's all you needed to say.
Looking back on
That's
it, we
all
would have done that.
He was only supposed to be in the second half, but you asked to have him on the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because you guys, he was the co-host of your show at the time.
We're missing out on a great podcast while rationalizing the worst podcast any of us have ever done.
You hadn't hired him yet when I said, hey, bring him along. Like, I thought, that was the show. Like, you guys were into him.
I think he's dead.
It was
just a suit walking around with a dead guy
There's a suit on a bus right now.
It's just programmed to go from the home to here. It smells horrible.
I'm just saying, get the guy who wears the rabbit costume all the time, or get somebody else to stand there to stop making it a
I just wanted to have
burn on the guy that used to do it.
I wanted to have a different porn star or naked
Perfect. Great idea. Well, Tony, listen to your friend Brian.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
I mean,
You're doing a great job tonight, though. But next week's going to be a porn star.
So get into porn over the next week. Still do this.
Porn stars are great if they don't have too much dialogue, if they just pipe in every...
There's no way.
You mean just like a Patriot?
Do not encourage these ideas, Doug. I don't know why you're going along.
I'll tell you, a porn star standing over there
Doug wants to own the entire live podcast realm.
They don't even have to wear a sexy outfit.
He wants the show to fail miserably. Put a porn star on the podcast.
Nobody wants to listen to a porn star, you're right.
No,
you're right.
For small amounts of time, just to give a sentence here and there, that's perfect.
Have somebody lighting their microphone so that they only get to speak when spoken to, and every once in a while go, hey, porn star, what do you think about this? And she'd be like, I'm wet, and then you move on.
Right. That'd be perfect. And we could keep the speaker box in her crotch instead of outside her crotch. It could be inside of her.
George Sweat too, guys. It's easy to translate. You can get the best of both worlds.
Damn it.
All right, I've said too much.
Let's look at some new comics.
Let's do it, guys. This is episode 92 of Kill Tony. Over 40 comedians signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds in front of us and then talk with us afterwards.
I've been telling comedians all over town that's the last thing you should do.
John is so anti. Right.
Do not sign up for Kill Tony until your minute is fucking killing everywhere in town.
Right.
Then come here. Don't try shit at Kill Tony.
Work out the minute.
You work it out. Because it's a podcast and people are listening and now watching. Yeah. Look at that live feed. Is the live feed working this week?
Yeah, there's 180 people watching. Wow, look at that.
So come on, you 180 people. Tweet to some friends. Get some more people to watch. Or come watch me on YouTube.com/Doug at 1:15 tomorrow is when we go live, Pacific time.
Right. Yeah, well, here we go. Comedians, they sign up for the chance to do 60 seconds. Guys, you know your time's up when you hear the sound of a kitty. That's what it sounds like. Isn't that adorable? That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There we go. There it is. Yet another.
It's much more involved than it needs to be.
Yeah.
So many animals. A lot of mixed messages like, oh, crickets, so it's boring. But,
So stop. There's a horse, too.
I think so, yeah.
Gets a little longer every week.
There's a puppy that goes back to the GoDaddy puppy.
I don't get it. GoDaddy, what does that mean?
GoDaddy had a commercial where the punchline was that the puppy that ran off with the Clydesdales comes back home and they're happy to see that puppy, and then they put it in a truck because they're selling the puppy. And then animal activists got angry at this commercial and insisted that it not show in the Super Bowl. So guess what? It didn't show during the Super Bowl. Because the punchline was a fucking dark, funny twist that some people didn't like for their own personal reasons.
And now more people saw it on the internet than anyone would have ever saw on the Super Bowl, probably.
No. But worldwide, would have been seen by more people on the Super Bowl. But you're right. Like it is a bit of an apples and oranges situation. They still got some publicity out of it for sure. And that commercial showed on a lot of I saw it when they told about how it got pulled from the Super Bowl. But that's just amazing. In this world where free speech supposedly reigns, a satiric commercial gets pulled from the Super Bowl.
I bet you it got pulled, and I bet they didn't have to pay like the $15 billion for the commercial, and almost the same amount of people, if not more, saw it.
No, I bet the NFL and what network was it on this year? NBC, The Blacklist. That's what played after it. I bet you they wouldn't fucking give in for a second. Like they just say, "Fuck you." Your commercial. I think they showed it. Did they show a replacement commercial?
Never mind.
And what was it? Was it like an old GoDaddy commercial? A guy sitting at a desk.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't say describe yourself during the Super Bowl.
This is a part of the show where the comedians actually come up and do 60 seconds, everybody. You ready to get this thing started or what? Can we talk to them? It's crazy. Your first comedian tonight doing 60 seconds. We know this guy. We're
supposed to try to stop them from talking, right? We're supposed to yell over the entire thing.
No, Doug. You've done this show 6 times.
I don't get it. I don't get it. This is my impression of you when you play the games on Doug Loves Movies.
I do that on Doug Loves Movies. You're right.
How does this work again? Every time.
Game is
What's going on?
game. The final game that you have is like it's
so hard. It's like people that are high would never figure it out.
It sort of is, man. That's a crazy game.
All right, here we go.
Watch Doug Loves Movies, please, everybody. I love that show. Check out the one I did in Sacramento. That was a lot of fun.
That was super fun. Amy Adams.
And the Boys to Men references throughout the whole thing. This guy, great young comic from Chicago. We've met him a couple months ago. Artist, funny guy. It's Ian Ellis, everybody. First one out of the bucket.
Stop fucking shit on me. Sorry, I was just trying to move it over and it came apart.
There are people out there that are trying to find themselves. How the fuck do you lose you?
years. I tried drugs, tried alcohol. I can't get rid of me. If you don't know who you are, I'll tell you. I'll save you the trouble. You're the person that gets to decide how you react to all of your own thoughts and emotions. That's it. That's as special as you are. A monkey that chooses. My philosophy is this. You're a monkey. You're not a gay, you're not a Muslim, you're not a Jew. You're a monkey. And unlike any other monkey on the planet, you can choose the right thing. You can choose love. Anything else is a
There you go. 49 seconds from Ian Ellis. Choose love.
Give the time back to the room.
Are you running for president or
I think I just started my period.
I got a question for you, buddy. That's part of why, like, the mics are acting weird, so that's why I tried to move it, like, just move a little bit over that way more. There you go.
It's not a question, that's a direction.
That's so great, the way you just said that. That's not a question, that's a direction. Are you familiar with a comedian named Mitch Hedberg?
Shut your dirty mouth and filthy whore.
That must be one of Mitch's Hedberg punchlines, because that'd be weird if he just said that to me. So that's the first thing, is stop sounding like Mitch Hedberg in your delivery, which might be hard to do because you love him and you may already have a similar way of speaking that he has.
Also, you're really high.
Yeah.
There's a detective.
Why would anyone need a receipt for a donut? That kind of thing. Like, don't, like, mimic his delivery. But, that being said, you're clearly, like, professional and said some things that, like, even though the audience wasn't laughing, I pointed at you guys a couple times when I thought you might should be laughing. Because there's some clever turn of phrase there. What do you think, Andy Haynes?
I think there was a good premise there, but you didn't like turn it for me at all. Like, it was just, also for a while it sounded like you were gonna go on a racist rant. You're like, you're all monkeys. I was like, all right, I want to get off this stage while this is happening. But I mean, obviously you got some good stoner vibes coming out. You're like, you want to, but there was no turn. Yeah, like, we're monkeys that make choices, but what surprised me was how that revelation is made.
yeah, as high as you are right now, I'm guessing you were a lot higher when you wrote that. I'm trying to picture how high you must have been then, to where you're just like, you're not a gay, you're not a Jew. Like, I bet it all looked really clear then, huh?
And you did gay, which is sexuality
Right.
in two religions.
Yeah,
It should have been like you're not a paraplegic or whatever.
I like how you're reacting to this part because it's been pretty insulting, and you seem to be having a good time. So you should definitely, hopefully you can sign up for Last Comic Standing where they do this sort of thing to you, and if you can handle it, it seems to be a virtue.
What is that? What are these weird attacks on Kill Tony?
It's some weird sexual
What's
thing.
going on?
No, I was just comparing it to how on Last Comic Standing they when they're doing their critiques, if you get offended, then you're out of luck because you have to hope that they'll change their minds because you're agreeable and are willing to take their notes.
Yeah.
Their bullshit notes. Like nothing we say tonight is really, like, any little thing we say isn't going to make them a stand-up comedian.
Right.
It's just all little building blocks. But he can pick or choose which criticisms to...
You can definitely roll with the punches.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You ever do a
He's
roast
agreeable.
before?
He's agreeable, which could work out in the comedy world because that's part of, like, clubs will book you because you are not a pain in the ass to have around.
Well, you can't feel anything, so that's probably it.
Do you listen to your own sets? I mean, do you listen to the podcast now?
How do you know he's high?
Do you listen to?
I'm just saying, it might be his personality. Are you high on marijuana right now?
I'm high as shit.
Okay, good.
All right.
Just wanted to double check. Now attack.
So when you listen to it, do you ever listen to it sober? And when you listen to it sober, are you like, what the fuck am I talking about? Or are you like, oh yeah, that's so crazy?
I should try that sometime. I should listen to it when I'm sober. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, do you critique yourself or listen to yourself at all?
That's what my podcast is I put out a new.
Wait, you have a podcast?
I put out a new 7 minutes.
What's your podcast called?
Listen to podbean.com.
Yeah, just blur it out and slur it out as much as possible. No one knows what you just said.
Ian Ellis.podbean.com.
Oh my God, what a complicated fucking name for his thing.
Well, it's that easy to get to. Ian Ellis on iTunes.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, check out my podcast. It's at seeandflagandflowers.com/classify.
Ian, what's the big twist on your podcast? What do you do that's different?
You gotta have a big twist these days.
I'm not saying you would have to have a big twist. I'm leading into yet another funny topic, Doug. Thank you.
I put out a new 7 minutes of stand-up every week, and I put a beat under it, so it's like releasing a comedy mixtape.
You put music behind the new 7 minutes of stand-up that you write every week?
Yeah. It's a 7-minute podcast.
Yeah. Why don't you have music under your set at a performance like tonight, for instance?
If I can find some musicians.
Wait, what musicians are doing on your fucking podcast? Is it you?
I go out and I record my sets, and then I put music under it like a mixtape section.
Yeah. So bring that music.
You want me to take a fucking boombox with me?
You can play it on your phone. Who the fuck needs a boombox? What are you talking about? Still using the boombox method, man?
I did not know that
You posting podcasts through your fucking boombox?
auditioners on this show have so much to learn about how, like, I'm fucking old and I couldn't pull this shit off. You're a young man.
He's got a microphone,
Yeah.
cords to a wax cylinder, and then he puts a boombox next to that, and then he plays his iPhone with his set on, right?
He edits it with 2 cassettes. You know, like doing a cassette player, you just...
That sounds really interesting to have, like, beats under whatever the fuck you were saying tonight. So I say go for it. I say make that happen. You know what I mean? Follow your artistic urges.
Fuck yeah, Andy. Anything else for Ian? What do you think?
Are you ever not high?
Yeah, so it's crazy. A few weeks ago, he was on the show. He got pulled out of the bucket again. And he was stoned as fuck. He couldn't even talk. He just kept doing that little, like, giant 3-year-old giggle that he does.
I come to this show to have fun, so I'm on this.
I love it. Well, we have fun with you, too. Thanks, Ian Ellis.
Thank you.
He's
He
on...
doesn't like Mondays. Comes out, start his week off in a nice way.
I love it. You know,
He's not trying to further his career or do anything, learn anything. He's just having fun, just having a nice time, getting high.
hey, dude, we're all just monkeys. I don't know.
I think monkeys can make decisions.
And I also think there's...
Right? They can't just they can't eat every banana. They gotta be choosy.
You know? Yeah. Monkeys can do sign language.
And also, there's some gay monkeys.
And that's a choice.
I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Darren Chase, everyone.
I just turned 31 recently, which is not that old, but it's old enough for like music I liked as a kid. I don't really relate to it now that I'm getting older. I'm now older than the artist was when they wrote the song. You know Coolio's Gangsta's Paradise? There's a lyric in there where Coolio goes, I'm 23 now, but well, did you see 24? The way things are going, I don't know. Now we all know.
He made it.
Not only did he make me older than 24, he made me old enough to have his own reality show and cookbook. Yeah, it's called Cooking with Coolio. can't discredit some old gangsters, man. That's what he's doing 20 years ago. He could have kept it real. Could have called it cooking and cracking Coolio. Yes, I'm a hamburger traditionalist. I don't know if you guys know what that means, but I think a hamburger should have only mustard, pickles, and ketchup.
I was like, why is he going into the other bed? This has got to be close to time, and it's gone well. Let's start something else.
We're gonna test it. Why not?
I already thought of something for the cookbook bit. How's it go? This is what I do to other comedians. I go up to it after the set and I go, well, how'd that one bit go? Because I think I have something.
Coolio, he has a reality show.
Yes. And a cookbook, yo. That's what you say. He's got Coolio, he's got a reality show and a cookbook, yo.
Okay.
And then
I'll take the advice.
It's not a huge laugh. It's not a huge laugh. It's just a grace note. It's just a little piece. And then what's the next part?
You could call it cooking and cracking Coolio.
Oh. Does that another O?
Yeah, But that's what I thought of. It's just
I love it.
I liked it. I thought it was, you could have more fun with it.
Right.
I was trying to make it happen.
Some of that awesome topical Coolio humor that we all have been craving for. A lot of people have been writing, like, I want more Coolio jokes. They write into this podcast and they say, I'm surprised none of these, they write letters with their hands.
You're making things up now. But that's part of what, to me, that's part of the charm of the Coolio reference.
Yeah,
It's not,
right.
You're not hearing too much of it.
Right.
You're not overridden with Coolio references.
Have you read the cookbook?
I haven't.
But he really does have a cookbook?
Yeah. I think he has a cooking show. Cooking with Coolio.
Really?
Yeah. He has a reality show and a cookbook. It's called Cooking with Coolio.
Wow.
I see him like cracking eggs in like ice trays and then putting them in microwaves and shit like that.
The best thing is
That sounds like a perfect bachelor solution.
I told Coolio that joke and he said it was cool. Like he said it was alright. I was hosting the event he was on and like he had no reason.
What did he say? It was Coolio.
I tell you what, though, when you just go up to somebody and say, "Here's what I'm saying," and then say it, he's probably thinking it's easier to not have an argument right now.
I was thinking he's on the
just gonna say,
cool.
He's not going to debate you on it. What was the event that you were hosting that Coolio was on?
It was a car show and a biker rally in Tacoma, Washington. And he went on at 3 p.m. in front of 30 people. He didn't perform a single hit.
Did he perform any songs?
Yeah, it was this new group called Space Ghost that no one knows.
Wow.
And then he did a 30-minute rant.
Space Ghost.
And here's how he finished. He was like, he went on to the rant about like, Obama says he's trying to help. And like, it went weird. It went weird. He said that
I think it started weird.
Dark.
Space Ghost. Check out my new band, Robot Chicken.
He's like,
I have a band called the Eric Andre Show.
yeah, he went into the whole big old rant about school and kids and education. It was dark. So, yeah. He's got a shaved head now, tattooed down the middle of his head, 2 little things.
Ew, Coolio.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
How many comics are on this show each time?
It's always different. It's a loose format.
I really liked it.
We've done a lot of talking with only 2 people.
That's a joke that you use a lot, right? Because it seemed very well perfected.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing comedy again? It's been a while.
3 years.
3 years? Yeah, you have great stage presence. That was a great, how you wrote it was really well written. Good job.
George Perez, anything on this guy, Darren Chase? What are your thoughts on him? You're standing close.
I think it was good. Like how he said, the joke was there, stay with it, and it was about a gangster. I liked it.
Yeah. Okay, finish the hamburger joke, and then we're going to send you on your way.
A hamburger traditionalist. If I get a hamburger with cheese, I'll send it back because I didn't order a cheeseburger. My friends were like, just eat cheeseburger. So I just lie and say I'm allergic. So it really happened during election time when my friends asked why I don't vote. I had to lie and say I'm felon.
There you go.
Seriously, though, the I don't want cheese thing is the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Very big.
It's good that I asked you to go into that joke so that we can all tell you to never do it again.
No, he can do it if he really prefaces it with, "I'm a weirdo."
Yeah, I send it out more if I have more time.
Yeah.
Picky eater.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you.
Darren Chase, everybody. There you go. Darren Chase. He's on Twitter at Darren Chase. Ian Ellis, under his Twitter, just left another promo for that podcast he was talking about earlier. It's ianellis.podbean.com.
Before, no, you pull it. But before you do, I just want to say something.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to say something positive to every person.
Okay.
Even if I have to lie.
I love it. Absolutely. But,
Okay.
but just one positive thing per person, right? At least.
Yeah, at least one.
Right.
Just one thing that's encouraging.
Okay.
No matter how much they fucking blow.
Okay.
Pull the next asshole out of that bucket.
Here you go. No matter how they do. Somebody.
It's the worst setup for comedy.
This looks like a new name to me.
Oh, a new name!
Put your hands together for Kane Holloway, everybody.
All right.
What's going on, guys? For like the last couple of months, I've been trying to figure out if I want to marry my girl. And this last holiday weekend, my mom talked me out of it. she didn't mean to. I'm over at the house. I asked her some marriage advice. This is her advice. She's like, honey, any good marriage is when the wife has all the control, and then the husband thinks he has all the control. Jesus Christ. You realize Dad is sitting right there. You can hear him. She's like, I know. And did you notice how he didn't say shit? I was like, whoa. I don't want to be in a loveless marriage. Anybody in one of those? Everybody? Dude, I don't know. I've seen pictures of my dad. I've heard the stories of before he met my mom. Dude, he's a grizzly bear. He was walking through the forest. He didn't give a shit. Started fistfights with bees, getting all the free honey and salmon that he wants. He has no idea where my mom is because she's this camouflage hunter in the brush, just waiting for him to find a spot to hibernate. And when he finally finds it, like, this might be all right. There's a fucking dart in his neck, and he goes down. Then he wakes up, and all of a sudden he's in a cage. Shit.
Whoa, the bear came out at a minute.
You got close. And, for my money, you're the winner of the Bill Burr, like.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I mean, by the way, you're more Bill Burr than Ian Ellis was Mitch Hedberg. Like,
That was super cool.
It was very Bill Burr, but
You're a huge
you
Bill Burr
got the
fan,
look,
right?
and then there's some similarities there. But that aside, you can lose that over time.
Yeah. Watch some Hedberg.
Absolutely. I'd say in the early going, use like that, because the audience will sort of accept it at like open mics and stuff. They'll be like, "Oh, this feels familiar, so we like this." So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing you need to drop right away.
Yeah, you got to stop watching his stand-up if you want.
Yeah. Just try to be less like him.
You got to
But
take
a little bit of it gets some audience respect, I think.
You got to take the posters off the ceiling above your bed of Bill Burr, and
That's super weird that you suggest that he has posters of Bill Burr. But
I know it's super weird and wacky to say something like that on this comedy show, Doug. But it almost seems like we're in the middle of it.
Is your normal conversation voice Burry? I mean, or are you like this is Burry?
Actually,
Right.
when I first started, I got a lot of Brian Regan was like my guy. The reason I started, and I showed somebody.
you got rid of that. There was no Regan.
I showed somebody a video of Regan. I was such a huge fan. He goes, "Wow, he sounds a lot like you." So over time, I'm just like my influences have been, and then I'm just like weeding them out slowly.
But those are going to exist. But the important part is like writing original jokes, which those felt like those were, and just sort of getting comfortable. And like sometimes the audience needs a little bit of that because it's comforting because they recognize the cadence.
Yeah.
So I'm not completely against it. Definitely I brought it up so that you would maybe lose it at some point.
I think if you do it, how long you been doing stand-up?
6 years.
6 years.
Wow.
Where at?
Seattle, Washington.
Wow. Interesting. How do you like it up there?
It's all right. Yeah.
How long you in town for?
No, I moved here.
Wow. How long ago?
3 weeks.
Congratulations.
Old ass move.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend to anybody to do stand up in LA unless they were like already had like a full like headliner set ready to go. But that being said, there really are no rules, and you can still make it. Why did I laugh at the end of that.
So funny.
You can totally still make it, dude. It's absolutely true because that's what happened to me. Is I came here, I started stand-up comedy in LA, and that's one thing that I regret about my career is I didn't sort of work up to having enough material to show up in LA and sort of make a good impression immediately, instead of having to kind of convince people that the guy I didn't think was that great because he was just starting out as advanced. But I thought it was a good set. I mean, a good minute.
Yeah. The bird thing, though, is something I would really try to work on. I would really like to hear your normal voice. It might be hard to change. Put some rubber bands around your balls, really tight. I don't know what you would do, but
Yeah.
I think you're using your voice. It's just more of a cadence issue and similarity of the topics.
There was like a hand thing where you went like that at one point.
I heard that back home. So I
But see, just talking just now, if I wasn't looking, I'd be like, did Bill Burr just walk in?
Yeah.
Like, it's natural for him. So
Trust me, that's what I'm putting on this podcast, is that when I put it out there in the cosmos, it's going to say Bill Burr was on this episode, just so that, the people...
You got to watch out the comedy
you
room.
get Bill Burr to come in and do this.
Which one of the worst things is people over-talking, like Doug Benson. But the other thing is that comics...
I did what?
Comedians often attack other comics for stealing their essence. That's been used a lot, which is one of the funniest essence.
Bullshit.
There is a lot of essence, though. Like, you watch Bill's last special, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Like,
yeah, just when you walked out here, you look like you were in black and white.
You gotta... I could tell that you just watched Bill's new special.
Yeah. Are you recently? Yeah.
Right.
Do you do a lot of road stuff? Sorry.
But it happens to a lot of people. Like, if I hang out with one of my good pals, Brody Stevens, like, there's sometimes where I'll have lunch with Brody, and then all of a sudden we're at the same comedy club that night. Something the next day, if, like, you're around Brody for 24 hours or more, all of a sudden you're like, you gotta go for it.
Positive energy. You gotta. Reseda. But the thing is...
I've been to the Comedy Store.
Believe in yourself. It's funny that Brian Regan came up, because I did a week with Brian Regan, and at the end of the week, he's one of the most, like, he has his own personality thing going on, comics of all time. And he said to me after working with me for a week, I caught myself during my set doing some Bensonisms, and I was just like blown away. That, like, first of all, he's a fucking liar. He just has his own thing. But it was still nice of him to say that even entered his mind. Like, it's really, you do pick up on things. So be conscious of stepping away from Bill Burr, record your sets, and just try to step away a little bit. And, like, I don't think you have to step away entirely, because he's got a delivery that works.
But also, do you do the road a lot? Yeah. You should make sure to go back home a lot. You know what I mean? I'm from Seattle. There's so many rooms up there.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to fail like this in front of everybody constantly in LA, because they have memories. You know what I mean? So you gotta go fail somewhere else and then come back and surprise everybody with how good you got.
Yeah.
I think I said that earlier, but much nicer.
Yeah, you said your one nice thing, right?
What's your home club?
I started Guinness.
Giggles.
It's dead now. It was Jiggles for a little while. It was a strip club, and then it closed.
Really?
Was it really?
Those assholes really just drive by and, well, we use one letter on the sign. That won't cost much. Dude, let's just
You're in the geos.
fuck it.
Payne Holloway, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
He's on Twitter at Payne M. Holloway. Did it. Great ideas that Bill Burr delivered.
Yeah, I don't know. I sort of feel like that's the thing about this show, is that if somebody does have the tickets and somebody, at least they've done some work. Hallmarks and
the Discord,
they're
all you
inspired by
friends,
somebody.
Discord.com
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like
we
it's
talk
not like
about
you're
things
coming
that
ripping somebody
are going
off.
to change the world in addition
Sure.
to making your life extremely
Once the word's
We're
clear.
helping
It is weird
multiple
that there's
uses
certain comics
technology,
that totally
such as
fit
agricultural
contemporary,
drones,
like
money
Stan
graphics,
Hope.
software
It's
degree
always,
process,
certain
your pockets
people
vertical farming
comics
clemency,
that, like, you don't see
software
somebody
help
like,
and
it's
it's
really
sponsored by
ripping off
cryptocurrency,
paragraphs.
Grandfather Vote Summit, and one of the things
Well,
that we
yeah,
do,
if anybody had the balls to do props at this point, then they'd say that. But yeah, you're right. Like,
it's a
program,
different
and most
thing.
importantly,
I always get excited when people don't meet their Twitter. It usually means that they're like balls to the wall. Anything can happen. But I don't know.
that made they're illiterate.
But it seems like a safe name.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens with their Amish.
Thank you so
Could
much
be.
for the
This
opportunity.
is written in pencil.
First Amish comic on Kill Tony, ladies and
We
gentlemen.
are getting together for Tom Howard, everyone. Let's see what happens. Amish? Here he is. Tom Howard.
A buddy of mine once asked me, Tom, what's it like to be a strong, independent Latino lesbian in modern-day America? And I said, Kyle, I think you should lay off the acid. Because your wings are turning green. And then he flew away. I started sobering up and realized I was alone in my apartment. And I don't know anyone named Kyle. So I once had a girlfriend, a very long time ago, and a thief broke into her apartment. And the way she decided to wake me up was she punched me in the chest as hard as she could. And I weigh 140 pounds soaking wet. So I was driving. As I was dry heaving on the ground, she's like, Tom, you have to go out there and defend my stuff. I'm like, I'm not going out there. I'm a coward, okay? Were you not paying attention an hour ago when I turned off the lights and took a riding leap into the bed? That way monsters can't get in.
Whoa, shit, the bear is out tonight.
Yeah.
Some nights we go a whole podcast without ever hearing the bear. I mean, some people,
Months we haven't heard that.
right, the bear, double bear tonight. People trying to finish
Trying to
this
get their stuff in.
That's it.
Grammy weekend.
I got
Grammy
lost. Yeah, it's a crazy weekend.
I remember the last Grammy weekend show we had. There was like 7 West Hollywood bears at once.
Did you really do acid?
Several times, yes.
Was it like that?
That was like the first time. The second time I gave it up because I was at Future Fest. And
Ooh, what's Future Fest?
it's this like dubstep. It's this dubstep festival in like the Midwest. And
Why?
I'm surprised I haven't heard of
You
this.
should have opened with that, by the way.
Why does what somebody weighs soaking wet come up so often? Like, does soaking wet add that much weight to, like, it's the most weight I could possibly weigh because I was soaking wet.
yeah,
There was maybe an ounce or two of water on the edges of my skin and hair. But other than that, I thought it was a good set.
You're sneaking in those one compliments.
son of a bitch.
I said I'd say
I
something
tried to
nice.
say something nice, and it was a good set, but yes. The soaking wet thing is interesting that still is an expression.
Right, I mean, it's a weird expression. Like soaking wet with like all your clothes on.
Yeah, you should be like, I weighed this much with a fucking suit on, or whatever.
And maybe not even
carrying a barbell that weighed 10 pounds. But saying I was this weight soaking wet is just like, well, why? What's your point?
Yeah.
In what situation do you get on a scale soaking wet?
In your clothes.
You're
Jumped in the pool in his clothes, and then he was like, now I'll be more.
Yeah, but you bring up the clothes would have weighed more than the wetness.
And you said you don't weigh 140 soaking wet?
I weigh about 140.
Right.
See, we already fixed it. Next time you say it, I weigh 140-ish. We did? He said ish and soaking wet?
Kick her out.
You're an idiot.
What the fuck?
You know that first joke that was like,
He did say that thing that he did not say.
That's what you just yelled out.
The Because you look like you weigh more than 140. I forget what part of the joke that is.
It's when he's defending his girlfriend's stuff.
Yeah. How long have you been doing comedy? July. You're very new. Is this one of your first jokes that you wrote? The first joke? Was it one of the first ones you wrote? Yeah, about. It seems like something that I think a lot of new comics write the exact same thing where it's a trick, where it's like, oh, and it's not the person's not really there, so it's not acid. You know, like that little trick. I honestly would throw it away and find something interesting about your life and add some tags to it. You can find a tag from that joke to throw in there. That joke is so old and used, the old trickaroo.
A lot of people use that acid joke at the very beginning, but you know, you can use this acid joke as a gateway drug to better jokes. And I think, and you can only really do that by dropping the acid joke first and starting with more new stuff.
Drop the acid joke.
We did it again. Tom, so where are you from?
Ohio.
Wow, look at that.
Columbus. No shit. What part of Columbus? Grove City.
How did you find Columbus, Ohio?
Fair.
You were born and raised there?
Yeah.
Wow. Grove City, which is like south of Columbus, 45 minutes.
Slutty girls is where we fuck all the cheap.
Next to Groveport.
Yeah.
15, 20 minutes due south of the airport.
Nice dubstep.
Yeah, that's the only way I know about it. That's how I know about Grove City.
Yeah.
Grove City is where you go when you want to hear the, you know.
That's where Skrillex records.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Where was the Future Fest?
It was in the hills of Virginia.
The hills of Virginia, yeah, I think. But you went there.
A lot of acid.
Wow. Back in your day, how long ago was this day?
Like 3 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a memory.
Do you still listen to dubstep?
Not really. Once I dropped the acid, it kind of lost its appeal.
Once you dropping acid?
Dropping acid. Yeah. Now, we used to call it Grove City, Grove Tucky, because it was kind of like, you know, like this. Yeah, it's a white, kind of conservative. Yeah. Did you grow up very religious? No. Farm boy? Kind of. I mean, my dad was an atheist, and my mom just didn't shit, really. So.
You say that like he was an atheist for a living. My dad was an atheist, my mom was a homemaker, you know. What did your dad do for work?
Didn't believe it.
What was it?
Didn't believe it. I mean,
He didn't believe in
I
work.
just wanted to remind him.
What did he do for work?
What did he do for work?
He was eating cool.
Eating and cooling?
Oh, clam dinner. Very boring.
Interesting. How long have you been in LA?
October.
You live here now?
Yeah. October. Well, welcome.
Yeah.
We're all Ohio people over here, so you're automatically welcome into our call.
Right. You're in the top secret group.
I think you got everything you need except for jokes.
It's true. It's true.
I'm saying he's fine, you know, like
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
just keep doing it.
And the jokes will come.
Don't go too positive with him.
Yeah, but you're new, man. And you're new. Right now, it's just getting used to being on stage, honestly. Find a story that you tell people, your friends, find some jokes and put it in. Just make it a real story about yourself growing up in Ohio or Kentucky or whatever.
Talking to your friends is a great do you have friends?
Yes, I have friends.
No, that's cool. It's just
You're going to be great.
just joke around and try to write down the good ones.
I'd rather hear what actually happened on acid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the real shit.
Like,
Well, that kind of did happen, actually.
okay, well,
Well,
than other things that happened on acid.
More exciting, funnier things.
Okay.
Yeah, don't make it kind now. If you're on acid, go ahead and talk about it.
yeah, I think you're going to do great. You have a good look. You have,
That's what I said.
you have a Dexter look.
Great taste in
I
music.
didn't say Dexter look. I don't think he's a serial killer.
No, he's talking about the laboratory.
Yeah.
Oh, that Dexter.
You guys are out of control. You're not on Twitter. They don't have Twitter at that part of Ohio.
Get a Twitter!
I think it's
What the fuck is wrong with you? Get a fucking Twitter.
Are you on Facebook?
Just until like the last few months.
Wow, what the fuck, man? What do you?
There's something weird
There's
about
something
it.
you're not telling us, man.
Moved to LA to keep it Ohio? I don't know.
Are you Tom from MySpace? I think it's Tom from MySpace.
You're the guy that rode the horse.
You seem like one of those guys that maybe like right before you came out to LA, you killed your parents.
Right.
But I feel like nobody even checks in on them. Like they're just still rotting in the house, and you're out chasing your career in LA while your parents' corpses rot. Am I close to right on that?
Close.
Did you say I nailed it? Thanks, man.
I nailed it. Tom Howard, everybody.
Tom.
There he goes.
Stick with it, Tom.
You can find Tom on MySpace, myspace.com/.
Maybe that's why he's not on Twitter. He's that Tom from
He's
MySpace.
got a hot Friendster account.
The next comedian goes by the name of Kyle McFadden, everybody. Here we go.
Kyle
McFadden. Yeah. Kyle McFadden, everybody.
So I actually am Kill Tony's first Amish comedy. Has anyone in here heard of a depression beard before? At all? Okay, I'll explain it. A depression beard comes in a few steps. Step one is you get depression. That's the first step. And then step two is you don't shave, and then you have a depression beard. You're there. You nailed it. Thank you very much. The depression beard, it's a real thing, and there's a psychological effect. It's a natural mask that shields your face, covers your face from the world. However, there's nothing more depressing on this planet than a depression beard that doesn't cover your face. All I'm saying is I never asked for the ginger ham Lincoln, because it's just where I'm at.
Fuck, yeah. There you go. That's a real...
That's great.
That's what a lot of people say is impossible to do on this show. But that's how you do it. Kyle McFadden.
Yeah, I didn't laugh at anything you said, but I like you. I like you. I mean, I feel like a minute wasn't enough for what's going on with you.
Yeah, I think you were the first guy tonight that had just a very clear, original voice. You seem like yourself up there.
Yeah, it was like a mission statement.
Yeah.
And you were just staying in the moment. You know, you were just using actual timing instead of rushing, trying to get a minute and 10 seconds of material out in a minute like everybody else seems to try to do. It seems like you took your time and did 59 seconds worth of material.
It's really hard to, at my pace, to get a joke out, let alone.
Yeah. But there you go. You did it.
You didn't compromise your pace. You were like, you know what? So what if I only get 2/3 of a joke in? I'm confident with my delivery, and that's a good thing.
And when you slowly said there's nothing more depressing than a depression beard that doesn't cover your, then I think you said face, right?
I didn't even say it. Sometimes I have to.
I thought I was laughing before you even said it, but then you didn't even end up saying it.
It doesn't even cover your depression.
Frown.
That's all he had to say.
I thought he was going to say frown because I think it's
doesn't
funny.
Matter. Everyone can write their own punchline.
Right. No, I know. But
frown is
not
he's going to go with frown.
Yeah.
Frown.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Is this a real depression, or do you battle with depression? I battle with anxiety. I just switch it with a bit.
When does the anxiety hit you the most?
Right now.
Really? It's so weird, man. Like I don't get it here, but I'm just the weirdest at if I get out there like in a real place, like a Rite Aid or a fucking anything, like where it's just like, no, I'm not safe at all.
He gets rock hard. Well,
I get a giant boner.
You get such a boner filling your prescription at Rite Aid.
My depression beard grows out immediately, like in Teen Wolf and
Teen Wolf's dead.
Yeah, Teen Wolf's dead.
Speaking of Teen Wolves.
Speaking of Teen
Is
Wolf.
this like are you committed to this look? Or do you ever change it?
I'm willing to change it, but this is
Real Nick Davis.
where I'm at.
No one's
I
watching
like that
him.
answer. I'm just saying because as a comedian, when you walk out on stage, it's very simple and obvious to do jokes about your appearance.
Oh yeah.
And ignoring your appearance tends to be
Gotcha.
it becomes the elephant in the room if you don't do a joke about it. So I'm just bringing it up just out of curiosity. Not that I think you should change one way or the other, but fucking get a haircut.
Whoa!
I was joking at the end.
Gotcha.
I had to throw a joke in at the end because that was just a fucking speech. Here's what you should do, young man.
But you never know. Maybe it's worse underneath the hair. Who knows what's under there? You might have cauliflower ear and shit.
No.
Yeah, he might be from mixed martial arts and have cauliflower ear. That's what he wears.
Looks like a mixed
His
martial
hair that
arts guy to
way.
me.
He seems like an ex-wrestler, so that would make sense.
Yeah. What do you do for work?
I do nothing.
Wow. All right.
What does that mean?
Sounds like somebody's a porn star.
Yeah, you're lying to us.
I do.
You're off the dole. You're just getting what do you call it? Uninsurance.
Uninsurance.
Are you getting unemployment?
That's the British.
Yeah, on the dole. Yeah.
I saved up a bunch of money before moving here.
Oh, move from where?
San Francisco.
Did we cover that already?
Last week.
This is a big San Francisco.
Why the move from San Francisco? I mean, why move from one expensive place to live to another expensive place?
Because it is surprisingly way cheaper here.
It really is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crazy
All right.
cheaper.
I believe you.
Yes,
San Francisco is an expensive place to live. I hear that every time I go there.
I shared a room with someone, and now I have my own room, and I pay $300 less.
Wow. All right. But now you have to make that money.
Less butt sex.
Yes. So what are you going to do?
I'm going to see how long my money lasts, and then I'll take it
don't
from
do
there.
that.
Get a little shitty job, like Jamba Juice or something for a couple days or something.
Yeah.
You don't want to just spend all
Work
your
at
money.
Jamba Juice for 2 days, and you'll totally be fine.
Even 2 days every few days.
It's gonna be a real game changer.
Work a weed store. What's something that you like or buy every day?
Well,
and just get a discount. I can do a few. I have a few gigs I can do in San Francisco.
Wait, why did you guess that he would work at a weed store?
Because he looks like his face smoked weed.
Did you smoke weed?
I've never smoked weed.
Wow. I knew it!
You want to start tonight?
Shit.
I totally saw a straight edge, hippie looking motherfucker.
You let me just blow it in your mouth? Maybe.
What kind of music do you listen to? Do you listen to...
I have the shittiest answer for this. I listen to all music. I'm not invested enough to be like jaded to be like, that's crap.
What did you listen to?
You seem like if you were in the back of a cab, you would get mad if they played the Eagles.
I forgot my slippers at home. Mumford and Sons.
What are you invested in?
Movies and stand-up. Okay. That's my favorite things.
Well, I think, as somebody, I have depression, and I'll tell you this, it's not going to help you much if you aren't invested in things, right?
Yeah.
Because you got to have shit to talk about, which I think the depression shit was great.
Yeah.
But that's just like, a lot of people come here and they're dirtbags. They come to LA and they're dirtbags, and they're like, why is not more happening for me? And it's because you're a dirtbag.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
I don't want to work with dirtbags. So, but you had a great set. I'm not trying to besmirch you.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's just saying, listen, dirtbag.
92 episodes of Kill Tony it took for besmirched to be said.
Wow. Sorry, I'm getting ready for the SATs. So.
I can't believe it's never been said.
Kyle, I love your style. It was good to
And also, he loves to rhyme.
I love doing green
That
tile.
was actually a complete coincidence. Kyle, I like your style.
You don't mean to pile.
See you in a little while.
Say Kyle.
Oh! Kyle McFadden, everybody. There he goes. I love that guy. He's got a funny look, right? I mean, if he did work in a pot store, that'd be good because people would think they were wasted, like walking into the pot store.
Also, if his beard hair fell on the weed, they would just think it was better weed.
Fucking bravo. I love it. Guys, this is the part of our show where our two regulars go up. We have two young comedians who have been doing a brand new minute ever since they started stand-up here on Kill Tony.
What's going on over there?
Josh,
He's fucking malfunctioning because the lady's gonna come on stage.
Somebody called Tony.
getting excited over there.
Yeah, boner alert.
Tony's anxious.
This is a horrible introduction for them, by the way.
No, it's great. And so they do a brand new minute every week, unlike the people who you saw tonight who sometimes get up and sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's the first time. These two do a new minute every single week. Going up first tonight, you know her as the Florida Dropout, everybody. Started here on Kill Tony. Has been doing a new minute ever since for a year and a half. Put your hands together for it. It's Kimberly Condon, everybody.
Yeah, I'm kind of having a weird night because I came here and I just had to buy my own drink, like an ugly girl. What's going on? I've been noticing some things. Like, have you ever noticed that only really ugly guys ask for hugs? Like, you walk by and you try not to make too much eye contact because they always turn around and they're like, I can't get a hug. That's like the ugly guy anthem. That's like what they say. Like, look around. None of the hot guys are hugging, you know? Girls are hugging them. What I'm saying is, everyone stop asking me for a hug. That's it.
Wow. 52 seconds.
Oh, wow. Nicely under the
allotted
amount of time, but seriously, I need a hug.
Your joke's correct. Kim, I talked to you earlier, and you were like, I don't have anything for tonight, and that's so amazing. That's one of my favorite weeks that you've had in months.
Thank
That
you.
was really great. Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I was just sitting out front with Edie, and I was like, I have no idea what I'm going to talk about still. She's like, just talk about something. She's like, and then we started talking about how whenever I come here, I see the same people every night. I'm here a few days a week, and I always have to give them a hug.
What's
Because I'm a girl, and I'm like, I don't have to hug you every time. You guys don't hug each other every time.
That's a trick that we use just to feel your boobs.
No, I know. I get it. I know.
You should throw out the fist bump right away.
I do, and you know what? We talked about how sometimes we'll high five, and then guys will do that thing where they'll like.
The duck.
You know what I'm talking about? Like
They'll clasp your hand and then go to your vagina.
Yeah, you guys are fucking weird.
You gotta talk about that.
You should flag that guy. Put those guys on blast if they're doing that.
They're letting them do that.
They get them tangled.
They should have to report in like when you meet them. Like that's what they do. Like the law says that I have to tell you that I am a hand grabber on high fives.
Yeah.
And I'm that crazy.
You should start wearing a baby Bjorn.
What's that?
It's like what you hold a baby in on your chest. Nobody will want to hug you. Right? Use the baby from American Sniper. And,
I can't risk killing your child just to get in really tight.
To feel those memories. Those are boobs for the idiots.
But it's really an issue, the hugging thing.
Yeah.
I feel like it needs
Yeah,
to be talked
I'd say
about.
try to stop doing it.
Yeah, no, I try. I don't want to fucking hug everyone.
What animals are forcing a hug?
Everyone is always like, let me get a hug. And you can't be like, no, I don't want to hug you, smelly weirdo.
There's
Bye.
a whole.
I hope at least one smelly weirdo's in this room right now getting the hint.
I know.
Like, you shouldn't have to hug people every fucking day.
You're asking Kim for a hug. She doesn't want the hug, right?
But I go up to people and I'll be like, yeah, you know, and I'll hug someone. So if I want to hug you, I'm hugging you.
What if I did like a back hug from behind? I hug
Right.
you.
Okay.
What is that? What does that even mean?
What if I get on my
You
knees
bend
and then put
somebody
my
over
head
or
in your
something?
crotch?
Oh my God.
And I hug you around the waist.
I'd rather you eat more pork tenderloin than say anything like that. No, don't do it, please. That's the sound of Brian eating pork tenderloin for you podcast listeners out there.
Whenever a woman on this panel, does she have to put up with this every single week?
From Brian, yes, but
Brian's the only woman on this panel who understands what you're going through. But great job.
yeah,
Thank you.
totally. Fuck yeah. What else? Anything else crazy?
I'm trying to wrap it up right there.
Why are you trying to wrap it up, Doug?
If nobody else was.
It's a,
You know, haven't you watched American Idol? People take turns wrapping it up.
Right.
Welcome to Doug Loves Kill Tony.
There she goes, Kimberly Congdon, everybody. She's on Twitter.
Yay!
Great job.
I could use another whatever I was drinking.
Check out that ass.
Josh. Did you say check out that ass as she walked away?
Your final comedian of the
They
day.
have to put up with.
The only other regular. She writes another new minute every single week. Usually about something like small that you can find in your kitchen and blows it up into a whole big thing. But she's got her own very cool style. Put your hands together for her. It's Sarah Weinchen, everybody.
Door stoppers. It was like, fuck, man, those doors. We gotta stop them. Fuck the fires. There's already the extinguisher. Fuck rapists, criminals. It's the doors. We gotta stop them. There's something bizarre about that because I feel like whoever invented the door stopper was like, you know what's an underserved population? Doors. There aren't enough accessories for the door. There's the lock, the key, the latch. But what's stopping them? And then they were like, oh, what could I use? What could I test? Door stopper. And I got some springs around, a little piece of rubber. I want to make something happen. Okay.
Fuck yeah. Door stoppers, instant classic.
Oh, Josh! Come on!
What the fuck?
I'm the guest.
He's such a bad producer.
What
He just walked up and poured water.
He was like, it was almost like it was a great emergency. Like I might have died if he hadn't gotten it here.
Got so anxious.
He's done that before.
Almost.
He's done that before. He poured a shot of tequila on me one day.
Yeah.
Just literally just
Did the exact same thing.
I appreciate that enthusiasm, but the thing I wanted to say
Yeah, amazing on
about
the
that
door stoppers.
performance was to be introduced. Like, here's someone coming out to do a set. They usually find minutia, like to be described so specifically before you come on doesn't generally happen in stand-up comedy. And then he said that, and you came out with door stoppers. Like, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Like, you set her up, and then she fucking dunked it. Well, that's all I have to say.
The way I look at it is, you know, since they're writing a new minute each week, like, you know, anything that I can do to sort of, since it's just a minute, you know, get the audience in the mind frame of what they sort of maybe expect, then that's how it will work in a longer set when they already know that she's established. Like,
Well, you had to guess. You know, what if you would have said, oh, she does these minute things, and then the first thing she said, let's talk about the UN.
Yeah.
Like, and suddenly you fucked her with the intro, but she's a pro, and she switched it up.
92 episodes, and I guarantee you, there's no way UN's coming from Weinstein. I know it too well. Maybe mayonnaise or like the dustpan.
The dustpan.
Anyway,
I just wish you would have talked about the noise a door stopper makes.
When you get the spring.
Yeah. That's
you can stretch out the front more and stuff like that. That fire extinguisher thing, you lost me for a second. But there's more about, like, you know, and I moved the back to the front on that too. So everything with the door stop's great. It's another new minute.
And like, was that person angry? Slamming doors?
Right. There already is a door stopper. We know
There's
this.
something about also like a door stopper's there so that you don't have a handle-shaped hole in your wall.
Yeah.
Right.
There's something.
It was somebody talking about the doors, and it's just like, you know what? We need a door stop. Knob's been working double duty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the rationalizing the
Yeah.
entire thing. Like, anyway, no matter what, it's another great new minute.
I'm tired of Val Kilmer. We need a door stopper.
Good job.
Sarah Wine Shanks on Twitter at Princess Shank. Kimberly Congdon's at Kimberly Congdon. Those are the Kill Tony regulars. Guys, we did it again. The three of us are all going to be on the 311 cruise to Jamaica.
That's right.
Us and 311.
Three of us on this panel. I wish Brian could go because he would certainly fit in with that situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, the 311 cruise from Miami to Jamaica.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you going to be on it? Or now that I look at you, are you Jamaican?
I think he was just clapping for Jamaica.
Aren't you Haitian? You just like islands. All right, cool.
He just likes clapping. He just likes loud clapping whenever the opportunity presents
Doug
itself.
Benson on Twitter, guys. Give it up for Doug
Yeah,
Benson.
Doug Benson on Twitter. Thanks,
George Perez was the Patriot. What do you want me to promote? George Perez is George P Comedy.
Yeah, George P.
George P Comedy on Twitter. Andy Haynes. I am Andy Haynes.
I'm Andy Haynes on Twitter.
All right, guys. Live audience, thank you so much. We love you. Thanks for being here. Shout out to Cameron Gray, rapper extraordinaire on TMZ this
Check
week.
him out on TMZ.
Blue Kanye's Mind, at Josh Martin Comic, at Elise Lane, Stuart Thompson.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the World Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Oh, shit. Here we are. We're doing it again. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Redband is here, everybody.
Hi, guys.
Right to my left, my buddy old pal. We're so close. We'd like to say hello to both you, the live audience, and the hundreds and hundreds watching live on Ustream right now.
Yeah.
We are the only streaming podcast live at the Comedy Store. Welcome, everybody.
That's a first in history.
It's true.
Yeah.
They've never done that before.
Yeah.
This is like technology meeting the oldest building in the world. It's very rare that both Wi-Fi signals and asbestos exist in the exact same room, but we're doing it. Guys, welcome to Kill Tony. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. It's fucking crazy here tonight. I'm very excited. Our only sponsor is here. She's Elise Lane. She's right over there. Gourmet chef Elise Lane for all your catering needs. She cooks us a meal every week, and it's always delicious. Brian always makes sure that I smell it really good. Tonight it's pork belly banh mi with pickled carrot, cucumbers, jalapenos, basil, cilantro, and Hassan aioli. Delicious. Stop that, Brian. Never again. Never again. I'll put you in a fucking booth like Robin Quivers. You hear me? Stop breathing on me. You want to end up in a fucking glass booth? She's at the girl with the pan at Elise Lane on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. All that great stuff. We got her work recently. She's now Russell Peters' full-time gourmet chef. So you might be wondering, I don't get it. Why does this idiot have a chef on as a sponsor? Think about it. Gourmet food every single Monday. It's always delicious. We love you, Elise Lane. Guys, let's jump right into it. Every week we have a brand new Patriot that comes and keeps us safe. It's always a very, very funny comedian friend of mine, and it's always just fun to have an extra pal on board the crazy ship. Put your hands together for tonight's Patriot. It's the second or third time doing it. One of my favorite people. We met on a Geico commercial shoot that we shot with the Caveman about 4 years ago, and we've been friends ever since. One of the funniest comedians, one of my best pals, Ryan Mervis, everybody. Fuck yeah. I love this look. It's like a lazy Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, yeah.
It's beautiful. How you doing, Merv?
I'm feeling great.
What have you been up to lately?
I've been snowboarding.
Oh, yeah?
Trying to find California.
You snowboarding, huh?
Yeah?
Does anybody get on that lift with you?
Are
they willing to go on that diagonal ride of shame where they're just hanging onto a pole?
Yeah.
It's
like a slingshot.
Right.
It flips right out.
Yeah, I'd imagine that when you got off the ski lift, everybody would feel that. That could be something, right?
It's an added effect of fun.
Oh yeah. What's your second favorite thing about snowboarding?
My second favorite thing is the beautiful pristine.
Fuck yeah. It's a real answer. A lot of people would have tried to say something funny right then, but not you. You just went right with it. Answered really honestly, straight from your gut.
It's not a big place to choose from.
A lot of honesty in there.
Oh, yeah.
Merv, I'm happy to have you. This is the kind of guy that we go on, we do our desert excursions. We've had a lot of fun together. We've been to music festivals. But we met on a Geico commercial shoot. We shot we landed a commercial. We shot it with the Geico caveman. And Merv and I got a little too high before the shoot. We thought we were all alone and that like nobody knew. So right before we got out of the car to go shoot the shed, and we thought we had time. We smoked pot. It was really, really good pot. Next thing you know, we were stoned to the gills.
Like 2 seconds later, we're like, we got tons of time.
Right. We're like, this is gonna be forever until we start, have to go to hair and makeup or whatever. We smoked. We were blitzed. And then all of a sudden, we're in hair and makeup. I remember the lady at one point going, "Are you guys okay?" Because we were just like staring at each other, cracking up. By the way, the Geico caveman, if you're wondering what that was like, he pulled up to the shoot.
He showed up in full makeup. Left in makeup.
The Geico caveman doesn't even go to hair and makeup. Alright, fuck you guys. You don't give a shit? Think about that. That means that guy's out there driving that car.
It's the Geico caveman.
I guess some of this audience is too young to remember the Geico caveman, Merv.
No.
So excited about tonight's show. We have two of our favorite guests ever. This is the show where we watch comedy and talk comedy with comedians. These two guests are two of my most used guests, two of our favorite guests, two of the funniest people at it. I'm so excited to have them both here. What's that? What, Josh? What are you saying? What? Oh yeah, that's right. Fuck. Thank you. Perfect. That's why you're there, Josh. Beautiful. Every week we have a musical guest that comes and debuts a brand new song every single week. Put your hands together for him. It's Pat Reagan. With special guests tonight, Death Squad super regular, creator of Thunder Pussy, Jeremiah Watkins. It's Pat Reagan and Jeremiah Watkins. Two of my favorite talents, another two of my funniest friends.
Set back for more. This song, we're Reagan and Watkins, guys. This song, hey guys. This is a song that we know how to play. And it is entitled Sad Puppy. Look up at my master, look down at my paws, look inside myself. I have so many flaws, I'm a sad puppy. Sad puppy. I'm lying here just waiting for my life to end. Can't even get a flea to be my one and only friend. I'm too depressed to chase the cat to move me to play fetch. I could chop my balls off. I needed those for sex. I'm a sad puppy. Sad puppy. Hike up my leash a little more. I don't wanna breathe. Hike up my leash a little more. I don't wanna breathe. In a dog's dream, I watch you there through the window and I stare.
You wear nothing but you wear it so well. You walk by my house every day. You're a beautiful lady, dog that I would die for and lay with and make puppies with. Make puppies with my bottom bitch. In a dark street. Jeremiah Watkins, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the only two notes he knows. Had some tasty chocolate, but it just made me sick. Why'd you chop my balls off and just leave me a dick? I'm a sad puppy. The same two notes again, don't apply. Sad puppy. Sad puppy. Perro. Stay. Wow! Unbelievable. Fucking complete awesomeness. Pat Reagan and Jeremiah Watkins, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Every week I have two of my funniest friends on as guests. This week is no different, as I mentioned earlier. Here they are, everybody, two of the best. It's Kirk Fox and Tiffany Haddish. I could give their credits, but it would take absolutely forever. It would take forever. Tiffany from BET, Tyler Perry movies, Kirk Fox, host of The Test, coming in late like a pro. Look at this guy, I love it. Kirk Fox, everybody. Woo! Tiffany Haddish, Kirk Fox.
So Tony, I said I was in the green room, man. I told you I was there, and,
I love it.
And suddenly Josh is there. Like, where are you? I'm right here, man. Here I am. Good to see everyone. Nice to see you, sir.
Tiffany, how are you?
You know I'm trying to come on your show.
You're trying to come on my show?
Yeah, I was trying to get on your show.
You seem like you would have been perfect.
I know, right? I'm like, tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. Tell me, is she in?
We'll be right back.
That's what it would have been.
That would have been my go-to.
I love it.
Well, Tiffany, we can do it anytime you want. We still have cameras, and the stage is still set up. We'll get you out there.
Okay, cool.
How you doing? You have a little casting couch left over, is what you're saying?
It's more of an easy chair.
Yeah.
I just sit there and they dance in front of me.
I'd love to see you on that show, too. That'd be perfect. What have you been up to?
Me? I just shot a pilot with Gerard Carmichael.
Nice.
Yeah, the Go
The
Gerard
NBC
Go.
one?
Yeah, the NBC
Oh,
one.
I'm so glad you're on.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad too. I hope it gets exempted so I can have a regular job because I want to comb my hair.
Yeah, you have a great hair look this time around. Every time I see you, it's different hair. It's either Predator. This is like
Predator?
Well, last time you had Predator.
What the fuck is Predator?
Predator hair.
I have braids.
Oh, braids.
Predator braids.
Predator had braids.
Is this all you?
Yeah, you did.
Is this all you?
This is part of.
I mean, you could just slam your head into a wall. You wouldn't even know.
I know. I don't even need a pillow. It's so comfy. Oh my god.
That's a calmed down version of it, right? Like when you first got that, it was a little bit more
It
crazier.
was super big.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like every picture, there's people like it looked like that.
Does it get bigger when you're mad?
Sure.
Isn't there a lizard that puffs up the lizard?
So,
Yeah, the bearded dragon. I am that. No, I'm a unicorn.
I'm so glad you guys are here because you're two of my favorite savants. Both here, like 5th or 6th or 7th time. You're two of my most used guests.
Too many.
Our chemistry is so much fun. Every week, the Iron Patriot has a question for our guests on the show. So
you're the Iron Patriot today? Oh, yeah. Aren't they supposed to be in some gear? Or has that changed?
None of them fits me, Kurt.
He can't fit me.
honestly,
the gloves don't even fit Mervis. His hands are so fat that he can't fit into the gloves that the.
So large.
Oh yeah, large. Sure. Is that what we're calling it?
Trouble in Camelot. If you was in Camelot.
Yeah. More like Camelot. Look at this one.
Camelot? There it is.
What's your question for your guests?
I'm with Tiffany.
Yes.
I have a question. What was your biggest, I feel, I know. Are you intimidated by the hair? I'm intimidated by the hair. But you got a gang of hair too. Your chin looks like the top of my head. No one's ever said that to me before. No, what was the biggest thing you had to overcome as a female comedian? The biggest thing that I had to overcome as a female comedian is not thinking of myself as a female comedian, but just thinking of myself as a comedian. I like it.
No.
That is
With some good pussy. What do you got for Kirk?
You've done a lot of different, you've done character acting, you've hosted shows and done stand-up. Yes, I have. Thank you so much. Of all the different tricks you have in your bag. There are no tricks. This is just who I am. Rephrase that. Of all the attributes you carry as Kirk. That's better. What would you like to know? What's your favorite thing to do out of all of your entertainment? It doesn't really matter what I'm doing. I just want to be present and honest and love the opportunity and know that I can be dead and out. So enjoy every moment. So right now, this is it. And I think every comedian tonight, when they go on stage, they should treat it like it might be their last time on stage.
Yeah,
exactly. And really respect the chance to go out strong. And if you tank it and you die on the way home, people will remember that you tanked your last set of comedy.
That's what they will remember.
So that's the theme tonight. Believe in what you're selling. You too. Get your questions together before you come out.
Over 30 comedians signed up for the chance to do 1 minute on tonight's show. All the names are in a bucket. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. That's what it sounds like. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. Oh shit! Oh, traffic! Look out there! All right. There's a whole thing going on.
There's a lot going on here. Now, can I ask you one thing, Tony? Yeah. So this is streaming. So this is people are seeing this right now.
Anything can happen. If there's a streaker that comes on at some point, right? Which that would never happen.
Female streaker, Asian female streaker.
So then that would look like a little girl running around naked. That's not cool.
Depends on what you're looking for.
Holding her driver's license in the air.
What's cool is that Tiffany actually, made friends with a 14-year-old who does stand-up. And
I did that once. Dangerous.
And
I did.
So, and he wants to go up.
Yeah, I wanted you guys to give him a chance.
Normally, I tell everybody who wants a special spot no, but since there's a very strict 21 and 21 and over rule here at the Comedy Store due to liquor license laws, he can only come on at a specific time and perform. So we set that for right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, you want to bring him up?
Yes.
You bring him up.
Please make a whole lot of noise for my little buddy, all the way from Seattle, Washington. Give it up for Deshay, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Deshay.
Deshay with the first minute of the night.
This little piggy head. How you guys doing out here? This little piggy head. Man, I'm a little frustrated, but I'm happy to be here. Other day I got a whooping. But have you ever gotten a whooping and during the whooping you feel like the whooping wasn't about you? Let me explain. My mom grabs me. Yeah. She throws me on the bed. Ah! That's all I'm going. Ah! She starts tearing me up. Boy, did I tell you stop playing around? Okay, I was playing around, but then she started saying things that made me realize the whooping wasn't even about me. Boy, did I tell you I ain't got the money? Mom, what money? On the other hand, my dad, he never was, because I think all dads are just lazy and you guys don't want to get off the couch. My dad just stays on the couch and just listens to stuff for like the whole day while he's watching this. Yo, better not be on my Xbox! You guys do that little big thing with your belt? Don't make me get my belt! But you guys don't get up. Don't make me get my belt! Hey guys, my name's The Shag.
Yeah, the Shag.
The Shag.
So cool. So the Shag.
Hey, stay up
The
there.
Shag.
Thanks.
You get to talk to us now. That's so cool. I love your style, man. How long have you been doing stand-up for? Wow. Were you 13 when you started? Oh my God.
I did his birthday party.
That's amazing. Wow.
I was not twerking like the 13-year-olds, but we're not gonna talk about that.
Did she get the art back?
No. They don't even know nothing about that. Shut up.
Did you hire
He is a respectable woman.
her to twerk? Did I hire her to twerk?
No, we didn't hire me to do.
No, it was a bonus. It was some like. It always is, my man.
They was playing good music.
Your stage confidence is ridiculous.
Yeah, you seem so smart.
You just owned every open micer in this room.
Well, I don't know about that, but I mean, relax, Brian.
Stage presence for being so young. Your stage
You're 14,
Don't
but
insult
you have the
everybody.
stage presence of a 15-year-old.
Yeah.
It sounds like marketing to me because you seem way too smart for 14. I feel like you're just like a small 27-year-old that just spitting next website.
I wish I could tell the ladies that. Like, you know how.
Wow.
How did you feel up there? Up here, yeah, I felt great. You know, just I don't really get nervous. It's just when I feel. Now, did you feel that you were talking with us or at us? I feel like I was talking with you. I would tell you guys a story. That's what I always do. When I say comedy, I'm with my friends. I'm just telling you guys a story. Wow. What the fuck you doing?
Will you hire us?
You brought this guy out first.
Will you please hire us in 7 months when you're the head of show business?
He's a great writer. He can set up your podcast and your websites and stuff. He does great improv and.
Did you kidnap him?
No, I didn't kidnap him. But
is this your boy?
Maybe my boy now. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and make him my.
I feel like going out and finding a hot 14-year-old and just marketing.
He's gonna be a star though.
So you're getting beaten at home though? Is this?
Let's talk about this.
I mean, we might as well talk about it. We can help you. Is this a cry for help? Listen, I want to tell people what's happening to me, but I just gotta mask it as a joke. Does your dad yell at you like that? Huh? Does your dad yell at you that aggressively with the belt? He told me to say.
Told you to say no.
You should bring a 45-year-old home tonight to just talk. You can say, listen, I met this comic and killed Tony. I just brought him home and he wants to see your belt.
He wants to see the belt.
How much material did you say that you had? Like, how long of a show do you think you could do? Wow. It's amazing.
I know. That's all you need at 14. I just started.
Yeah, and he's really good, you guys.
But what's great is, what's really amazing.
Especially after 10 minutes at your age, you'll grow out of it. I mean, in 10 minutes, that shit won't even fit you for 6 months. So don't get too much unless you borrow. You have older brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, use some in this.
Do you like tigers?
Because he got a tiger on his shirt.
Are those your pajamas? Did you sneak out of fucking bed? God damn it.
What I love is that you came out and you performed and you put on a great show, but now during this part, you're still yourself and you're just right there in the pocket. Like, it's very impressive. Keep your mind, stay sharp through it all. You're probably going to be a really big star, so don't go all Michael.
Be a big star.
Don't go all Michael Jackson on us, all right? Don't change colors.
Can I make
stay as dark as I can.
Don't do the Bieber shit.
Can I make one suggestion? Just at some point, when you go out on stage, at some point, do your jokes the way you're talking to us right now. With that kind of strength, if you came out and just chill,
would freak the fuck out. If you came out just like that and said, I'm having a bad day, I got my ass kicked. My mom, she hits me hard. You just fucking start bearing it, and you have that poise. You will destroy because you are so animated and moving around so much that you lose through some of the laughter. So if you could just kind of slow it down and take in the laughter, because you said you were talking with them, but you weren't. You lied to me. You were just attacking them. And you know that, right? You were doing a goddamn monologue. But it's funny. So imagine just slowing it down and feeling it. Because you say you have 10 minutes of material, but you have 20. Just say
slow
slow.
Bill, on your first joke, you explained how you think your mom was taking things out on you. And then you kind of repeated it again when she was actually spanking you. You should listen to that in what you said tonight. Try to combine them so you're not over-explaining.
Right.
Or
Like
just,
just one.
just be like my mom whips me. Like she was whipping me, and I think she's taking it out on. You could just do it while.
And here's a good tag while you're in there. When she's whipping you, have her at one point say your dad's name.
Yeah.
No, that is perfect.
No, and then you're like, wait, Mom, did you just? That's Dad.
You know, he has the same name as me too.
Oh, that's where
now
this
it's
is
starting
coming
to
from.
make sense.
Yeah, there's something to that also.
Yeah, he has a street name, so we don't compromise. Snow.
You should call him by that. That's a good name.
Why do they call it Snow?
Because he's from Game of Thrones. He's a bastard.
No, because he moves a lot. He moves a lot of cocaine.
No. He might be white.
We don't know. Don't yell at me with your hair. That fucking scared me.
No, maybe just like the snake curve. Come on.
I think it's
My last name's Frost, though.
Whoa.
I just guessed. I don't know for sure. He just said that friends called him Snow. I don't know why.
You can find out. You can sit him down, take off your belt, and fucking beat it out of him.
I've asked him for 3 years straight. He won't tell me. Like, he gets around it. He tries to get. I just fall.
Does he don't want to tell you that he's still that cocoa?
I'm in love with the hot cocoa. There you
You're
go.
funny. You're funny, kid.
Deshaun.
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 Yeah. That's it, man. Deshaun.
All right.
Don't correct us when we mess up your name. We'd just be happy we're talking to you, kid. You're still 14.
Anything you want to, anything you'd want people to go check out or see or do? Follow on Twitter or something? What do you want?
Yeah, you guys gonna check me out on mine. Deshae Frost. DESHAE.
Oh, shit.
Frost. You already know. And then Instagram. DESHAE_Frost.
And in 2 years, you can see him driving the streets of Hollywood.
Yes. Oh yeah. I can't drive though. I can't.
No, in 2 years, I said.
I know. I can't. My mom's trying to teach me now, but like she don't want.
We should have a cop show. We should have a cop show, just you and me.
You and me. I'm gonna be
Instead of Turner and Hooch, it's just like Kirk and Deshae.
CBS this fall.
That's actually, that could be picked up probably.
I wouldn't even try it. I'd be running in high those small buildings. I wouldn't even catch me.
It's like
Stick to your material. You're losing us.
Deshae, it was nice meeting you, man. Have a great night. There you go. Deshae, everybody. The future.
The future.
All bow down to the future.
I'm so proud of you.
One day you'll all be saying, I think that.
I'm not proud of you yet, kid, but I got plans for you. You saw my belt.
I'm proud of
Just
you.
wanted to feel comfortable. That's why I was a little aggressive, abrasive. I wanted him to feel like he was still at home.
Well, to the bucket we go, everybody.
Well, I just want to let you guys know that every one of us on stage is going to get a big fat blessing because you let the young man get up on stage and do this thing. And I remember when I was that age, nobody was
5%. 5%
giving
of that future.
That's a blessing. Let's talk about it. But I'm just saying, nobody would give me a chance when I was his age. And I'm just so happy you guys were looking for me. That you're good white men.
I like how you made it about race. That was awesome.
Because it is.
I pulled the name out of the bucket. The next comedian doing 60 seconds here tonight goes by the name of Daniel White. He's been on before. Woo! I think so.
He's 13 years old, out of Kentucky.
Oh, it's Whoa, he's got a guitar. Look out! Pat Reagan. Somebody's coming for your job. Daniel White, everybody.
How you doing tonight? So, just want to clear something up, a little myth. They say that playing guitar helps to get you laid. I've been playing for 15 years. I'm here to tell you that that's complete bullshit. You got to have a couple other things, okay, that women look for. Okay? You got to be able to sing. That helps. You got to be able to play songs that they like. That's good. You got to be attractive. Being attractive helps a lot. But if anything, it's just affirmative action. Like those music. Got two good guys. One plays guitar. Hey, we'll go with that one. But anyway, so I want to just prove a point real quick. Now, who wants to fuck?
Fuck yeah. Daniel White.
I would have been more apt if he used his tongue.
To play the guitar.
Yeah. Because
I can show you anytime I can do that.
Jesus. This guy just came in his pants over here.
The way you said that made me even more dry.
The one thing that really stood out to me was the mic stand thing. What happened there? I mean, you were so focused on that, and then the next thing you did, as soon as you had it where you wanted it, you pulled the fucking mic right out of the mic stand.
I had it where I wanted it.
It took you drew everybody into that mic stand, and the second you finally tightened it the way you had it, you stood there for a second. Immediately, you just grabbed the mic right out. You didn't even move the mic stand.
Yeah, you just left it.
It made my pussy way dry.
Is there something wrong with the mic stand, or were you fiddling with it on purpose? So that's a whole part of the
game. Is this where you like it? Right here? Right here? You know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna leave it right there. Like, what the fuck? I mean,
are you trying to win me? Basically, what Tony's saying is you peeked at the mic stand.
Right. The mic stand thing had me drawn in for something. I was hoping that there was going to be a payoff there, but it was all for nothing, huh?
All for nothing. Mic stand.
Whoa. Don't turn on the mic stand. Jesus.
It's just a mic stand.
The mic stand's
Trust me, the mic stand doesn't want to be here either.
I don't think the mic stand's what threw it off its tracks.
The mic stand's fine. That was nerves. He was just obsessed.
He don't know how to work that shit.
What I was going to say, because when you tighten
let's ask him, how long you been doing comedy?
I think I've been doing it for about 4.5 months now.
Yeah, see, he don't even understand the concept of mic stands. He hasn't touched enough mic stands to know how to work it.
Can I make one suggestion? Now, if you're going to come out with that guitar, you only have a minute up here. I would just hold on to it.
Yeah.
That way it's with you at the time.
Yeah, wear it up here. Wear it like a backpack.
I mean, if you're bringing a guitar up, fucking live in it.
All right. Let us know that shit is a party. And really know how to
try and cut down the introduction of what you're going to do. The shorter your introduction, just get to it.
Can you take that beanie off? What's that?
Some messy hair.
But you got hair, like, show that off. It don't match the jacket.
Man, you just went from train engineer to accountant real quick. That was amazing. That was insane. Went from the
Which is even better. That's better.
Now do you have Superman?
Oh, that's not so Superman, bro. I don't know.
You do other
I don't know what web comic book you've been reading where the Superman
is like part of your act always?
No, it's not. It's not ever just trying out using this problem. I haven't done that before.
So as a friend, I'm going to suggest you never do it again. What? Listen, we're all in this together. If I say something that doesn't work, I expect everyone to say, I want to lose that. I mean, if you're going to have a problem, it shouldn't just be from one joke, because it takes away from you.
Say, hey, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. That's not that. It worked with a couple other people, so.
Maybe you were rushing through it that time.
That's what I was thinking.
It felt like a really
Or maybe you could save it and just do it for your friends.
Do you carry that guitar around to just do that one joke?
No, I've been working on musical stuff for the comics, so
So you play the guitar?
Did you really never get laid?
Guitar's never been a factor.
What do you say?
It won't be
So
too late.
lots of alcohol use now.
What do you say?
Are you Bill Cosby?
Now all of a sudden I think there's bodies in your basement. And I'm guessing you live in a basement. Am I right?
Not in California.
Semi-right. Above ground basement?
It's just there's no windows. Feels like a basement.
Whoa.
So it's like a dungeon.
You live in a garage?
That's what you should be talking about. You should talk about what's made you this way.
Video games? Like no windows.
Have you ever been with a black woman before?
Half black woman.
What was that?
Wait, which half?
What was that like for you?
Excellent. I don't discriminate when this doesn't.
Do you think Tiffany would break you?
He said his dick doesn't discriminate. I never met one that has. Are you mixed?
I'm a quarter Hispanic.
A quarter Hispanic? You should talk about things like that. I thought you might have been a little bit like Honey the officer from The Simpsons. It's like the skinny version. You know, the officer.
What's your favorite joke? Do you have a 30-second joke you can tell me right now?
30 seconds.
Just tell me a joke right now, because I know you feel that we're just bashing you, but give me one joke right now.
All right. Are you familiar with Guinness? Hindu deity got his head chopped off and replaced with the head of an elephant. I just imagine Ganesh looking in the mirror after that happened, seeing that elephant head there on his shoulders, wondering to himself, why could this happen to my dick instead?
Full-time guitar from now on. Just all guitar. Everything you do. Everything you do has to have a guitar in it.
And maybe a harmonica.
Yeah. I think you need to just strap yourself up with instruments before you have one of those pedals where you step and there's a
You
little
just gotta
drum.
get a little more confidence.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you just gotta you doubt yourself right now.
Yeah.
And you should just believe in whatever you're selling.
And the only way to get out of your head is by doing a ton of shows all the time in uncomfortable situations with your peers and good
And
comedians
you've only been
judging
doing
you.
it 4.5 months, so
What do you do besides that?
A lot of musical stuff.
Doing what?
Office stuff. I work for a video game company and I work for
I knew you fuck with video games. Talk about that shit. What do you do? Quality control? You just play games and tell me what?
Oh, no, I'm a data analyst. I think people are stable.
I'm glad you got me.
talk about that. Talk about that, because
Have
if
you
you
ever
can
been
make
with a
that
black woman
funny,
before?
Or the fact that you work for a video game company, which is awesome and cool, but you work for like the most boring part of the video game company.
Yeah.
Accounting department.
so you just gave you your first joke.
Yeah, work on that.
Boom. There you are. Daniel White. Nice to meet you, Daniel. He's on Twitter at Dano Comedy. Send
Wow,
Dano
that mic stand works great now.
Yes.
Bert, what'd you think of Dano? You ever go on stage with a guitar before?
I went on stage with the mandolin one time, and it was a big mistake.
What'd you do?
I tried to sing a funny song, and it was a bad song and not funny.
Tell us how not funny it was. This sounds great. How bad was it? What was the song
And then
about?
tell us what a mandolin is.
A mandolin is a string instrument.
But it's tiny, right?
It's tiny, and I have giant hands. It's like the wrong instrument for me to play.
Do you know how to play it?
You should have brought a cello up. A big cello and then fucked it if things were going wrong.
Just start fucking it.
What was the name of the song that you played?
It had no name. It was about sex, and it was just no one wanted to hear about it.
Oh, jeez, I can't imagine how terrible this must have been.
Yeah,
Like, I'm trying to dig anything up, and you just keep trying to bury it. Like, no, please don't make me say a line. Oh, I know
Do you
this
still
guy.
have the mandolin?
Yeah.
I pulled another name out of the bucket, guys. This guy's been on a few times. He studies brain science neurosurgery at the University of Southern California.
Oh, maybe I know.
His name is Ori Amir, everybody. Here he is.
I'm from Israel, thank you. And the one thing I don't like about my country, besides the culture of people not Jews, just like Hollywood, without the talent, They didn't accept my love for Jesus Christ, which is what they did. I believe. They told me it wasn't kosher. It wasn't the true Messiah. If it wasn't the true Messiah, how come it tasted so divine? Don't worry, it's okay for me to tell this joke because I'm Jewish and Christian. And black just. My point is, I can say this crazy shit because I'm a foreigner. You would assume it must be normal in my country. You say prickly, I say tomato.
Wow, nailed it on that. Got it right on the laugh. And by the way, yes, that's how Ori actually sounds and talks. I know I probably should have said that in the short intro.
My favorite thing about you is you preach peace. And show them the back of your shirt. What's your thing say?
I actually don't know.
It says war.
Really?
Do you not know that you're just wearing a sweatshirt that encourages war?
It would make sense, but I didn't know that. No.
He's just a natural Bond villain. I did not know there was a swastika tattoo on my back.
I'm from Israel. Everyone thinks I want to fight. What am I? Is it something I'm wearing?
But there's something adorable about you two at the same time.
Impossible.
You're such a great villain.
Yeah.
Can you say I'm gonna fucking chop your goddamn head off?
I'm gonna fucking chop your fucking dead.
Why do you say it with a smile?
Yeah, that's what makes it even more fucking scary.
Jesus, he's such a good villain that he's like, I'm gonna do this with a smile.
Joker.
I didn't think we'd have to, but we're gonna have to dub his voice.
He's the Joker, man.
Say it calm. Don't overthink it. Relax. Oh, fuck it. Jesus
I'm gonna chop
Christ.
your fucking head off.
I'm gonna chop your fucking head off.
Very creepy. I remember you from last time. Scared the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
He doesn't creep me out. He's not my kind of guy.
Wow. First girl ever.
You're really?
Jesus.
Didn't you say he was studying to be a
It's not the first time
neurosurgeon or
Tiffany's been the first girl ever.
How close are you to graduating at USC? And what, a couple of months away. What's your study?
Yeah, you're set. What am I studying right now? I used to scan comedians, see what goes on in the brains as they improvise.
Wait, that's how you would take their material?
Yes.
They got brain
Trying
scans
to
still
steal joke technology.
So you're a brain, you could possibly be a brain surgeon.
No, just science.
So you study brain,
He looks at brain.
and you show people what could happen to their brain if they fuck up? By just talking to them.
Something like this, yeah.
Wait, so what? This is what I need to know. Do you have an MRI machine?
We have the MRI machine at my disposal.
You have one to your disposal.
Yeah.
Have you
Now,
ever?
shut
up! Wait, I need to know. Have you ever?
Nobody's asking questions.
Yeah, have you ever put a black girl in an MRI machine?
Oh, shit.
You want to?
Oh.
I know people who are still doing experiments. I'm done, but
I don't want to be an experiment. I just want to see if I got cancer.
Oh. By the way, imagine that. You go to USC to get scanned, and this scary fuck is on the other end. The only guy that you can hear when you're going into a little tube.
And suddenly he's doing all your jokes.
I know he's got all my
Just
material.
relax. Everything's going to completely be fine.
And then he's on stage like, you ever sucked a black dick before? Because you're doing all my jokes and shit.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry.
Maybe you do need an MRI.
You're not brain cancer. You might have hair cancer. But
Well, MRI, I just want to be in one of those machines one time. I want to try it. It costs too much money to just do it on the fly. I was like,
It's better to have a professional do it.
I got all my dental work done by students at USC.
I have access to an MRI machine if you I can slide you through. I was almost a doctor.
Really? For real?
Yeah.
You would have been a great doctor.
I still can.
Really? You did
what do you mean you're almost a doctor? You were up for a role in Scrubs or something? Like, what are we talking about here?
Med school, my friend.
Really?
For real? Look at this pain.
So do I. I have an ache. Maybe we can kill two birds.
Let's do it.
I love it. Obamacare, hard at work. People just go into anybody with any classes that they may have taken. Like, I am really sick. Can you check this thing out? This is what it's come to. Or you
MRI machines are expensive.
Yes, they're $1 million Tesla.
Yeah, I want to be in one.
A Tesla or an MRI machine?
I test drove a Tesla. Test drove a Tesla. That was nice. I'm gonna get one of those too.
I think you're funny. You definitely believe in what you're talking about. If no one knows what it is,
You're very kind to my people.
Would Mervis fit in an MRI machine, or would you just have to like scan the top of his forehead?
he'd fit in, but he'd be shot out like a torpedo.
If you're getting me, nothing can't get him out.
You had to be constipated. Yeah. Oh well. I think it's
Well,
great.
I don't even know what the joke was, but it had a great ending.
You say Baba, I say tomato. Something like that.
Oh,
Right?
No, you say creepy.
Right.
I say tomato.
I'd open with that.
Yeah, that is a good opening.
Yeah.
It's actually not creepy at this point.
Well, they know you're creepy.
Immediately.
As soon as you get there.
No, it's a gift you and I both have.
It's interesting because every time you come on the show, you have this really big story. Like one time he brought a dildo on stage or something like that.
Right. He had his Daniel White experiment with the guitar, except this was the dildo.
Yeah.
You had the dildo in your pocket, right? Not now, but you did that one time. Have you ever done that since that night?
Once.
But stayed in the chamber, now you kept it around just one more time and took. How did it go that night? That means terrible in stand-up terms.
What I was asking is, do you ever just do like a set that's like you? You know, it's not like because you always have like this weird kind of almost character when you're on stage. You almost have like a, like, you're not really just talking about normal shit. You're not just like, hey, today I woke up with a Starbucks I farted, whatever. But it's always like, hey, my country and dildos, and you know, it's very.
It's a caricature of me, but it's still
Yeah.
it's like, exaggerated.
Yeah. I just wonder if you ever not done an exaggerated version of just on a set like you.
Yeah, I think so.
Just didn't like it.
Did it feel better? I think you would benefit from just being this guy. I mean, I think once you become a character, you're gonna lose something.
I guess because of my experience in doing barters and stuff, you have to kind of get people's attention to exaggerate your.
Let the material get their attention. It doesn't have to be. They're here to listen. So if you get up there and just talk, they're gonna give you the moment. But you're gonna have to get their attention.
You're a master of that.
I'm a master of nothing. I'm just telling you
Yes.
what I've been through. I used to be a bit of a character, and it was a lot of work. I find I have more fun if I'm just talking. And if they're not laughing, it's okay because I'm being truthful. I'm just being myself.
Or have you ever been to
I don't mind more.
See that? You see that? That was you. That was honest. You were a little animated because you really were. You were excited.
Yeah.
As opposed to, hey, yeah, I'd love to be with one word.
I see what you're saying.
When you were when you had this night with this
No shit, I'm not here for my looks, fucker.
when you had this night with this black woman, what stood out to you? What was different?
Yours or hers?
Back.
Yours or hers?
Hers.
Black
She
women.
was very enthused.
Was she like, you gonna make me come, motherfucker?
She was like very.
Maybe she was trying to get away. Trying to get out of the MRI machine.
One would think, but.
She had so much movement. It was crazy. I had to hold her down.
What kind of movement are you talking about? Can you like describe it in any way?
Yeah, public, basically.
Public movement?
Pelvic.
Oh, okay.
Perfect movement.
Pelvic.
Pelvic.
Only in Israel do they use the word pelvic.
Where did you find or meet or buy this girl?
Just in the campus.
At USC, huh?
Were you
At USC?
Yes.
Yeah.
now? Were you
That's in South Central.
Were you a character, or were you this charming gentleman with the twinkle?
I
ever fucked a tall white comic? With a mustache?
Little self-awareness. I'm not sure what it was. Probably more
Human.
Did she hit on you or you hit on her?
But to wrap it up, the point I'm making is you got laid because you were just being you. So if you want to fuck the audience, you're going to have to be yourself.
Yeah.
It's true.
That's the key.
Yeah, it's very, when you do that other character, it's uncomfortable sitting because a lot of us know you're kind of doing this. So it throws us out what you're actually saying a little bit. You know?
And then they're laughing at you and not the tomato powerful tag.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great job, though,
Thank
Ori.
you, guys.
Very fun stuff. Ori Amir. Woo! He's on Twitter at Ori Amir. ORIAMIR. That easy.
Like the jacket.
It says war.
You didn't even know that it says war.
But it's in a stop sign. It says war inside of what would be a stop sign. So it's like, stop the war.
Oh,
No, I think it says stop. War. Let's fight. Do not pass without fighting. Do not roll through the sky. Fight, motherfucker. This is Israel.
Hilarious.
put your hands together. This looks like a new name. Regan Talley, everybody.
Woo! Regan Talley.
Regan Talley, everyone. Come on.
Yay!
Hey, it's Reagan. It's spelled like Regan because my mom named me after the president, but she spelled it wrong because she's a Republican. I deleted my online dating profile today because I wanted to get harassed less, so now I get harassed in just 3 forums. That's Twitter, Facebook, and the outdoors. You guys, something interesting I found out today. My brother got engaged to my ex-husband's sister.
Next to the bucket we go. Anything can happen. It's on. Ooh, this looks interesting. Horace Rob.
Are people still watching out in the world? People are still watching in the
They're
world?
watching.
Oh, shit.
Horace Rob?
Oh, you know what that means, Tony.
He's not here, so he just
Horace
got
Rob?
blacklisted. Make noises.
Blacklisted?
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
make noises.
sound like a mandolin if you can.
Act like you're shooting lasers at the person that just got blacklisted.
Lasers.
That would have worked if you didn't say lasers. You had us.
I just sort of like the lasers. Really
I think I did it better when I was patriotic.
All right.
Patriotic?
Yeah, I was patriotic, and that's what I'm called.
Very fun.
I know, that's a black patriot.
Patriotic.
Put your hands together for the next name that I pulled out. It is Maurice Love.
Ooh, Maurice
shit.
Love.
Oh.
Oh, shit, what's about to come up here? Sounds
Maurice
sexy.
Love.
Maurice Love.
There he is.
How's everybody doing? Yeah, so, I was living on the street for about 5 or 10 years, and I found out that there was a bird that was my best friend. When the bird died, the bird laughed. What are you laughing so hard for, bird? Because I fell off the ladder and died. You know what? My mom. I hold it just like this. Anyway, so, up in the forest, I noticed that I had some red ants, and I didn't know what to do about these flies. What are fish nuggets? Okay, yeah. I'm kind of like up here just, doing my thing, but I'm shaking. Oh!
Wow, there you got dolphins for some reason on that one. How you doing, Maurice? Talking to the microphone. How do you feel about what just happened? I'm good. What did you think was gonna happen, Maurice?
What do you mean?
demanding attention.
It's really
That's what they say until you tighten it, and then it's back to like every other mic stand.
well, it's working out for me. It's real sporty.
Was that real material that you just did? Was that like written down, or what was that?
It's actually a game that I had. I was doing a set at my local club. It just didn't work out. So I thought,
You couldn't have did 60 minutes. People would have got up.
People left during your 60 seconds. So I mean, gotcha on that.
So were you homeless for 5 or 10 years?
well, yeah, I was on the street until I got a shot to the store. There was a liquor store on the Kardashian show.
Okay.
And I guess they drove by and showed me the liquor store. And so, I'm interested.
What worked out?
A 60-minute.
Are you still on the streets?
No, actually, I'm not on the streets anymore. Things are really looking up for me. But I do know that being in a bum life just isn't going to be comfort to me.
What do you do for work?
Walking up and down the streets.
Pretty sure you're still homeless.
This is the shit you should have been talking
It's
about.
not necessarily, it's bummy. It's not homeless. It's bummy.
At the end of the
His
day,
nails
when
are clean,
when
so
you're
he's
done
not homeless.
bumming, at the end of the day, do you go to a home? I'm just asking you.
I did actually. It was for 2 weeks. I had went home. And
Listen, we're just asking you a simple question. Are you still homeless?
Your nails are clean.
Yeah, you have brand new shoes on.
Yeah, and a brand new hat.
Your hat has
And you have leather on your sweatpants.
Sapphire, baby.
Okay.
So you know the key to comedy is honesty. What?
I'm too honest tonight.
You look like you work in Bank of America and shit. I think you do work at Bank of America over there in Inglewood.
I've never worked at Bank of America.
You work at somewhere where I remember you giving me the money.
You look like you're playing a character.
Yeah.
Well, trying.
Okay, this is really funny that you guys are saying.
No, it's not
I'm
really
character. I'm not. I'm
We're
being honest.
but we're just talking to you.
Yeah.
And if you can't talk to us back, then we'll just bring someone else up on stage that can utilize the
What
time.
do you do for work? How do you make money?
Besides, walking up and down the street,
What are you doing when you're walking up and down the street? Are you selling something?
no, I don't.
Are you speaking to anyone?
Yeah, well, I do a little bit of different characters.
Do most of these characters ask for spare change?
Well, no, characters of stars and characters of
So you're a costume guy.
Yeah.
You know, kind of a transgender.
So you
Well, we're just trying to get the answer. I mean, we're just trying to talk to you.
do you wear a costume?
Which one?
Oh my God. I feel like I'm on a bad day.
You're
It's
embarrassed.
like this.
It's a
This is
bag.
over. Oh my God.
You're
This is
out.
why I only date white men now.
Maurice, you're out.
Maurice, you didn't utilize your time value. It was valuable time up here. We could have helped you and talked about your jokes.
I feel like I'm tripping on acid right
I
now.
thought that I put on a good joke for the night.
Well, then we could have talked about it.
I think you hit your hope with
High highs and low lows here on
Your
Silver.
joke was that you were a bum. Is that funny?
Usually, when they say a homeless joke, it's really funny.
Well, how long you been doing comedy?
10, 11 years.
Okay, so you know better. Like, you know the audience, you know better. That's
He's been doing it 10 or 11 years. Like, what
how long you been homeless.
His audience was birds.
Maurice, I can't figure you out. I wish you the best of luck. Have a good night. Maurice left.
I don't like that shit. I just try to play with our intelligence.
Nice hat, though.
Everybody has so much
He
more
might
fun.
be mentally ill though. We just talk shit to somebody who's mentally ill.
No, he's fine.
Yeah, he's normal. His nails is all manicured down and shit. He got girlfriends.
Sounds like he's a bitch.
I need to keep going.
He knows a bird. He's got a shit together.
We know this name. Excited to bring this guy out. So we're together for bricks and bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah! Bricks and bullets. I know a lot about that shit.
Here he is, everybody. Bricks and bullets.
You attempt suicide and fail. All that means is God doesn't want you to. How does it feel? Like when your friends call you up and offer you words of encouragement, at least you can die knowing that you took your shot. So,
That's all right.
isn't suicide just like a really, really late abortion? Minus your mother's guilt? That's all I got. Bricks and bullets.
I love it. Bricks and bullets. Man, that was so funny. You really lost it so hard. We could almost all see it in front of you. You were really trying to picture it.
You were trying to picture suicide. You got it
Earlier.
back. I thought you were good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a really funny take on it. You've been doing, how long have you been doing stand-up?
Well, last time I was here, I've probably been up 5 or 6 times since then.
Wow.
And you have some stuff that's not suicide based.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I tend to laugh at the more extreme stuff.
I have a suicide joke. I remember that. Suicide is against the law. What's the sentence? Life is.
Great.
I'll work it in. Kill Tony's good. I got a good joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, your writing's great. Yeah, it's all just stage time.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Kurt.
But, sorry. I thought we were talking about that joke. That joke killed.
No, really. I mean, you're great last time. You're great this time. You know, of course, that always happens. You forget. You know, I have that happen. You should have something to go to, like real quick. That might be a little silly. That you can use while you're thinking of what it is. But that's just like something that you'll get in your tool chest eventually.
Why are you dressed like a landscaper?
I like his outfit. Last time I was here, he told me I looked like a really 90s battle rapper.
Well, it's good that now you're a late 90s battle rapper. You really stepped up your game.
And I'll say this, one thing that you can kind of work on is having the feeling of the joke that you're talking about. That way you're not locking in the words. Because that's funny stuff. You're funny. So if you talk about that stuff, the feelings, it's going to sound more like a joke. I mean, more like a longer joke, more like a story, as opposed to a knock-knock joke.
Yeah, and that's something I've worked on, but you're all confident in your name.
But that's great. But that's why we're here. We're all just trying to get it. But you can string those 3 jokes together, so it'll seem like one joke. It's all right.
Stretch it out, break it down, think of the note, think of different things. What else would you do? How would you do it? Bobbity bud. Try to stay in that pocket, write out a whole thing about it. That's all you have right now in suicide, is that Sean?
Yeah, no, I
You
got
can stretch all that out. The whole trick to writing is just asking yourself questions about the subject. How would you do it? What would you do? How would that feel?
Then you weave them together.
Yeah.
And a lot of my stuff used to just be a one-liner. Then I connected 3 one-liners, and then suddenly it's a longer story.
Yeah, I've been doing it for writing. I wrote a lot. Quality stuff. I've never
something. There is no failure ever in writing. If you're writing, you're creating something. You're stretching that brain. And you have to write things to see that this doesn't work, but then you can build onto it. You can never look at anything you're doing creatively as failing, ever.
Years from now, you're going to look at this writing also that you might have not liked or used, and you're going to be amazed at how much funny stuff that you'll find in it, and you'll use it later in life. I looked at my stuff the other day and found two things that I threw away, thought it was dumb, but there was parts of it that now work at a different time in my life, a different joke that I was thinking of. So keep all that stuff and keep it, safe because you'll use it in the future.
And 2 pages of writing that gets you to 1 gem. How can those two pages be a failure?
Why do you go by the name Bricks and Bull?
It's something that I've come up with a project that I started years ago and didn't complete. So I thought it was better not having any intention at all. I just got on there and I used that as my name. Just so I do something
What's your real name?
Jeff.
I'd go with that.
Yeah. Jeff's a little less aggressive, and
Just who you are. Just be who you are.
I thought he was gonna come up here with some 8 Mile type shit.
Right.
I've never seen him before.
But you know what I mean?
Look like
So maybe it's time that you just be Jeff, telling some jokes, working on your writing, and just sometimes forgetting jokes and not beating yourself up about it.
I would tell you should get in the acting game, but they already made Breaking Bad, so that was your shot, pretty much.
And I really like what you said, Kurt, about the emotion thing. Like for me, when I do my jokes, I try to definitely connect with the memory of it, or like, cause I like to use a lot of stuff that really happened to me. So I try to connect with the memory, and that way I never forget the joke. If I have the feeling, then the joke always comes. And if I don't have that feeling, then whatever the feeling is, that's what comes out most of the time.
And you might also find that your new words are funnier than what you thought the joke was.
Yeah.
So don't lock yourself into anything.
All the best writers write a ton of garbage. A ton of garbage. The draft that people end up seeing of anything, the movie of a book of anything, is like the 11th draft. So, plus everything else that they write is dog shit garbage. Everybody writes dog shit. So, now that you know that Stephen King and every great writes diggity dog shit at times, it shouldn't be that big of a problem for you. There's no such thing as writer's block, by the way.
Good job, Jeff.
It's a psychological. Yeah, Jeff. What's your last name? Are you like a wanted criminal or something? Jeff. What? Okay, Bricks and Bullets, everybody. There he goes.
Jeff Carruthers. Jeff Carruthers.
Guys,
I love it.
Character from the show.
Did you hear what happened to Jeff Carruthers? Yeah, he killed himself after his son. He did a.
You know what
It was a crime for help. He did 4 suicide jokes
me of my
and then blew his brains out in the parking lot.
Jeff was talking about writing. We're talking about writing. Perfect time for this part of the show where our 2 regulars write and perform a brand new minute every single week. Come on stage. They've been doing this since the beginning of the show. It's so much fun to have them here every week, doing new, fun, crazy stuff. Performing a minute first this week, University of Florida dropout. Started here on this show and has been doing comedy in LA in every episode of this show ever since we began together. So very funny. Kimberly Condon, everybody.
50 Shades of Grey came out on Valentine's Day. That was like a really big thing. Everybody was excited about that. I don't really get it, It's about a girl who graduates college, she gets a job under some guy who's really sexy and rich and just fucks her all the time. I think it's super realistic because nobody gets a job out of college, I hate when girls say that they don't get along with other girls. We've all had that girl who's like, I don't get along with other guys. It's like, well, that's because you're a cunt. You don't get along with 50% of people. Like, really, bitch, the only people you get along with want to fuck you. That says something about you. I'm dating a guy, but we're in a big fight right now, and I've decided to punish him by not having sex with him anymore. But I have to stop because I'm tired of blowing him. So it's like, this is hurting me more than you.
Fuck yeah. There you go. Another new minute from Kimberly Condon. I love that. You totally agreed with her. It's so hard that she got the classic tip in the head.
Everybody don't get that. Everybody don't get the. But that's true. That's true what you said. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, it's true. You talk about somebody who doesn't get along with other people. That's the right
People
approach.
will say that. It's like, if you don't get along with other girls, you're just bitch. You're just a bad bitch.
Right.
There's so many girls.
Or I think they're classic lesbians, to be honest with you. Poor ass bitches.
Whoa! Holy shit!
Yikes.
Wow!
I don't like bitches that don't like bitches.
Is there any women in this room right now, by round of applause, that only get along with guys and don't get along with other women?
That part.
I had a feeling nobody would respond to that.
Are those overalls that you just have an extension of pants?
You know, actually, they're overalls that you turn into pants, and I took the overall part off because I got big.
Overall, I'd say that was a pretty good decision. Why
Yeah.
does it get that noise?
With that first joke, you said it was realistic. You should have said it was unrealistic.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I meant to say. I messed up then. I meant to say it's so unrealistic. Nobody gets a job out of college.
Now it's fun.
Okay.
And you gotta just get to it soon. I mean, if you're gonna do it, it was 22 or 23 seconds until you get that.
Yeah, but how do you explain all of that?
I don't think you need
You
to.
just say, everybody knows about 50 Shades of Grey. All you say is, I watched 50 Shades of Grey. Look at this shit. Blah, blah, blah. Unrealistic.
I just couldn't believe it.
Everybody's excited about 50 Shades of Grey. The most unrealistic part of the entire Bobby blog is that
She got a job out of
that's
that.
That's white girl powers.
That's all that it is. If you're not gonna talk more about that part of it or something, then it's probably not worth it.
Yeah.
Or you should talk about how they look like they don't know how to fuck.
But I think that line is actually the setup, and then I think you could build a whole joke around that as the setup. If you use it as the setup instead of the punch, I think you can dive into that
Or
world.
yeah, you can go all into the workplace and stuff.
And just
try to learn your jobs. I mean, I'll let you chain me
what
up
is she
and
going to
book
be
me.
doing in 10 years? I mean, how is she going to be in 5 years? You know, talk about arthritis and just that bad.
The bruises
Her
and
hip is
shit.
still out.
Unless you just don't want to spend that much time on a joke that's got an expiration date of a week.
Right. I've totally doubled down and think more about the 50% women that say they only like guys. Because I hear that. I hear that a lot.
And all those females, when they drink a lot, they smoke a lot, they always dress like, they try to dress better than you.
Their cell phones are always cracked.
Yeah, always crack cell phones. They always arguing with dudes.
There you go. That's it. Talk about those people. Break it down.
They always got a lot of eye makeup on, too. They always
Glitter eye makeup.
Man, I hate those.
All of this. There you go. Kimberly Condon. She did it again. Another new minute. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Condon. Final comedian of the night, and the only other regular that writes a new minute every week. Super goofy, wacky. Always takes a small inanimate object and seems to stretch it out and talk about it, make it funny. Put your hands together for the stylings of the great Sarah Weinshank, everybody.
Sarah!
Encyclopedias. In the 90s, you had encyclopedias. You were really someone. That was a badge of scholarly honor. You were upper middle class then. Because if you didn't have encyclopedias, life was just harder. You had to write a book report or study something. You'd have to carry around 2 books instead of just looking it up online. If you were a dude and you had encyclopedias in the 90s, the world was at your fingertips. Bitches would want to fuck you. Because they wouldn't have to go to the library anymore. They would just come over. Can I borrow K? Encyclopedias are bullshit. Nobody just
R's.
Yeah,
But,
that's
I mean, that's just math.
Did you ever do an encyclopedia joke in the past?
true. No.
I love that, but the interesting part is like you said in the 90s you didn't have encyclopedias. That's what you said. No matter what you said, it doesn't matter what you could say that's just an instant home run. It's like you didn't know anything, or you didn't like you need to really nail it. There's no internet, there's no phone.
Here it is.
They can find it.
If you didn't have encyclopedias, you wouldn't even know what an encyclopedia was.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just punch that.
My grandma thought she made me feel like we was rich because we had like 3 or 4 different brands of encyclopedias. Like you got the Britannica, you know what I'm saying, and the World Book.
And then
different.
and when you had some friends that were poor, that were missing letters.
Right.
Hey, but they do.
It's like, wait, this isn't a complete set.
But Kurt,
Where's that, man?
Which, by the way, I remember that being a lot of my childhood.
And those,
They're always missing one.
and those people were just really smart at like aardvarks and apples, but they had no like knowledge about like spiders and retreats.
They would only start at the A's
And then eventually they just started being used for door stops and just
coffee table.
put shit on. Eventually they were just.
My grandma used to talk shit about people that had old encyclopedias. If their encyclopedia was more than 10 years old, she's like, they don't even know how to stay up with the times.
Not relevant. Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that they were constantly updated. What a money machine. Like, not much changing in the encyclopedia except for whatever they found that year. Well, that's it. We did it again. Great new minute, Sarah Weinshank. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank. Sarah Weinshank.
And Sarah, I noticed that you were so surprised that that K joke got that big of a laugh.
That was
hilarious.
It's great.
The laugh was so big it scared
When
you.
the girl came over, when you to not get late at the library. Okay,
You said
you got K.
You got K?
Yeah.
And the laugh was so big that it threw you. It was cute. Yeah.
Hey, you got that penis coloring book?
Come back to that. All right. This is terrible. There you go, Sarah Weinshank.
I got a coloring book coming to me.
You gotta. Ryan Mervis, we did it again.
Thank you, Ryan. You were great.
Where can people find you?
No, I just felt safe. I felt like you had our backs and some shit with them. Like if someone came in here, just a Viking, fucking them up.
He does look like Vikings.
Super safe. Thank you. What's coming up, Merv? Anything you want to promote?
I'm doing La Jolla then.
Okay. Check them out in La Jolla. Elise Lane is Elise Lane on Twitter. The girl with the pan on Facebook and Instagram. Follow her. Order her food if you have a party. She's your caterer.
Nice.
Kirk Fox.
I will actually be in Vegas next week for a week at the Cup of Canada. I have a job.
Whoa.
You might be able to.
Whoa.
And I'm doing one night in Kentucky on Friday.
Really?
Yeah, I'm getting out in the world, man. I'm getting out of my bubble.
Heck yeah.
Kentucky, they got good fried chicken.
Boom. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Live audience, make some noise for yourselves. We had a lot of highs and lows tonight, people. Daniel White, Ori Amir, Reagan Talay, Morris Rock, Maurice Love, Bricks and Bullets, and Deshae Frost.
Yeah.
That was a blast. 14-year-old sensation.
Great.
Thank you to you, live audience.
Follow me on Twitter to do that.
Episode 100 of Kill Tony is in the Maynard of the Comedy Store, April 13th, 2015. It will sell out. Yay, everybody. It's another episode of Kill Tony. How you guys doing tonight? How crazy is this? Episode 94 of Kill Tony, live from the Comedy Store, streaming right now. The livest show in the world. And we're here. Hi, everybody. There's a real live audience here. People watching this stream, I promise you. It's all happening. Lainey and Jerry are coming in now. Fuck yeah, welcome guys.
Hey, just turn off your cell phone right now. How about this? Because every show your cell phone goes off.
Yeah, when you guys order drinks tonight, try to just whisper to the waitress. You guys are so loud. I know you don't hear it, but it's a live podcast, and you guys have become the accidental fucking room tones. So just settle it down.
There's two guys from the Muppets that sit in the little side back.
It's true. You guys are loud as fuck. You need to settle down over there. But we love you. They're here every week. Put your hands together for Jerry and Lainey. Basically, Kill Tony's grandparents. So good to... All right, settle down, Jerry. You fucking animal. Jesus Christ. You're that guy.
I got it. From now on, they have to wear ball caps, like S&M ball caps. Wouldn't that be awesome?
No, it wouldn't be. That would be so creepy. Those two with ball gags in their mouths. Seem great.
Especially in the middle.
All right. Here we are, everybody. Let's do it again. The only show where comedians watch comedians and we goof around the entire time. Every single week, we have a sponsor. She makes us a meal every single week, and it's always delicious. That's Elise Lane sitting right over there. Super comedy chef. She's the personal chef of Russell Peters, and she cooks us and the guests a brand new meal every single week. Tonight it's oven roasted garlic herb chicken breast with Greek style pearl couscous, hummus, vegan homemade falafel, meat, and Moshe Kasher. Because we're vegans and we're healthy as fuck. Settle down, Brian. This is such a horrible part of the show where you grab food and fucking breathe it on me. It's so weird. It's a joke that will never catch on. It's the most random fucking thing. You really don't have to commit to it, I promise you. It's chicken. Guys, every single week we have a patriot that keeps us safe. There used to be a man in a $5,000 Iron Man suit, and then he left the show telling us that he was irreplaceable. So to show him how irreplaceable he is, we replaced him every single week with a brand new person, basically doing the same thing. This week it's no different. One of our... Yeah, always. Now we have comedians doing it. This week is a return comedian, one of my favorite friends, one of the coolest people, just wrote on Gerard Carmichael's NBC pilot, Go Gerard Go. One of the right-hand man to some of the best comedians in the game. It's the one and only Willie Hunter, everybody. Here he is. Wow! Fully committed. Just with the shoulder pads tonight. I love it, Willie. It's a good look for you. You gonna commit to the mask the whole time? You have such a likable face. There he is, Willie Hunter, everybody. Look at him, isn't he cute? Keeping us safe. He's fully prepared. You've done this a few times. You excited about tonight's show? There's something not on. Is it his mask? Is it the mic? Something like that.
So you just have to really eat that mic because you don't have the speaker box on.
There it is. We're all over it, guys. This is podcasting gold right now.
What happened to the speaker box, Josh? Speaker box? It broke. How do we... This is my second speaker box that I've ever...
You know it's not... You know the podcast isn't crushing when you hear a dog bark at the Comedy Store. Let's just throw that out there right now that I'm aware that the show has started a little bit slowly. We're all fully aware of that. Let me just acknowledge it so we can move on to the next part of the show. Willie, you're excited about our guests, right? We don't do that on this show. Just say yes and we move on.
Yes, I'm excited.
Me too. It's another two of our favorite friends. They've done the show a couple times before and they are back again. Another two of the best for you, everybody. It's Moshe Kasher and Jeffrey Ross.
Yeah.
Live and in the flesh. Can you believe it? Here they come, because I'm sure Josh Martin is all over it. Hell yeah, perfect. Jeff Ross bringing 2 meals. Oh yeah. Rocking it. Got the lunchbox, the food, Moshe Kasher's in the house, coffee.
Well, it was a long show. I wanted to carve up.
I love it. Welcome back, guys. Moshe, how are you?
Good. I'm still thinking about Jeff carving up. This is carved down right now.
You are, right? What'd you do with your falafel that was made? You already eat it?
I felt like it was anti-Semitic to offer a Jew falafel, so I went the other way.
And did what?
I put it in my ass. It was good.
Oh, perfect.
So the Department of Homeland Security stuff.
I Love that. Every single week, our Patreon asks the questions to the guests. So go ahead. What's your? I have these guys write. They have a week to prepare.
Is Tom Brady ashamed to show his face in public?
I can see your head spinning right now looking at me. What are you thinking about, Jeff?
You look like Jeff Goldblum's stand-in from The Fly.
I guess my first
You
question.
look like you're about to play football at Comic-Con.
You know what? I'm going to ask Jeff the first question. You've roasted a lot of people. You got the Beaver roast coming up here pretty soon. Give it up for that, everyone. My question to you is, besides roasting me, who's been the weirdest person you've roasted? Like maybe famous or not famous?
Weirdest person?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I roasted Richard Branson without him knowing it, and that didn't end well. It was a prank. He's probably the only person ever to get mad at me. It was a prank. I've told Tony this story before, but you should never roast somebody unless they volunteer, because his friends put me up to it. It was in Canada, and he kind of laughed. They were laughing so hard, and he wasn't really laughing. And he got up at the end, and he pretended to give me a hug, and he poured his drink on my head.
Serious?
Yeah, so fund him where he lives, which is in $1 billion mansion.
What was your reaction? What did you do? Like, you just...
I mean, we both kind of were. I had to be a good sport. Who am I, of all people, to try to get pissed off about something? But it hurt, it made me realize you have to roast people who volunteer, and also no one over 85. Because Jerry Lewis had a heart attack once on the flight home.
What do you think of it? There was a specific joke that probably upset him? Richard Branson. That he would.
I can't remember.
Do you think
I blocked it out like it was a rape.
Do you think he thought he was being funny?
Yeah. And then afterwards his buddy says, oh, he does that all the time. He's done that to a lot of people.
Wow.
He can't prank powerful people. Right? Yeah. My first piece of advice here tonight, I killed Tony. For these young up-and-comers. By the way, Up-and-Comers is also one of my favorite porno series.
What's your question for Moshe?
For Moshe is...
Somebody remembers that one?
I have a question for you, actually, Willie.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
When you were putting the weird, like, Jason future pedophile thing on, did you make the choice to tuck your t-shirt in? Or was it already pre-tucked and you just went with it?
That was my first choice.
Oh, cool. You thought that would add to the look?
Yeah, it would, yeah.
Willie, how could you look like a child and a child molester at the same time?
Man,
my question is...
First Terrence Howard gets fired, then Don Cheadle. They're really fucking going low in the bucket.
All right. You recently you post a lot of like hate mail you get, and recently had one in Miami, I believe. Do you secretly love hate mail? It's got to be powerful to know that someone took time out of their day to write you something like that.
Yeah, no, I like it. I'm into it. I elicit it. I have a section on my website that's for hate mail. And so if anybody out there wants to talk some shit, you want to get schooled by a sort of foppish-looking hipster, well, I'm ready.
I love that. So haters are welcome with you.
Haters always welcome.
I love that. You can invite them right in and then blast them.
Just fucking straight up blast them, dude.
Did you ever get offended off any hate mail? Like, you're like, oh, this is...
I get offended on every single piece of hate mail. It hurts every single time. But then I think about you in that costume, and it makes me feel really good about my career.
All right. I think it's time for the show to start.
Really? Have you ever gotten hate mail?
No.
All right.
Willie, have you ever gotten email?
Have you gotten any mail whatsoever in your life? Has anyone really confirmed your existence, Willie?
No.
Okay. Well, good luck with the game, whatever you're doing.
Thank you, Jeff.
Keep that shirt tucked in. Everything's going to take off. Let's get this party started, guys. We're going to do it again. You guys know the drill. Comedians signed up for the chance to come up and do 1 minute of stage time and then talk to comedians. And that's how we do it. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. You better wrap it up then. or else you're gonna bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Well, wait a minute.
That's it.
That's the West Hollywood PD, I think.
There you go. For tonight.
I just had an American Sniper moment.
I guess that's the bear tonight. We're gonna rock with it. You guys excited? It's Kill Tony 94. To the bucket we go. Doing your first minute tonight. The comedian that goes by the name of, oh, we know this guy. It's Fang Chow, everybody.
Sounds delicious.
Wow. How are you guys doing? Good? You guys look like an okay crowd. I think. We'll see. My Chinese name is Feng Chao. I got 700 points on my SAT test. Just for the name. Should have them everybody laughing. It's a smart joke. The other day, my buddy Jake asked me for a favor. He said, dude, I need you to leave a message on this Chinese girl's phone that I'm really into. I said, sure, look at me. I'm a gentleman. Here is the message that I left on the phone. To whoever this is, Jake is a douchebag. My name is Feng Chao. My phone number is 414 bobbity bobbity bob.
There it is. Fang Chow. You did it again. What's your initial thoughts on Fang Chow? We've seen him a few times here on Kill Tony.
That was funny, man. That was funny. It was fun how you went into real Chinese at the end when you said bobbity bobbity bob.
Well, I tried to learn English, trying, but I thought like I didn't want to give out my phone number.
Of course, no.
I got what you were doing. I was doing a racist joke.
Now, Fang, you actually are from China, right?
Yes, Beijing, China.
How long have you been in America?
6 years.
What have you been doing in these 6 years?
I went to school, but I quit school and I moved out here to Los Angeles. I moved here last year, about May.
Does China know that you quit school and you're just doing stand-up comedy in America?
They know. They kicked me out because I'm not really good at math. They were like, yeah, we're going to report. So I'm like, fuck you guys, I'm out. Too many people there. Like, I look.
Where was the school?
Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh, God.
I know.
You went straight from China to Wisconsin?
Right. Finally, a cold, gray netherworld that's worse than China.
Yeah.
Wow. Was there a direct flight?
I'd be curious.
No, there's no direct flight. To Chicago, though.
How do you say the flight to Milwaukee is leaving in 10 minutes in Chinese?
航班要飞到尼尔沃基将在10分钟开始。
Wait a second. What part of that was Wisconsin?
Did you say Milwaukee?
It made me hungry. I don't know what it was.
Oh, Milwaukee. That's right.
Did you learn English in China?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay, because you're pretty good you're pretty good.
Thanks.
I feel like
I
I'm
get it as a compliment for my English.
Yeah, I mean it's a bad compliment. I'm not good at that. I took it back to insulting you. I felt like you stole Margaret Cho's thing that she does about her mom, your accent. That was a little joke. I forget it. You know,
that's one joke that I didn't get, but
I'll get it. They all got it. You know, in America, sometimes when a crowd really likes a joke, they'll be completely silent.
Did you start in Wisconsin, or did you come to LA to start?
I started in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Wow.
Did you ever do the Comedy Cafe?
Yes.
Do you know about that place? It's like owned by the mafia, and they'll kill you. They'll like pay you with a gun on a stack of cash when they go to have to pay you.
Wow.
It's a really scary place.
It is pretty scary. A lot of white people.
Yeah. I guess in that way, every place in America is scary for you.
Anyway, Feng Shui,
I hope you're not offended by the decor at all.
Yeah, that's like Japanese, isn't it? Japs.
The Japs?
It's different.
And you thought I was being racist.
I thought we were in a safe place to talk about shit.
Oh, I thought you were great. I thought when you're up there, you could drop your arms, you could open up a little bit more. You seemed nervous. You had a great opening joke. Just let's see you a little bit. You have an interesting worldview, I bet. So I think you're playing a little dumb for your act. I think you're a smarter guy than that. That's my only advice.
Thanks.
Yeah. There's some notes from the roast master. You did it.
Thank you very much. It means a lot to me. Like I feel like it's an honor for me to taking all the jokes from you guys. Like it's fun. I like it.
What?
Yeah.
I'm taking the jokes. Don't buy Rosetta Stone. Okay, I learned from it. It's not working out.
So how long do you get to stay in America?
Or how long were you supposed to stay in America?
That's the question.
My visa run out like about 5 years ago. So.
Wow.
Thank you for laughing. Thanks. Thank you guys. You guys are great.
I mean, you have to be pretty concerned if you're being honest. I mean, do you really?
It was a joke.
I know, but like, you seem like somebody that's here illegally, knowing you.
Wait, what do you mean?
Just knowing him, he seems like he's not supposed to.
What a douchebag.
There you go.
There you go. You nailed it, Fang.
I thought you were funny, man.
How do you make money? How do you survive out here?
Do some translation between Mandarin, Chinese, and English.
Is there a lot of work for that? Where are you mostly doing that at?
Holy shit, you're a translator?
I'm guessing casinos.
No, online. I get a lot of assignments.
Have these people never heard of Google Translate before?
Yeah.
And they're just like...
Or have they ever heard of a person that actually knows English?
No, but it's easy for me, like, because I went to school for, like, I learned English for such a long time, and then Chinese is just my native language. And now I want to learn comedy. Hopefully. Get rid of the day job.
Billy, what do you think about Fang? What's your plan for him?
Well, I have no plan for him, but I think he's good.
Thank you. Thank you. My homeboys made the pasta.
Are there a lot of black people in China?
In China?
Yeah.
From Africa.
What?
From Africa.
But they come straight from Africa? Like, there's not like...
They were like, oh, we teach English here. I'm like, nah, bullshit.
Wow. Holy
If
shit.
they would have said, like, I teach Ebonics, I was like, all right. So, I get it. But,
Oh my god.
Fang, I love your style, man. Thanks for coming on the show.
have a good night, guys.
Funny. I like it. Roll with it. Roll with it.
He calls him Japs, but I just noticed he has Bruce Lee on his t-shirt, so it's sort of contradictory.
Oh, I thought that was his merchandise.
Follow Fang Chow on Twitter. He's the only guy with the name Fang Chow 8080. So if you're wondering who that was all this time, that's that guy.
This is fun, Tony. When do we start?
Do you remember something that you guys did when you very first started comedy that you can't believe that you did?
Yeah, I spoke in an extremely thick Chinese accent when I brother dropped that.
You know, I did speak in a very heavy New Jersey accent when I first started doing stand-up in New York, and it stuck out. So you work through it. I mean, it's endearing at first, but everybody sort of loses it after a while.
I did too, actually. Not a New Jersey accent, but I had growing up, I was like super into hip hop, sort of Oakland music. I thought I was black style, and that went away as I got older. And then I started comedy, and it came back when I first got on stage. It was like some kind of weird, sort of defensive wall that I was building between me and the audience. And then eventually, when I got comfortable doing comedy, that went away again, which is good because it doesn't match my current look.
Yeah.
Does it ever come out like when you guys are drinking or having sex?
It comes out when I'm fucking, yeah, for sure. I'll be like, take that big black dick, and nobody knows what I'm talking about.
I have another friend who's white that sounds blacker than he sounds black on stage. It's Willie.
Oh no! Come on!
if you don't believe me, look how deeply that shirt is tucked into his head.
I think tugs are coming back, man.
You know this guy that I just pulled out of the bucket, the last couple times he's been on the show, he's been so stoned, like to the gills, that a lot of it hasn't even been, even Feng Chao couldn't translate what was going on. But here he is, ladies and gentlemen, it's Ian Ellis, everybody, from Chicago.
Hello. The Transformers, Blackish. I was on YouTube today. I wanted to know why countries hate us. Seemed like a conversation Surrey wasn't ready to have. The number one reason is our decadence. You know who the most decadent people in the world are? Arabs with oil money. Jay-Z wishes he could ball so hard. We buy a lot of shit we don't need. They buy people. It's not working at all. Number two reason, because we're a Christian country, Italy has 2 popes. They're 3 popes shy before we make a pope. That's how the Inquisition got started. Another reason they hate us for our freedom, we're 7th in freedom. Ireland has more freedom than us. Everybody hates those potato monkeys. We're trying to blow up those porch gingers.
Wow. Need some weed, man, I guess. This is you sobered up and it turns out you're just an angry fuck. What did
You just gave them weed for real?
Yeah. What was the first thing that you called a potato monkeys? Wow.
That was wild, man.
Did an Irish girl steal, an Irish guy steal your girlfriend or something? Like what? How much do you have to hate Irish people to get the potato monkeys? Oh Jesus!
Well, you lost me at Hero.
Yeah. You say hello, we say goodbye. You know what I'm saying?
It was interesting. Your whole act seemed to be, I mean, just this minute of it, seemed to be based on, like, facts that were not in any way public information. You know what I mean?
We're 7th in freedom.
Arabs buy humans. What was the second thing?
The word Christian.
You said something else, though.
We're 7th in freedom. They hate us for our decadence.
Yeah, I didn't know any of the facts that you were... So that was interesting. I mean, comedy in some ways is about relatability.
How long have you been a black Israelite?
How did you find out that we were 7th in freedom? What did you rank that yourself, or?
It's Noam Chomsky, man. He looks like he should own some Noam Chomsky books.
I mean, I know who Noam Chomsky is. I don't try to incorporate him into my stand-up comedy act, though.
You should work on that.
No, Chomsky is some funny shit.
Halfway through, you commented how bad you were doing. That's probably not a good idea because the rest of the set we were all noticing really what you were doing.
Oh, I remember 2 popes in Italy. What?
Yeah, he's right. There's 2 popes.
There are?
One's still alive who retired. It's ridiculous.
Oh, that's who you met?
Everything you said made sense on a certain level, and a lot of it is honestly, some of your jokes were brilliant. The ideas behind them I thought were brilliant, but you have this timing of a suicide bomber. If you slow it, what's your name? Ian. If you slow it down and just sort of relish those ideas a little bit, you'll be lethal. Not just look lethal. You're great. Like
American Gomer Pyle.
You gotta stop trying, Ian. Stop trying. Or else you're gonna bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. You don't want to do that tonight. It sounded like gunfire. Whoa, he's ready. Don't do it. All right.
Well, I kind of like that you have like that stoner laugh, but then you cited Noam Chomsky. I think that's kind of Noam Chomsky.
Yeah, I feel like at some point you got high between your set and right now.
That pot is seeping through his hand right now.
Yeah, you get the flop sweats plus a bud in your palm, and you'll get high as fuck.
Yeah, Ian, what are you doing what's happening in your life? You moved here from Chicago how long ago?
Came out here in August.
How's that going for you?
Got an apartment on the Sunset Strip. It's been great.
Apartment on the Sunset Strip?
Yeah, the Sunset Strip now.
You know, Sunset Strip's one of the best places to buy cattle in Los Angeles. You might want to do a bit about that.
And as far as, areas in LA, it's got like the 18th most freedom.
Absolutely.
So, it's like really awesome in the freedom category.
Well, the one thing I will say about if you're going to do the Irish thing again, which I don't recommend, but if you are going to do it, they actually, you can't get an abortion legally in Ireland, so they're not super free. I would choose another. Oh, but you have to do all your racist
I don't
things.
choose the facts.
Well, that's not a fact that we're the 7th most free country. That's not. You can Google. You can also Google me getting ass fucked by Jeff Ross, and it's on there. Well, that's a fact. But anyway, no, I'm saying like that's subjective.
Which actually happened in Ireland.
Yeah, that was a good. Yeah, that was good. It was the most Jews that had ever been to Ireland, actually.
The coolest thing I've got to do here is do a lot of art for Kiltony. We have episode 100 coming up.
Thanks, man. Thanks for promoting the show that we're already doing. Thank you. They know. Hell yeah. Good job. Way to really save it. Ian, so what else is happening in life? You moved here in August. You have an apartment. You have a job?
Yeah, I just got a job at the mess hall.
What's that? You think this? You don't know the place that hired you? Can't lose this job, Ian. that cooking at mess hall might just be your real calling.
It's a good restaurant. I can vouch for that restaurant.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he said those Feliz. That's like your fucking.
That's my home.
Planet Krypton.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's a good restaurant. Congratulations.
What's your favorite thing to get there?
They have. I don't know. What do you mean?
All right. I mean, you sounded like you really liked it. I mean, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I always have like a favorite dish wherever I go.
Yeah.
And I was gonna try to figure out how to make a joke. I was gonna hope that potatoes were in it. Maybe they were made by a potato monkey. Like I was searching for anything. But instead, you said nothing. You could have even just made up a dish, and I would have ran with anything. But now it's like a whole thing.
I'm sorry I did this to you, Tony.
No, it's all good. Ian, good luck, buddy. Rock and roll. There he is. Ian Ellis. He tried to connect from the beginning. He said, "Hello, that was topical. We did Fang Chow up here." It's all happening. Follow Ian Ellis at Chicago Open Mic on Twitter. Let's go back to the bucket, everybody. I'm reading some of the live things on the stream. The live, what do they call those? Live comments. Live comments. I just turned into an 80-year-old host. What do they call those? This is another guy that we've seen on the show before. I believe he originally moved here from Montana a while ago. Put your hands together for Tyler Mesnarek, everybody.
What's up? Hey, I was watching a Beyonce music video on TV, and my grandfather just started staring intently at Beyonce. So then I get up to leave before he can say something racist, and I didn't make it. Like, he just grabs me on the shoulder, he spins me around, he says, "Hey, who's that girl? She looks pretty good." You ever notice like 80-year-old men always touch their stomach and they say creepy things? He said, "That's Beyonce." We used to have magazines of girls like that back in the war. And the magazines were called Tan. Because she's mulatto. Which, as far as the racist things go, like mulatto's not that bad. Like, it doesn't sound as much like a racial slur as like a refreshing drink that you get at a Starbucks, Hey, what's up? Can I get a tall mulatto, please? Oh, actually, this streets are running.